Chapter 1, 10 Days Before the End of the World. Xiao Yang opened his eyes and felt great. A beautiful young lady in a flight attendant uniform was lying on the bed. Xiao Yang was stunned. Didn't he die in the apocalypse? He clearly remembered that the end of the world was approaching and that all of humanity was being devastated. Natural disasters and zombies wreaked havoc, and human civilization was on the verge of destruction. He had accidentally gained the ability to use space magic, and had survived the apocalypse for 3 years. But in the end, he was still attacked by a mutant species. At that moment, Xiao Yang was suddenly enveloped in a burst of white light. When he opened his eyes again, he saw this. He took a closer look at the little girl. She looks familiar. Is it the uniform? Is he dreaming? Xiao Yang couldn't help but smile to himself. He was living in the end times and was so depressed, but he was dreaming of a flight attendant. Xiao, what's wrong with you? The little sister saw that Xiao Yang was motionless and asked with a dazed look. Before Xiao Yang could react, the flight attendant rolled over. Oh, so proactive? Xiao Yang's mind couldn't keep up, but he didn't refuse. Suddenly, Xiao Yang's hand, which was stretched forward, was pricked. He felt a sharp pain. Ha! Can you feel the pain? This isn't a dream? I'm not dead? He quickly turned the little girl over and saw the name tag on her uniform fall off. It turned out that the pin on the badge had pricked his hand. In the stunned gaze of the little girl, he picked up the badge and looked at it. It had the name and number of Su Xiao engraved on it. Su Xiao? Holy shit! Xiao Yang remembered, this is the flight attendant he had dated before the end of the world. He quickly looked behind him. Outside the oval window, the bright moonlight illuminated the thick clouds. Oh my god, this is the first and last time he had sex on a plane before the end of the world. He quickly found his pants and took out his phone. Oh, Xiao, I knew you were going to shoot a video again. The flight attendant named Su Xiao quickly covered her face and said shyly. Xiao Yang didn't care about her and quickly opened his phone. Looking at the date on the screen of the phone, Xiao Yang was shocked. The date displayed, June 21, 2032, midnight. He had actually been reborn 10 days before the end of the world. Then he had a lot of time to prepare for the coming end of the world. Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly raised his left arm to take a closer look. There was nothing there. But Xiao Yang knew that when the end of the world came, he would feel a sharp pain in the center of his forehead, and then a series of numbers would appear on his left arm. The numbers represent the energy left in the human body, displayed in the form of years, days, hours, minutes, and seconds, but it is only a countdown. In the end times, all humans will be given enough energy to survive for 1 year, but that doesn't mean they can only survive for 1 year. This energy can be traded. As long as 2 people hold hands, they can use their minds to transfer the amount of energy they want to trade to each other. Once the energy is zeroed, no matter how powerful you are, you will die immediately. On the contrary, the more energy you have, the longer your life will be, and your physical strength will also become very strong. Without weapons, a person with 100 years of energy can easily kill a person with only 1 year of energy. This is the difference. Moreover, when a person's energy reaches more than 10,000 years, heat weapons like guns and cannons will no longer be able to cause harm to them. Therefore, in the end times, money is like manure, and this energy is the real hard currency. After all, time is life, and time is power. However, this energy cannot be forcibly plundered, and can only be transmitted by the other party's intention. If you kill the other person, their time energy will be completely lost, which is a waste. Of course, there is a way to plunder it. That is to find a way to let the other person be bitten to death by a zombie. When he becomes a zombie, the remaining energy will condense in the middle of his forehead, forming a cylindrical object like a battery. After killing the zombie and taking it out, you can replenish your own energy. However, this is very dangerous because after a person becomes a zombie, they are even more difficult to deal with than an ordinary person. If you are not careful, you may also be killed. Before Xiao Yang was reborn, he had accumulated thousands of years of energy. Unfortunately, after he was reborn, it all disappeared. Although he was sad, Xiao Yang was not worried. With his experience, he was more than capable of getting back what he had lost, and even more. After all, 1,000 years of energy is nothing. If the human body's constitution level is divided according to the amount of time and energy, 0 to 9 years is level 1. 10 to 99 years is level 2. 100 to 999 years is level 3. 1000 to 9999 years is level 4. 100 million to 900 million years is level 9. Xiao Yang, in his previous life, had only just reached the threshold of level 4. It can be said that in the late stage of the end times, he is just trash. This is the price of choosing to live. It seemed that he had thought of something again, so Xiao Yang quickly closed his eyes. After a moment, Xiao Yang was ecstatic. His spatial ability had not disappeared. After the end of the world, all humans will awaken to a superpower, just earlier or later. There are all kinds of superpowers, all kinds of them. But they can be broadly divided into the categories of physical power, magic, and special abilities. Some people's special abilities are extremely rare, or even unique. For example, Xiao Yang's awakening of the spatial ability, he has never heard of a second-person awakening. Of course, it is also possible that someone like him does not want others to know. The power can be upgraded, but it uses the crystals in the animal's body. There are 9 levels of supernormal abilities, and Xiao Yang has only reached level 5. The space has become larger, as large as 10 football fields, but nothing else has changed. Xiao Yang always felt that his superpower was useless. It could only be used to store things, and it was of no other use. In the end times, supplies are extremely scarce, so what's the point of having a big space? It's like having no money in your bank account. Now, before the end of the world, I have the ability to expand my space. Giggling. It's simply too amazing. Xiao Yang accidentally found a small supermarket in his previous life and stored all the supplies in his space. There wasn't much, but with some wild vegetables and game, it was enough to last him 3 years on a frugal diet. This made him live more cautiously, and he never dared to team up with others, so he chose to live alone. There was no other way. In the end times, supplies are the most scarce resource. A pack of expired instant noodles can cause people to fight to the death. He couldn't imagine what people would think of him if they knew he had the ability to move things with his mind. Xiao Yang also knew that in the end times, the chances of survival would be higher if you joined a team. However, as long as you are not a core member of the team, you will only be cannon fodder. Therefore, it is really important to have your own core team. Without a team, he might end up dying at the hands of the monsters, and then he would have died in vain. Since God has given him a chance to be reborn, he must of course prepare well. He must first use these 10 days to stockpile enough supplies for living, the more the better. As for the team, there's no rush. Most people don't care about it. He will rely on his own memory to recruit some awesome people he met in his previous life. That way, he won't have wasted his rebirth. Now that everything is ready, all that is missing is money. Xiao Yang's mouth curled up and he snorted. This time, I came back to Haicheng for money. In my previous life, I was tricked by my stepmother and half-brother, and I didn't get a penny until the end of the world. This time, I'll let you get away with it? Chapter 2, Dividing the Inheritance. 6 hours later, the plane landed. Xiao Yang had a private room in the first-class cabin, and had all kinds of fun. Xiao, I have to fly back, so I won't be able to keep you company. Remember to contact me. I will only belong to you from now on. Su Xiao helped Xiao Yang get dressed, smiled charmingly, and whispered in Xiao Yang's ear. Xiao Yang looked at Su Xiao's name tag and the unbuttoned collar of her blouse, and smiled. Okay, baby, I just got back and have some things to take care of. I'll contact you after I'm done. Xiao Yang did not tell Su Xiao about the imminent end of the world. She was just one of the many women in Xiao Yang's life. However, since he was reborn, he decided to remind Su Xiao the day before the end of the world, which was also a way to show his friendship. Good luck, girl. In a villa in Haicheng City, when Xiao Yang arrived, there were already 6 or 7 people sitting in the living room. When stepmother Zhangli and half-brother Xiaoran saw him, they gave him a cold look and didn't even say hello, as if they had a grudge against him. Xiao Yang, you're back. Sit down, Lawyer Chen has been waiting for a long time. A middle-aged man stood up and greeted him. Xiao Yang didn't even need to look to know that it was his father's sworn brother, Wang Jian. Seeing that Xiao Yang ignored him, Wang Jian said to himself, Xiao Yang, I shouldn't be here at this kind of occasion, but after all, I was your father's best friend when he was alive, so I'm here to be a witness. Xiao Yang ignored him again and said directly to the lawyer across the table, Lawyer Chen, you can announce my father's will. It was this lawyer, Chen, who had notified Xiao Yang to return. Xiao Yang recognized him from the video call. Lawyer Chen stood up and looked at Zhang Li and Xiao Ren, Ms. Zhang Li, Mr. Xiao Ren, and Mr. Xiao Yang. I am Chen Gang, the lawyer that Chairman Xiao Feng entrusted before he disappeared. The two people behind me are notaries from the notary office. According to Chairman Xiao Feng's will, if he were to have an accident, all of his assets would be distributed as follows. Mr. Xiao Yang inherits all the shares of the group, and Ms. Zhang Li and Mr. Xiao Ren inherit 2 villas and 2 billion in savings. Xiao Yang heard this and was not at all surprised. He had known this in his previous life. But Zhang Li and Xiao Ren were shocked, and even Wang Jian frowned. Impossible. Lawyer Chen must have made a mistake. Zhang Li was the first to speak. Lawyer Chen was expressionless, and the two notaries behind him placed the paper will and the mobile phone on the table. This is the written and video proof of the will. Mrs. Zhang can check it out for herself. Zhang Li quickly took the will, read it several times, played the video, and then sat down on the sofa in a despondent state. What's wrong with this? My father didn't leave me any of the group's 20 billion shares? Xiao Ren couldn't sit still either, and looked at Xiao Yang angrily, as if it was all his half-brother who had caused this. Although, 2 billion in savings is not a small amount. However, compared to the 20 billion shares, it doesn't feel very good. Xiao Yang looked at their reactions coldly and didn't say a word. Well, the will has been announced, and I and the notary's staff will be responsible for supervising its implementation. I also hope that everyone will cooperate with our work. Chen Gang saw that no one had any objections and was ready to move on to the implementation stage. Wait. Lawyer Chen, this share transfer is a matter of great importance. Since Chairman Xiao is no longer here, I, as the second largest shareholder of the group, feel it necessary to notify the other board members first, so as to avoid conflicts within the group. Wang Jian, who was standing nearby, quickly stood up and said to Chen Gang, then turned to look at Xiao Yang. Besides, Xiao Yang had been studying abroad and was not familiar with the internal situation of the group. The group's affairs were handled by his younger sister Zhang Li and younger brother Xiao Ren. So, please give us a little more time to deal with it. What do you think, Xiao Yang? Xiao Yang looked at Wang Jian, who was sincere, but in his heart he sneered. In his previous life, it was this Wang Jian who, together with his stepmother Zhang Li, had used all kinds of excuses to avoid giving him his inheritance, and that was why he had not received a single cent before the end of the world. When the end of the world came, his stepmother Zhang Li and his younger brother Xiao Ren even kicked him out of the house, claiming that the villa and savings belonged to them. As a result, he was forced to wander the streets and almost froze to death in the super cold wave. Xiao Yang hated it, but this time, he would not let the tragedy of his previous life repeat itself. Seeing Wang Jian say this, Zhang Li suddenly changed her expression and said with a smile, "Yes, Xiao Yang. I'm afraid that if you suddenly take over, the group will not accept it, so I'll pave the way for you first. After all, you don't want to see anything happen to the group that your father founded with his own hands, do you?" Although she sounded worried, her words were actually full of threats. Xiao Yang suddenly smiled. You guys have done enough acting. It's my turn now. He would not compete with them for those useless shares. It would be too late to liquidate them in just 10 days. Not to mention the fact that they are trying to interfere. What is yours is yours. Actually, there's no need to go to such lengths. Since you and Xiao Ren are running the group, I won't be involved. How about this? I'll inherit the villa and the 2 billion in savings, and you'll inherit the shares in the group. When Xiao Yang said this, everyone was stunned. This kid, is he an idiot? Zhang Li thought that Xiao Yang was playing some kind of trick and asked warily, "What do you mean?" Xiao Yang laughed and said, "Don't be nervous, Xiao Ma. If you don't believe me, Chen Lawyer and the people from the notary office are here to witness it. As long as you agree, we can sign the agreement right away." Chen Gang and the others were stunned again. Has this kid gone crazy? That's 20 billion yuan. Is this true? Wang Jian couldn't wait to stand up and say, "If that's the case, things will be easier. You're all family anyway, so how you divide it is your business. But if we do it the way Xiao Yang said, we can save a lot of trouble." Xiao Yang ignored him and looked at Zhang Li and Xiao Ren. What do you think, little mother? Little brother? Zhang Li was still worried and asked suspiciously, "Do you have any other conditions?" After all, she felt that she was getting a huge advantage, and it didn't feel very real. Xiao Yang smiled and said, "Of course there are conditions. 1. The 2 billion deposit must be transferred to my account immediately. Second, I don't want this villa, I just want the one on Purple Mountain. But as compensation, give me another 500 million and a car. If you can do that, sign the agreement. Right now." Upon hearing Xiao Yang say this, Wang Jian was beside himself with impatience and kept giving Zhang Li a look. "Okay, let's do it." Zhang Li tried to calm herself down. "Hey, Mom, the villa in Purple Mountain was bought for me. It's just been renovated and I haven't even moved in yet. I've promised my friends that I'll take them there for a patty party in a few days." Xiaoran, who was standing nearby, immediately jumped up and shouted in dissatisfaction. "Shut up!" Zhang Li glared at her son. "This good for nothing, with company shares, can't he buy any villa?" Xiaoran glared at Xiao Yang angrily and turned his head away in anger. Now that the agreement had been reached, the rest was easy. With the witness of Lawyer Chen and the two notaries, the agreement was signed and came into effect. The 2.5 billion deposit was transferred to Xiao Yang's account. Looking at the long string of numbers on the balance, Xiao Yang smiled. Chapter 3, Purple Mountain Villa. Everything was settled by noon. As expected, efficiency is fast when Xiao Yang is willing to suffer losses. Before leaving, Lawyer Chen said with emotion, "Seeing that your family is so harmonious, Chairman Xiao would be very pleased if he knew. He has seen many disputes among the wealthy, but this was the first time he had seen such a smooth resolution." Xiao Yang sneered. "Is it really harmonious?" When he was 9 years old, his stepmother came to the family with her son and forced his biological mother to death. For 15 years, he had hated this family, and even more so his father. So, after his father's accident, he didn't feel much sorrow. In his previous life, he didn't have the chance to kill the mother and son himself, so in this life, he can still run them away? Humph. After Xiao Yang left, Xiaoran was venting his dissatisfaction in the Xiao family villa. "This Xiao Yang not only took the newly purchased Porsche G800 from me, but also took the villa in Purple Mountain, which I had spent a lot of effort renovating. I haven't even lived in it yet. And I gave him all my 2.5 billion yuan in savings. How am I going to attend the Hai Tian Shangyan in 9 days? I have already bragged to my friends that I will get the luxury yacht and off-road RVs that are the main attractions of this year's event. I can't lose face." Zhang Li frowned and scolded loudly, "You are a lazy, good-for-nothing brat who only knows how to enjoy yourself. I did all this for you. I just didn't expect your deadbeat father to have such a plan." Fortunately, Xiao Yang is a good-for-nothing with no ambition, so he didn't upset my plans. Otherwise, things would have been a bit tricky. Yes, Xiaoran, your mother is only thinking of your best interests. Once the group is stabilized, it won't be too late to deal with that brat Xiao Yang. Wang Jian, who was sitting next to him, also helped to persuade Xiaoran. "Humph. I don't care. No one can take away what's mine. Humph. Xiao Yang, you've never been able to beat me since we were kids, and you won't be able to this time either. I let you eat what you wanted, but now you have to spit it out." Xiaoran left with a threat and went upstairs in a rage. Zhang Li looked at her son's back and sighed helplessly. She turned to Wang Jian and whispered, "How did you handle it over there?" Wang Jian glanced at the stairway where Xiaoran had left, and after making sure that Xiaoran had gone upstairs, he got up and came behind Zhang Li. His hands naturally rested on Zhang Li's white shoulders, rubbing them gently. "Sister-in-law, don't worry, we have news from the other side. As soon as we get the shares, we can buy them all. As soon as we get the money, we'll emigrate." Zhang Li looked around and said with a stern frown, "Take your hands off, be careful that Xiaoran sees you." Wang Jian smiled lewdly and reached his hand into Zhang Li's neckline. "What's the big deal? Sooner or later, he'll have to know that he's my son." Xiao Yang drove the black Porsche G800 all the way to the Purple Mountain Villa. This car looks like a Mercedes-Benz G63, but the interior and power are several grades better. With the accelerator down, the angry sound of the exhaust pipe and the super horsepower of the engine will make you instantly find your manly confidence. This car is the ultimate dream of many men. However, in Xiao Yang's eyes, this car is still not good enough. It is just a means of transportation, and it won't be of much use in the end times. In the villa district of Purple Mountain, in the tallest villa, Xiao Yang arrived at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The villa has 3 floors above ground and 2 underground, and all the furniture is in place. There is also a huge swimming pool in the garden. In particular, the huge French windows in the master bedroom on the third floor offer a panoramic view. You can see the entire villa area and even the university town at the foot of the mountain. The basement level has a private theater, with excellent visual and audio effects. Xiao Yang was satisfied, but there were still many things that needed to be improved. The first thing to be done was to install a separate heating system. Although it is summer, everyone is still wearing short sleeves. But Xiao Yang knows that in 10 days, a super cold wave will hit, dropping the temperature to -50 degrees overnight. Since it will come so suddenly, most people who don't get home in time will freeze to death outside. Those who are indoors will probably not be able to survive without thick quilts and clothes. The super cold wave will last for 10 days, and during this time, it will be impossible to go outside. Even if you don't die of cold, you might die of starvation. In his previous life, the night of the cold snap, he was driven out of this villa by the mother and son. He will never forget the bone-chilling cold. If he hadn't accidentally found a small tree hole that could fit one person, he would have frozen to death in the wilderness. Therefore, the heating system must be installed first. The most practical is a firewood boiler, which is stable and reliable. The insulation of the walls should also be thickened, and all the glass should be replaced with multi-layered insulation. Second, the independent power supply system needs to be modified. In the end, after the power was cut off, it never came back on. At night, the whole world would be plunged into darkness. Only a lucky few have generators, and they only use electricity when they have it. But generators need oil, and without oil they are just a pile of scrap metal. Therefore, an independent power generation system is very important. The swimming pool in the yard can also be used as a water storage tank, but it needs to be modified a bit, otherwise it won't be able to produce water when it freezes. The fence also needs to be reinforced and barbed wire added. The gate also needs to be replaced with a thicker, crash-proof one. It seems that the workload is quite a lot, and time is tight, so I need to find a construction and decoration company to get this done. Xiao Yang looked at the time and saw that it was still early, so he quickly found a large-scale decoration company online. When he called, they said they would send someone over right away. It was estimated that it would take a while for the other party to arrive, so Xiao Yang wanted to go and see the tree hole that had saved his life. In his previous life, he hid in the tree hole for 10 days. Although he didn't freeze to death, he almost starved to death. Fortunately, there was a large bird's nest inside, with a few small, rotten chicks. And then a rabbit came in and saved him from starving to death. Thinking about those dead birds, he realized that they had saved his life in his previous life. Since he was reborn, he might as well go take a look. Maybe the chicks are still alive. If they were still alive, Xiao Yang would not mind raising a few birds as a reward. It was about 2 kilometers away, and Xiao Yang could see the tree from afar. The tree must be at least a few hundred years old, and 7 or 8 adults could barely wrap their arms around it. And on the trunk, there were several pieces of red cloth. Xiao Yang remembered that in his previous life, he had torn off these red cloths and wrapped himself in them. Although it wasn't very thick, he remembered that in his previous life, he hid here and didn't feel very cold. As to why, he didn't know. At the base of the trunk, there was a crack that could fit a person. Inside the tree hole was a thick layer of wheat straw, on top of which was a large bird's nest. Xiao Yang climbed in and looked into the nest. There were 7 baby birds in total, most of which were motionless. Only one of them, after hearing the noise, could barely lift its head and desperately opened its mouth wide, calling weakly at Xiao Yang. Chapter 4: Building a Shelter for the End of the World. Xiao Yang carefully checked and confirmed that the other 6 were already cold. He sighed. Even if he had come a little earlier, it would have made no difference. It was probably the big bird that had an accident, otherwise it wouldn't have left such a nest of chicks. But fortunately, there was still one alive, so it wasn't a wasted trip. After burying the other 6 on the spot, Xiao Yang took the nest away. Back at the villa, Xiao Yang found a room and put the nest and the birds inside. He went to the grass again and caught a few bugs to feed the hungry chicks. After eating and drinking, the baby birds were satisfied and went to sleep peacefully. Xiao Yang really hoped that it would live, and he was very lonely, so it would be nice to have a bird. Everyone else is living alone with a dog in the post-apocalyptic world, so why not me with a bird? 2 hours later, the people from the construction and decoration company arrived. A man got out of a Land Rover. The man was in his 30s, tall and strong. Xiao Yang, who was 180 centimeters tall, was half a head shorter than him. "Hello, Mr. Xiao, I'm Mu Guang from Guang Yuan Company. Here's my business card." Xiao Yang took the card and looked at it. "Mu Guang, General Manager." Well, the boss came in person, so it seems that he takes this business very seriously. Xiao Yang didn't waste any time and took Mu Guang straight to the villa, where he told him about his ideas one by one. Throughout the whole process, Mu Guang was dumbfounded. For a moment, Mu Guang felt that either this villa was not Xiao Yang's, or Xiao Yang is sick in the head. Cough cough, "Mr. Xiao, are you sure you really want to remodel it as you said? Don't tease me." Mu Guang still wanted to confirm it. Xiao Yang gave him a look, as if he thought he was here to play with him. Seeing that Xiao Yang didn't respond to him, Mu Guang smiled sheepishly. "How do I feel? You're going to turn the villa into a doomsday shelter?" Xiao Yang nodded firmly. "Yes, it will be turned into a doomsday shelter." Seeing that Xiao Yang didn't seem to be joking, Mu Guang believed him. "Mr. Xiao, please wait a moment. I think my sister may be able to help you," Mu Guang said, ran back to his car, opened the back door, and had a few words. Then, a young girl wearing a long skirt got out of the back seat. When the girl came up to Xiao Yang was stunned. She was very beautiful and very aloof. He didn't know how to describe her. She was no worse than those top-tier actresses. Her figure and looks were impeccable. Perfect. Xiao Yang was curious. What did this Mu Guan want to bring his sister to see me for? Is she trying to seduce me to get this business? It's really hard to say no. Just as Xiao Yang was daydreaming, he heard Mu Guang say, "Mr. Xiao, this is my younger sister, Mu Wancheng. She is a top student in the design program at Haichang Art College. You can tell her your ideas." Mu Wancheng smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Xiao. My brother told me that you want to turn the villa into a doomsday shelter?" Mu Wanqing, who was originally very cold, smiled at this moment, but her smile was particularly sweet, with a youthful aura. This made Mr. Xiao Yang feel as if he had seen her before, as if he had seen her somewhere. But he couldn't remember where he had seen her. "Forget it, let's get started on the shelter first." Xiao Yang had to put his thoughts aside and said warmly, "Miss Mu, just call me Xiao Yang." "Yes, I want to build a doomsday shelter. Can you tell me more about your ideas?" Mu Wanqing was not stupid enough to call Xiao Yang by his name. "Okay. Follow me." After some communication, Xiao Yang was overjoyed. He felt that he had met a talent today. Mu Wanqing knew more than he did, and thought of the details very well. She was a design student after all. "Miss Mu, you seem very familiar with building shelters. Have you designed one before?" Xiao Yang asked curiously. Mu Wanqing smiled shyly and said, "No, actually I'm a doomsday enthusiast. I like to daydream and design doomsday castles when I'm not busy." Xiao Yang nodded, showing his understanding. "Brother Mu Guan, I think Miss Mu's ideas are very much to my liking. I wonder if you could give me a comprehensive construction design plan as soon as possible, and then give me a quote. If it's suitable, we'll start construction right away." Xiao Yang happily changed his name to Brother Mu Guang. "Okay, Mr. Xiao, I'll call a few more people to help measure the dimensions, and you and my sister can communicate more carefully. I'll have her give you a construction plan and design drawings overnight, and I'll give you a quote tomorrow." Of course, Xiao Yang was more than happy to do so. The team worked until after 9 p.m. and didn't have time to eat during that time. Xiao Yang was very considerate and ordered everyone a large takeout meal. Xiao Yang always emphasized to Mu Wanqing that the villa must be remodeled as if it were her own home, and that everything must be the best, so don't worry about the money. On the way back, Mu Guang asked his sister Mu Wanqing, "Wanqing, what do you think of this Mr. Xiao? Is he just playing with us?" Mu Wanqing thought for a moment and shook her head. She said, "My intuition tells me that he's not lying. But anyone who can think of making the doomsday shelter a reality must either be rich or overly indulgent in fantasy. So what kind of person do you think Mr. Xiao is?" Mu Guang asked. Mu Wanqing smiled. "I think he has money to burn." Xiao Yang had given her full responsibility for the entire renovation project. She could come up with any ideas she wanted, and she didn't have to hide them. Rather than saying that Xiao Yang was building the doomsday shelter, it was more like saying that Xiao Yang had spent the money to fulfill her dream of building the doomsday shelter herself. At this moment, Mu Wanqing felt that Xiao Yan was a very nice person. Xiao Yang was lying comfortably on the oversized bed in the master bedroom on the third floor. In the corner was a bird's nest, inside of which lay a small bird that had just been fed by her and was now fast asleep. The day passed by in a hurry. If everything goes well tomorrow, I'll leave it to Mu Guang and the others. The next step is to start stockpiling supplies. This is a major project, and there is a lot of material to be stored, and time is pressing. If it weren't for Mu Wanqing today, I don't know how much energy I would have had to expend. After everything is settled tomorrow, I'll rent a few cold storage rooms and warehouses to receive the goods. Forget it, I don't want to think about it. Xiao Yang just wants to rest now. This is the first day of his rebirth. He had not slept soundly for a long time. The dangers of the end times were numerous, and the constant fear had exhausted him both physically and mentally. Now, he just wants to sleep well. The next morning at 7 a.m. Xiao Yan was woken up by the sound of birds chirping. The baby bird was hungry again. Its cry was significantly louder than yesterday, and it seemed to be recovering well. After feeding it some worms, Mu Guang arrived with Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing handed the drawings in quotation to Xiao Yang with dark circles under her eyes. Mr. Xiao, according to our preliminary estimate, 30 million yuan should be enough to complete Wanqing's design plan. Mu Guang said. Chapter 5, Shopping Spree. Well, the price is acceptable. Xiao Yang looked at the drawings and was very satisfied. It seems that Mu Wanqing really put her heart into it. How long will it take to remodel? Well, it will take at least 15 days. Some materials and equipment need to be customized. Mu Guang said. What? 15 days? No, that's too long. Xiao Yang was stunned. There were less than 9 days left before the end of the world, and if things continued like this, they would be finished. I'll give you 8 days. Can you do it? Mu Guang heard this and said, how is that possible? I'm afraid we can't do it. I can pay more. How about 40 million? Mr. Xiao, this is not a matter of money. This is 50 million. Okay, I'll try my best. I want a must, not an effort. Okay, Mr. Xiao, it's a deal. I promise to deliver on time. Mu Guang was stunned. He had never seen such a tyrant who treated money like dirt. Xiao Yang transferred the money directly to Mu Guang, making Mu Guang even more afraid to be negligent. He quickly gathered his men and began construction. Mu Wanqing, who was standing nearby, was dumbfounded. This Xiao always spends money as if he were picking it up. Wanqing, you haven't slept all night. Why don't I take you home to rest first? Mu Guang looked at the exhausted Mu Wanqing and said with concern. Xiao Yang saw that Mu Wanqing looked a little too haggard. Although the other party was doing it to make money, he really put his heart into it. For this, we should thank her. Miss Mu, why don't I drive you home to rest, and let brother Mu Guang stay here to take care of things? I also have other questions to ask you. Mu Wanqing hesitated for a moment, but then thought that Xiao Yang might really have something to ask her, so she agreed. Then wait a moment, I'll get something and be right down. After a while, Xiao Yang came down with a bird's nest in his hands, to the surprise of Mu Wanqing and her brother. You're so big and you're still digging out bird nests? Mu Wanqing felt it was unbelievable. Oh, no, I saw a nest of birds on my way here. All the others were starving to death, but this one was left behind. Look, how cute! Xiao Yang explained as he handed it to Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing looked at it and immediately felt pity. She stroked it with her hand and said, it's really pitiful. What kind of bird is it? It's a young crow. I used to see them at the construction site. Mr. Xiao, it's inauspicious to keep this thing. Throw it away. Mu Guang looked over and advised. Mu Wanqing was furious when she heard her brother say that. She said, how can you be so heartless? It's still so small. If you throw it away, it will die. Xiao Yang smiled and said, it's okay. We'll release it into the wild when it's bigger. He doesn't care about good luck or bad luck. If there weren't this little thing, would the end of the world not come? You are still a caring person. Mu Wanqing praised. Let's go. Put it in the car. I'll take you home to rest first. Okay. Mu Wanqing asked Xiao Yang to take her to the school, the Haiqing Academy of Arts. It is in the university town at the foot of Purple Mountain. Xiao Yang realized that Mu Wanqing had not yet graduated, but was only interning at her brother's company. The Porsche G800 parked at the school entrance, attracting the attention of many students. Mr. Xiao, the list of doomsday supplies. I'll think about it and send it to you tonight. Mu Wanqing said. Okay, thank you. As soon as Mu Wanqing got out of the car, it caused a sensation. Isn't that Mu Wanqing, the school's most beautiful girl? How come she's being driven home by a man in the morning? Hey, what kind of car is that? Did BYD just release a new model? You ignorant bumpkin, that's a Porsche emblem. You could buy 100 BYDs with that. Really? It turns out that the school flower is out of our reach. Mu Wanqing couldn't sleep on her dormitory bed. This Xiao Zong, he actually asked her to help him think about what to prepare for the end of the world? He is really obsessed with it, making it seem like the world is really coming to an end. But it's kind of fun to think about it, so I might as well play along with him. Mu Wanqing was no longer sleepy, and she picked up a pen and paper and started writing. Xiao Yang drove straight to the largest storage base in Haiqing City. There are more than 100 warehouses and cold storage facilities here. He rented 5 warehouses and 5 cold storage rooms, which were used to store daily necessities and vegetables and meat. In fact, Xiao Yang did not rent the warehouses and cold storage to store the goods there, but only to hide them from prying eyes. He couldn't possibly store the goods in his space in plain sight. That would scare people to death. He then rushed to the largest vegetable wholesale market. He first bought a variety of vegetables. As soon as Xiao Yang arrived, the entire wholesale market was in an uproar. The whole market knew that a local tyrant had arrived. There were dozens of different kinds of vegetables, including onions, ginger, garlic, chili peppers, cucumbers, eggplants, tomatoes, radishes, potatoes, winter melons, pumpkins, and all kinds of greens. Anyway, Xiao Yang ordered everything he could see. There was no need for too much, just 100 tons of each. The final settlement came to 100 million. The deposit was paid in advance, and all the goods were sent to the cold storage in batches within 7 days, and the final settlement was made. There was no other way. The boss had to order the goods from all over the country. He went to the spice section again. Oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, barbecue sauce, hot pot sauce, oil, etc. There is no need for a large quantity of these items, but the final settlement will still be 50 million. Again, delivery in batches. Rice section. 10,000 tons of rice at wholesale prices, totaling 50 million. The boss promised that the goods would be delivered to Xiao Yang within 8 days at the most. He then went to the fruit wholesale market next door. He once again caused a sensation in the market. He ordered 100 tons of all kinds of melons and fruits. The final settlement was 100 million. Again, the goods were paid for in advance and the balance was settled later. After the fruit and vegetables were taken care of, the most important thing was to stock up on meat. Xiao Yang went directly to the headquarters of the city's largest cold meat chain store. You can trust the meat in places like this. Xiao Yang went straight to the point, asking how much pork, mutton, beef and chicken cost per ton. He was told the low price. Manager, how many tons do you need, sir? Xiao Yang, 10,000 tons of pork, 2,000 tons of mutton, beef and chicken each, and 2,000 tons of mutton and beef offal each. The manager was so scared that he dropped his account book. Is this a prank? The manager quickly called in the boss's son, Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou asked the manager to calculate the price first and see how the other party would react. Xiao Yang dared to play with him, and he would make Xiao Yang eat his words. In the end, after calculating, it came to a total of 700 million. Xiao Yang didn't even blink an eye, paid the deposit directly, left his address, and left in style under the stunned gaze of General Manager Xiao Zhou. The last stop, Xiao Yang came to the seafood wholesale market. As always, all kinds of seafood and aquatic products were sold. There were all kinds of sea fish, freshwater fish, Australian lobsters, king crabs, all kinds of shellfish, abalones, and sea cucumbers. Sea cucumbers are good, even the men's football team eats them, and they make the body twice as strong. In the end, the total came to 200 million. Xiao Yang specifically ordered that all the live ones be killed and frozen. There was no way to store live animals in his space. In the end, Xiao Yang calculated that he had placed an order of 1.2 billion yuan for the day alone. Plus the 50 million renovation and warehouse rental fees, he has already spent more than half of the money. But it's not enough. Where will all this material come from? But Xiao Yang was really tired of shopping, so he decided to order the rest online. Thanks to the powerful internet, you can buy anything you want as long as you have the money. Opening an online shopping mall, Xiao Yang began a happy time of buying and buying. Chapter 6: The Cape Hotel. Once you start shopping online, it's hard to stop. Men and women are the same. Xiao Yang felt that everything could be used. After 3 hours of hard work, Xiao Yang bought the following items: white wine, beer, red wine, spring water, and drinks. Spicy snacks, canned food, a self-heating pot, instant noodles, bread. Tent, sleeping bag, cooking utensils, lighter, flashlight, walkie-talkie, binoculars, water purification tablets. Portable solar panels, portable diesel and gasoline generators, outdoor power supplies, solar lights, outdoor backpacks, first aid kits, a projector with a million movies, etc. Especially for food and drink, Xiao Yang bought the most, the more the better. This time, Xiao Yang spent another 100 million. Of these, alcohol makes up the bulk. There's no way around it, this stuff is very popular in the end times. The spirit is too depressed, so it has to be released. There was also tobacco, but it couldn't be bought online, so he had to find another way. After buying all this, his brain was really tired. Xiao Yang felt for the first time that spending money was so tiring. At this time, Mu Wanqing also sent a message, which was her list of supplies. Xiao Yang was too tired to read it, and when he looked at the time, it was already time for dinner. After learning that Mu Wanqing had not eaten either, he drove her directly to dinner to show his gratitude. "Miss Mu, just tell me what you want to eat. Don't be polite." Xiao Yang looked at Mu Wanqing in the passenger seat with a smile. "Whatever you want." Mu Wanqing was a little embarrassed. Since the other person was paying, she should let them take the initiative. Xiao Yang pretended to be serious. "Hey, women can't say whatever, and men can't say no. Don't you know that?" Mu Wanqing smiled and said, "Okay, then let's go to the Cape Hotel. The food is super delicious and affordable. Is that okay, Mr. Xiao?" This last sentence obviously has other implications. "Sure. Show me the way. I'll go. Can we say no?" The Cape Hotel is not by the sea. It is located near the university town, not a very prosperous area. But it is very popular with many people. When Xiao Yang and the others arrived, it was just about lunchtime, and they had to wait in line for a table. So popular. Then it must be good. Xiao Yang thought that if so many people were willing to spend time waiting in line, then the meal must be worth the time wasted. Of course, this is the recognized gourmet destination in our university town. Mu Wanqing said proudly. After waiting for nearly an hour, Xiao Yang was so hungry that he was almost touching his chest to his back before they were served. "Come on, Miss Mu, you order the food. You know it better than I do." Xiao Yang didn't know what was good to eat for the first time, so he simply handed it over to Mu Wanqing, and he was just responsible for eating. Mu Wanqing also felt that it was a waste of time to let Xiao Yang order the food, so she didn't object and simply told the waiter the names of the dishes. 1 portion of braised prawns, 1 portion of mapo tofu, 1 portion of stir-fried pig's trotters with chile, and 1 portion of the restaurant's specialty, crab meat hot pot. Okay, 4 dishes is just right. After quickly naming the 4 dishes, the waiter took the order and said with a smile, "Miss, you're in luck. The last crab meat pot today has just been ordered by you. Enjoy your meal." After the waiter left, Xiao Yang asked in surprise, "Is there a limit to the number of dishes here?" Mu Wanqing looked at Xiao Yang, who looked like she had never seen the world, and said with a smile, "Of course, this crab meat pot is one of the few specialties that the boss makes himself. There are only 100 servings per day, and sometimes you can't even eat it if you don't make a reservation in advance. You're lucky today, you're in luck." Xiao Yang let out a sigh. "Oh, it's a marketing ploy to make you hungry." Soon, the other 3 dishes were served, and the crab meat pot was about to be served. Just as the waiter was carrying the crab pot to Xiao Yang's table, he was stopped by a girl in a short black skirt with heavy makeup. "Which table is this crab pot for?" the black-haired girl asked coldly. "Waiter, table 69. Can you give us this?" the black-haired girl asked. Waiter, we can't make that decision. You'll have to ask the guests at table 69. The black-haired girl then followed the waiter to Xiaoyang's table. When she saw Mu Wanqing, Black Silk said in surprise, "Oh, Mu Wanqing, how come it's you?" Mu Wanqing looked up and saw Wang Min, the queen bee of the dance department at their college. What a coincidence! Classmate Wang Min, you're here for dinner too? Yes. Wang Min casually replied, then locked her gaze on Xiaoyang. Seeing Xiaoyang, she thought he was really good-looking and felt a little jealous of Mu Wanqing. But when she saw that Xiaoyang was dressed in ordinary clothes, she immediately looked down on him and said in a strange tone, "It's rare that the big flower girl of our college is actually eating alone with a man. Is he your boyfriend?" Mu Wanqing glanced at Xiaoyang and quickly waved her hand, saying, "Oh, no, just a friend. It's like this, Mu Wanqing, I wanted to invite my boyfriend to try the crab meat hot pot today, but I ordered too late and you guys took the last one. As you know, my boyfriend is the son of the owner of the Haicheng cold meat chain store. He's tired of eating at star-rated hotels every day, so I brought him here to change the taste. Can you give me a face and let me have it? Today, I'll owe you a favor. In the future, if my boyfriend needs any renovation work, I'll introduce him to your brother." When this black-haired girl talked about her boyfriend, she looked at Xiaoyang with a meaningful glance, meaning that her boyfriend was too high for you to climb, so be sensible. Xiaoyang didn't say anything. He was waiting for Mu Wanqing to make a decision. Mu Wanqing thought about it and chose to refuse. "I'm sorry, Wang Min. My friend is here for the first time today, and I also want him to try this dish. You can ask my friend for his opinion. Mu Wanqing is not stupid. Xiaoyang is a big client of her brother, so she can't let him feel unhappy." Wang Min looked at Xiaoyang and her eyes were full of contempt. She could never ask for favors from such an ordinary person. "How about this? This dish costs more than 100 yuan, but I'll pay 5 times that amount. That's enough to pay for the meal for you and your friends, and you'll still have some left over. What a good deal." Xiaoyang was considering whether to give Mu Wanqing face and let her classmate have the dish, but he was starving and couldn't wait any longer. But when he heard this, his anger flared up. Who does she think she is? Waiter, bring the crab meat casserole to the table. Today, I'm going to eat this crab meat casserole. As soon as Xiaoyang said that, the waiter quickly put the crab meat casserole on the table. Waiter, we are ready to eat. Please get rid of the flies. The waiter was a little overwhelmed when he heard this. Brother, you're making it difficult for me. Wang Min was furious when he heard this. What did you say? You're so brazen. Today, I want to make you ordinary people remember what happens when you offend the upper class. Wang Min's loud voice immediately attracted the attention of the people dining in the hall. At this moment, a young man came running from behind Xiaoyang, asking with concern, "What's wrong, Xiaoman? Who made you angry?" Chapter 7, The Female Boss. Wang Min looked up and saw that his patron was coming, and he suddenly felt more confident. Pointing at Xiaoyang's nose, he scolded, "This poor guy, how dare he call me a fly? I don't care, if I don't beat his mouth to a pulp today, I'm not done with you. You've gone too far. Wang Min, you're not allowed to insult my friend." Mu Wanqing was really angry. Insulting her friend in front of her, isn't that slapping her in the face? Wang Min looked at Mu Wanqing with a malicious expression and said, "I'm too much? You bitch, you really think you're the school beauty queen? What's the use of being good-looking? You've just found a poor boyfriend. You're despicable." You, Mu Wanqing, were so angry that you couldn't speak. The young man who rushed over could not take his eyes off Mu Wanqing. Holy shit! He's so handsome. Although Wang Min is also quite good-looking, compared to others, she is like a pheasant compared to a phoenix, a world of difference. It's just right to show off my power today and let this beauty see my strength. Maybe this beauty will abandon the dark and join the light. You, come out and see if I'm not young today. The young man walked up to Xiaoyang and tried to pull her, but when he saw her face, he suddenly became speechless. Shit! Mr. Xiao! Xiaoyang looked at him and said, Haicheng is really small. Mr. Zhou, what a coincidence! The young man was the boss of the company that Xiaoyang had bought the cold meat from that day. The look on his face was as ugly as it could be. Mr. Xiao, why are you eating in a place like this? Xiaoyang glanced at Wang Min, who was stunned, and sneered, a poor man like me, with a lowly life, can only come here to eat. Upon hearing this, Mr. Xiao Zhou said apologetically, Mr. Xiao, is there some misunderstanding here? Misunderstanding? Wang Min insisted on buying our meat crab pot today, and when we refused, she insulted me and my friends. Do you think that's a misunderstanding? Before Xiao Yang could say anything, Mu Wanqing stood up and said angrily. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhou understood. This woman is really capable of finding trouble for herself. She turned around and slapped Wang Min in the face. You fucking bitch, you caused trouble for me even during a meal, and you offended my big client. You're a real jinx. Apologize to Mr. Xiao and this beautiful woman, and then get out of here. Wang Min was in tears, covering her face and looking at Xiao Zhou with disbelief. She said, You hit me? As soon as she saw her, Mr. Zhou was furious. Beat you? That's the least I should do. Do you really think you're a dish? Apologize quickly, or else, do you believe I'll have someone take you to the Haitian Shangyan to be a game tool for people? Wang Min was scared stiff at the thought of being a sex object at the Haisheng feast. Suddenly, she knelt down and said to Xiao Yang, I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. I was a snob and offended you. Please forgive me. Xiao Yang didn't even look at her and said coldly, I think you should apologize to my friend. Wang Min suddenly turned to Mu Wanqing on her knees and begged, Wanqing, I'm sorry. I'm a lowly person. Forgive me this time, please, on the basis that we are classmates. Mu Wanqing was after all a soft-hearted person, and since they were classmates, she couldn't pursue the matter any further since the other party had apologized. Seeing that Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing didn't say anything else, Xiao Zhou looked at Wang Min with disgust and said, Get out of here. Don't let me see you again. Wang Min, as if he had received a special pardon, immediately got up and left the restaurant in a flustered state. The melodramatic plot was over, and the guests in the hall looked back at it with satisfaction and continued to enjoy the food. Xiao Yang sat down and looked at the little boss who was standing there, wanting to say something but not daring to. Xiao Yang said, Little boss, why don't you sit down and eat with us? Mr. Xiao quickly waved his hand and said, No, I won't bother you. By the way, Mr. Xiao, you can call me Zhou Fei in the future. And, this meal is on me. I'll go settle the bill for you. Zhou Fei turned to leave, but was stopped by Xiao Yang. I'm treating my friends today, so please don't steal my thunder. Zhou Fei glanced at Mu Wanqing and immediately understood. He was about to leave when he heard Xiao Yang ask, Hey, by the way, what is this Heishenjian you mentioned? And what does the game robot mean? Zhou Fei looked at Xiao Yang in shock. Does Mr. Xiao even know about this? Xiao Yang shook his head. I've been abroad for the past few years, so. Zhou Fei heard this and said, No wonder. This Haitian feast is an event that has only been held in Haicheng for the past 2 years. It is a trade fair jointly organized by some luxury goods companies, and it is specially designed to invite people from the upper class to participate. This year's Haitian feast will be held in 7 days. As for the game tool, Zhou Fei looked at Mu Wanqing across the table, hesitated for a moment, and whispered in Xiao Yang's ear, It's not convenient to talk here. I'll add you to VX, and we can talk in private. Xiao Yang was stunned. Oh, there's something fishy going on here. I understand. After adding Xiao Yang's VX, Zhou Fei left. Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing were already so hungry that they could hardly stand it, and after this incident, they lost their appetite for conversation. They vented their anger on the food. However, Xiao Yang was amazed by the taste of the dishes. It is no exaggeration to say that these dishes are the best dishes Xiao Yang has ever eaten since childhood. If this table of dishes were to be set in the end times, it would probably spark a large-scale conflict. The pleasure from the tip of the tongue dispelled the unpleasantness of the previous episode. Even Mu Wanqing, seeing Xiao Yang devouring the food, smiled with a sense of accomplishment. The place I chose can't be bad. The two resolutely carried out the clean plate campaign, and they were just about to lick the plate clean. Xiao Yang wiped his mouth and gave Mu Wanqing a thumbs up with a satisfied smile. Miss Mu, thank you for bringing me here. Mu Wanqing said shyly, No, it's you who should thank Mr. Xiao for your kind invitation. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter, and all the unpleasantness from before disappeared. Mu Wanqing went to the bathroom. When Xiao Yang went to the cashier to pay the bill, he was attracted by the medals on the wall. Gold medal in the National Chef Competition. Special Chef for Foreign Hospitality in Haicheng. Winner of the International Master Chef Cup. Top 10 Outstanding Young Women in Haicheng. Young woman? The boss is a woman? Xiao Yang suddenly saw a picture in his mind. A fat woman with a big butt and round waist was shaking the spoon. Alas! Why do I always think about these things? As long as the food is delicious, who cares about her figure? However, the beautiful young woman sitting at the cash register made Xiao Yang want to take a bite. Hello, can I meet your boss? The beautiful young woman smiled, captivating the hearts of men. Handsome man, what do you want? I want to meet the great god who conquered my stomach. The beautiful young woman smiled flirtatiously and looked at Xiao Yang and said, I don't dare to call myself a great god, but thank you for recognizing me. Chapter 8, The Grand Feast of the Sea and Sky. Xiao Yang was quite surprised. This beautiful young woman is the chef? The owner of the restaurant? Shouldn't she be big-bellied and wide-hipped? Is the culinary industry so inwardly curled up these days? Originally, I was very curious about what kind of chef could make such delicious food. If it was you, sister, that would make sense. Xiao Yang's relieved look immediately piqued the boss's interest. Oh? Handsome man, why do you say that? Xiao Yang laughed, because I think that all the beautiful things in the world must be created by beautiful people. There must be a balance between external and internal beauty. But you, at least, have the former. Beautiful young woman, the boss laughed out loud when she heard this. This young man is not only handsome, but also sweet-talking. Handsome guy, you talk so well, I have to give you a discount. She then gave Xiao Yang a business card, saying, Here is my business card. In the future, if you mention my name, you will get a 20% discount. Xiao Yang took the business card and read the name, Lu Yu. Thank you, Sister Yu. Xiao Yang's original intention of meeting the boss was to get to know him. In case he meets her in the future, he can recruit her to be his chef. But this Lu Yu is not only a good cook, she also looks like a fox spirit. If I keep her around, who will have the heart to think about eating? After sending Mu Wanqing back to school, Xiao Yang went to the villa again. He found Mu Guan leading the workers to work overtime. In order to catch up with the work, Mu Guan used twice as many people and divided them into 2 shifts. Xiao Yang was relieved. After catching some insects to feed the hungry little crows, Xiao Yang decided to find a hotel near the warehouse to stay in, as he had to receive the goods early the next morning. Halfway there, he stopped at a large gas station to refuel. He suddenly realized that he had not prepared any diesel or gasoline. Without fuel, how can the generator generate electricity? Minus 35 tons of diesel and 1,000 tons of gasoline. He asked his boss to contact his friend who sold charcoal and asked for 1,000 tons of smokeless charcoal. The total cost was 20 million. After leaving the address and confirming the delivery time, Xiao Yang hurried back to the hotel he had booked. In the hotel room, Xiao Yang took out his cell phone and looked at the list of supplies that Mu Wanqing had sent him. He had bought everything online that he hadn't thought of. Sanitary napkins, various toiletries, for season's clothing, shoes and socks, underwear, sports bras, yoga clothes, black stockings, and flesh-colored stockings. Xiao Yan looked at the photos of the seller's show and was so absorbed that he couldn't extricate himself. After buying all this, Xiao Yang started buying defensive equipment. He bought stab-proof clothing, riot shields, riot batons, military swords, tang swords, etc. To be honest, these things can only be used in the early stages. When the survivor's superpowers really kick in, these protective gear and weapons are useless. Guns are better, but they are not available now. By the time all the items were bought, it was already midnight. At this time, Xiao Yang received a message from Zhou Fei. It was about the introduction to the event of the Heishenjian. After learning more about it, Xiao Yang became more and more excited. This year's event will last for 1 day, and will be themed around the end of the world, with many high-end outdoor camping products. There were everything from off-road caravans to luxury yachts, from wanderers to even small airplanes. However, the highlight of the event was the evening carnival. Zhou Fei also gave Xiao Yang a detailed introduction to what a game tool is, and after listening to him, he had to exclaim, "It's really perverted." Zhou Fei happened to have one more electronic ticket left, which he also gave to Xiao Yang, and they made an appointment to go together. Xiao Yang readily agreed. He had always wanted to get himself a suitable end-of-the-era walking tool, and an off-road RV was certainly the most suitable. And a yacht, too. The Great Flood in the middle of the end times almost submerged all land. The survivors had to build rafts to build floating platforms, and the conditions were extremely primitive. If I could get a luxury yacht, wouldn't that be living like a king? He was so excited that he decided to attend the event. As for that kind of perverted game, he wasn't interested. A bunch of people taking turns scrubbing pots is really disgusting. Here, some of the necessary supplies have been purchased, and the next few days will be busy receiving goods. In addition, Xiaoyang ordered a large amount of food and snacks from the takeout app. Fried chicken, roast duck, cold noodles, jelly noodles, meat buns, rice noodles, stinky tofu, snail noodles, etc. He also bought several carts of ice cream. As long as it can be delivered, Xiaoyang orders it almost every day. This cost him a lot of money. Time passed quickly, and in the following days, Xiaoyang worked from morning to night, and it wasn't until the early morning of the 9th day that he finally received all the goods. He worked all night again, putting all the goods into the space. Since time has no meaning in the space, all the goods can be stored there without fear of spoiling or rotting. A cup of boiling water put inside will be hot no matter when you take it out. This is what Xiaoyang is most satisfied with. After all the supplies were cleared, Xiaoyang finally felt more at ease. It was time to go to the Haitian luxury yacht show. After checking the balance of his bank card, he found that he still had more than 1 billion yuan. This should be enough for him to live a life of luxury. At 8 a.m., Xiaoyang fed the little crow. After a few days, the little crow had grown a full body of black feathers, looking shiny and oily. Because it looked like a lump of coal, Xiaoyang named it Coal Ball. He even bought a large wooden cage for it, creating a cozy little nest. Worried that the event would take up the whole day, Xiaoyang left the bird in Muwanqing's care and promised to come back for it when he was done. After settling Coal Ball, Xiaoyang went directly to the venue of the event with Zhou Fei. The venue for the event was a yacht harbor by the sea. The venue was luxuriously decorated and there were many beautiful women there. Because it was so hot, these beauties followed the principle of less is more, long is not as good as short, and what should be shown should not be covered, making the venue a beautiful flowing landscape. Black silk and bikinis competed for beauty, with backs and thighs competing with each other, and chests and buttocks each having their own merits. The exhibition booths were full of small planes, sports cars, RVs, and outdoor equipment. The harbor was full of rows of brand new yachts of all sizes. Except for some outdoor products and luxury goods, every model of the other products, such as airplanes, yachts, and RVs, is different. It can be said that they are all unique special models in the world. In order to show their prestige and strength, these special models are not marked with a price and are sold through a bidding system. It is similar to an auction house. This trick works very well. Some wealthy people will spend several times more than the value of the product to buy the product they like in order to show off their status. Therefore, the organizers can make a lot of money every time. At 10 a.m., the event officially began. All the special products were auctioned off in order, and the highest bidder won. Until noon, a post-apocalyptic version of a heavy truck off-road RV that was about to be auctioned off aroused Xiaoyang's great interest. Chapter 9, The Post-Apocalyptic RV and Yacht. This off-road RV is made from a Mercedes-Benz heavy truck, with 8 wheels and 8 drives. The 8 tires are all specially made to be explosion-proof and wear-resistant. It is 12 meters long, 2.6 meters wide and 3.8 meters high, making it a real monster. The body is made of special steel, which not only keeps the interior warm, but also prevents bullets from penetrating. Even the windows are bulletproof. The roof can be raised and lowered, and when raised, it can form a sunroom. There are 2 extension mechanisms on the sides and the back of the vehicle, which can be extended to make the interior space of the RV more spacious. The top of the vehicle is equipped with a 5000 W solar panel, an 8000 W diesel silent generator, and a lithium iron phosphate battery with a capacity of 100 degrees. The whole vehicle is equipped with a 1000 L insulated water tank, which is enough for several days of use when filled up. The 500 L gray water tank and 200 L black water tank are also enough for several days of discharge. Inside the RV, the rear extension is a super double bed, and the 2 sides of the extension form a large living room. There is also a retractable hammock on the roof. The bathroom, shower room and kitchen are all complete and are equipped with a refrigerator, washing machine, air purifier, water heater, micro-oven, and TV audio-visual system. In winter, there is a diesel-powered heater and water heater, and in summer, there is a car-mounted household air conditioner. Xiao Yang was really satisfied with this configuration. Especially the 8-wheel drive and 7 differential locks, which are really important in the post-apocalyptic environment. This car is perfect, but it weighs 25 tons and is especially fuel-hungry. However, for Xiao Yang, this is nothing. This doomsday version of the heavy truck off-road RV, codenamed Conqueror, has a starting price of 3,000 W. Xiao Yang decided that he must win this car. I'm bidding 3,000 W, so don't try to outbid me, friends. Xiao Yang hadn't even opened his mouth when he heard a familiar voice coming from afar. It was his half-brother, Xiaoran, who spoke. Xiaoran was surrounded by a group of men and women, which was very eye-catching. When everyone heard that it was the second son of the Xiao family, they all sensibly refrained from bidding against him. Besides, the configuration of this off-road RV was a bit too high-end. Who would really drive it out into the wild every day? Seeing that no one was competing with him, Xiaoran nodded with satisfaction and said, "Thank you all for your help." Just as he was happily going to pay, Xiao Yang spoke up, "I'll pay 40 million. The whole audience fell silent. Someone looked around to find the source of the sound, to see who was so disrespectful to the second son of the Xiao family. When Xiao Yang stepped forward, someone recognized him. "Ha! Isn't this the eldest son of the Xiao family? How come these two brothers are fighting with each other?" Yes, it is said that the two brothers are not on good terms, and it seems to be true. Ha, that's going to be a good show. Guess who's going to win the RV? The second son of the Xiao family. I heard that he just inherited the group's shares, so he's not short of money. Xiaoran was also taken aback when he saw Xiao Yang. How did this loser come to such a high-end occasion? He's even trying to steal from me. I haven't had a chance to get back at you for the villa yet, and now you're causing trouble again. Xiaoran is determined to win today. Although Xiao Yang inherited all the savings, he borrowed 700 million from Uncle Wang Jian to participate in today's event. You dare to spend as extravagantly as I do? Moreover, he had already sent someone to secretly follow Xiao Yang and knew that he had spent a lot of money to stockpile a lot of supplies. This idiot won't spend the money he's given. You have a few billion left, can you afford to play? Xiaoran sneered and immediately raised the price without hesitation, to 50 million. After the call, he didn't forget to look at Xiao Yang provocatively. Xiao Yang didn't bother to pay attention to him. He only had eyes for the off-road RV, and he had to get it, so he didn't want to waste time and just made an offer. 10 million. 10 million is too much trouble. I'll just give you 100 million. As soon as Xiao Yang spoke, the whole audience was in an uproar. This young master of the Xiao family is quite arrogant, but he is a bit silly. It is not worth spending 100 million to buy such a big toy. Xiaoran was so angry that he was about to burst into flames. This big brother must be crazy. This car is not worth that much. Sure enough, nouveau riche mentality, stupid people with lots of money. But Xiaoran could not bear this, and wanted to increase the price. He was persuaded by his friends. Brother Rin, there's no need to argue with him. If you really like this thing, you can go to the manufacturer and have it custom made. It will be ready in 2 months. Why bother arguing with him? Right, Brother Yen, we don't want to go to the wild. We want to go to the deep sea. Let's go see the yacht. The girls around him, all heavily made up and wearing a few pieces of cloth, persuaded him. Xiaoran heard this and simply found a way to back down. Okay, I'll listen to you. Since you like the sea, I'll definitely get you the Doomsday version yacht. After giving Xiao Yang a fierce look, Xiaoran left with his group. Xiao Yang got the off-road RV he wanted, so he quickly paid for it and arranged for the staff to deliver it to the courtyard of his Zijin mountain villa after the event. Then there was another auction for some luxury cars and planes that Xiao Yang didn't care about. In the afternoon, a luxury yacht from the Doomsday Edition caught Xiao Yang's attention again. This yacht is not only luxurious, but also has a very impressive configuration. The yacht is 80 meters long and has 4 floors. Needless to say, the interior is luxurious, with all kinds of entertainment and living facilities, and it is also equipped with a seawater purification system. The most powerful part of the yacht is its hull, which is made of high-strength special steel and has a semi-submersible structure. Coupled with a powerful independent intelligent control system, this yacht can withstand 10-meter waves and 10-meter winds, making it extremely safe and unique in the world. The entire ship is equipped with wind power, solar power, diesel power, and hydroelectric power to ensure worry-free electricity. Xiao Yang was very satisfied, but he was worried that he didn't have enough money. This kind of big guy must cost a lot of money. Sure enough, the starting price for this luxury yacht was 400 million. But Xiao Yang didn't want to give up. He had to get this yacht. In the end times, during the Great Flood, humans lived such hard lives. If they were to be reborn once again, they must never suffer that kind of suffering again, otherwise, they would be sorry for being reborn once again. As for the case that the money is not enough, well, then I can only use other methods, hee hee. 450 million, I, Xiao Ren, will take it. As long as no one else tries to take it from me, I will take everyone to the deep sea for a spin one day. All expenses will be paid by me, Xiao Ren. As soon as Xiao Ren spoke, the several young masters who were eager to try it out no longer planned to fight over it. Wouldn't it be great to be able to go for a free ride? They can save up to buy a smaller boat. Seeing that everyone was giving him face, Xiao Ren was very pleased and was about to pay. Wait, I'll pay 500 million. As soon as Xiao Yang spoke, the crowd exploded again. This young master of the Xiao family is deliberately going against the second young master. Everyone knows that, but he really is rich, as if he just got it from the wind. But even if he is rich, he is not as rich as the second son. He has 20 billion shares in the group, so he doesn't care about this little money. Who knows? Let's see what happens next. Chapter 10, The Shelter is completed. Xiao Ren was embarrassed to hear the people around him talking about him. Xiao Yang, you want to rob me? I'll see what you can do to rob me. Xiao Ren said in a low voice, then shouted at the top of his voice, I'll pay 700 million, and I'll take this yacht. Now, money is no longer important to him, only face. 700 million was his limit, but he guessed that Xiao Yang didn't have much money either, and he was 100% sure that he would win. Sure enough, after Xiao Ren made his bid, Xiao Yang did not immediately follow suit. The people around him had even started congratulating Xiao Ren. At the last moment before the host made the final decision, Xiao Yang suddenly spoke up. I'll bid 1 billion, and I'll take this yacht today. Wow! 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 Everyone looked at Xiao Yang in surprise. Is this guy crazy? Does he have money to burn? Xiao Ren was even more furious and laughed. Ha ha, Xiao Yang, you're just bidding, do you have that much money? Don't fuck around here. Xiao Yang smiled. I don't have that much money, but I can pay an 800 million deposit now, and the remaining 200 million the day after tomorrow. The organizer didn't say that it wasn't allowed, did they? The organizer, not impossible. The organizers are not stupid. The price has already reached 1 billion, so they don't care if it's paid in full today or the day after tomorrow. Xiao Ren's side raised a question, if you change your mind, won't that delay our brother Ren's desire to purchase and his plan to go to sea? The organizer thought about it and said, we have to sign a contract. As for the terms, it doesn't matter. We can sign a contract. If I can't pay the remaining 200 million the day after tomorrow, as a punishment, the 800 million deposit I paid will go to the organizer. How about that? Everyone gasped in surprise. How arrogant! He just said no to 800 million. It seems that Xiao Dajuan still has the confidence. Xiao Ren suddenly frowned. Could Xiao Yang have a backup plan? Could he be selling the goods he had stockpiled in the warehouse? Just to buy a yacht? But no matter what, he can't raise the price any higher. 700 million is already his upper limit. The organizer of the auction was of course happy to agree to the terms proposed by Xiao Yang. In the end, Xiao Yang got what he wanted, and the yacht was nominally his. Seeing Xiao Yang's generosity, many beautiful women gathered around him, rubbing their bodies against him with all the parts they could use to show their closeness to him. Xiao Ren was furious. He had been humiliated today, and he could not stand it any longer. Since you want to take everything from me, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll make you die a miserable death. Xiao Ren gave Xiao Yang a vicious look and left in anger. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, was overjoyed to have gotten what he wanted today. Later, during the browsing process, he ordered 100 amphibious vagrant cabins. The cabin is 10 meters long, round and shaped like a capsule. It is equipped with all kinds of living facilities, similar to the interior of a recreational vehicle. However, each cabin has 4 bunk beds, just like a university dormitory. The key is that it can withstand tsunamis, and each pod can be connected to other pods in any direction. Xiao Yang was attracted by this point. If all of them are connected and placed on the water, it will be a perfect floating base. And it can also be used as a house on land, which is perfect. Since the Wanderer is produced in batches, it will not be auctioned. Xiao Yang paid the deposit and arranged to have 100 of the pods delivered to the warehouse the next day, and the balance would be paid the day after that along with the yacht. After all this, Xiao Yang felt that today was almost over, and it was time to go back, because he was running out of money. Zhou Fei came over during the week and introduced him to a few rich kids, including the son of the head of a tobacco company and the son of the head of a large pharmaceutical company. Xiao Yang was worried about how to hoard these goods, so he took advantage of this relationship and simply bought all the remaining tens of millions of cigarettes and medicines. The two young masters were of course very happy. Zhou Fei and the others invited Xiao Yang to join them in an exciting game that night, but he refused. As the saying goes, it's okay to clean the pot, but he doesn't have the bad taste to refuse to clean the pot collectively. When Xiao Yang drove to Mu Wanqing's school to pick up the briquettes, he also received a call from Mu Guang, saying that the villa had been remodeled as requested and that Xiao Yang should go to inspect it. Xiao Yang hurriedly took Mu Wanqing to see his masterpiece. Well, of course, a large part of this is Mu Wanqing's credit. When they arrived at the villa in Purple Mountain, Xiao Yang was shocked by the changes. The swimming pool had been sealed off and converted into a water storage tank, which was already full of clean water. An insulated room was built on top, and the large diesel generator set was installed here because of the noise from the generator. Heating was also installed to ensure normal operation in cold weather. The exterior walls of the villa were insulated again, and Mu Guang said that it was not afraid of -100 degrees. The roof of the villa is covered with solar panels as a second option for power generation. All the doors and windows of the villa have been replaced with heat insulating and sound insulating ones, and they are extremely strong. As long as they are not shelled, no one can force their way into the villa. A large coal boiler was installed in the basement, and radiators were installed in every room and corner. Although it is not very beautiful, it is very practical. The walls of the villa have also been raised to 4 meters, and barbed wire has been installed. The main door has also been replaced with a heavy steel door. Magulang said that unless a tank comes, don't even think about knocking it down. Xiao Yang was very satisfied. In this way, when the end of the world comes, he will no longer be afraid. Not only was he not afraid, he could also lie comfortably in the warm villa and enjoy a happy time. Great! Mu Guang also thoughtfully hired a cleaning lady to clean the villa inside and out, so Xiao Yang could move in right away. Xiao Yang was very satisfied and decided to take the siblings out for a nice meal. The location was the Cape Hotel. This time, Xiao Yang learned his lesson and called the boss Liu Yu in advance to reserve a private room. Sure enough, there was no need to wait in line. Mu Wan still ordered the dishes. Halfway through the meal, Mu Guang suddenly returned 10 million to Xiao Yang. Mr. Xiao, the extra 20 million you added only cost 10 million, which was used to pay the extra workers and expedite the materials. I'll give you the remaining 10 million. I, Mu Guang, have a principle in doing business, and that is to only take what is rightfully mine. I don't want a penny more than I should. Xiao Yang was really surprised and forgot to swallow the food in his mouth. Mu Guang is too honest, but no matter how Xiao Yang persuaded him, he was determined not to take it. Xiao Yang sighed, there aren't many people like this these days. After the meal, Xiao Yang was moved by compassion and secretly took out 2 sets of down jackets, sleeping bags, stab-proof clothing, military knives, and flashlights from the space and put them in 2 bags, giving one to each of Mu Guang and Mu Wanqing. The brother and sister were both confused. In the middle of summer, you're giving down jackets. Do you think we're not hot enough? Chapter 11, The End of the World is Approaching, and All Grudges Are Settled, Part 1. Mu Wanqing and her brother both felt that Xiao Yan was a bit obsessed, but they couldn't say it out loud. They could only accept it with a forced smile. Xiao Yang knew that they must think he was crazy, but he still said, you must keep these things with you. After tomorrow, after 12 o'clock at night, you can do whatever you want with them. Xiao Yang could only do so much, and the rest would have to be left to fate. As he watched the brother and sister leave, Xiao Yang muttered, I hope we can become friends if we meet again. After seeing the brother and sister leave, Xiao Yang thought for a moment and then returned to the Cape Hotel. Sister Yu, how many private rooms are there upstairs? 10, what's up? Tomorrow I'll be booking the whole second floor, so you'll have to prepare 10 tables of food, your best dishes. The banquet starts at 9 p.m. So late? Yes. Friends are busy. After paying in advance, Xiao Yang left with peace of mind. That night, Xiao Yang sent a VX to Su Xiao, who hadn't been in touch for a long time, asking her to take the day off and not fly the next day. However, Su Xiao did not respond. Xiao Yang tried to call her, but the phone was turned off. Forget it, I've already informed her, everything depends on her own fate. He can't be considered heartless for doing this. The next morning, a staff member delivered the Conqueror heavy-duty off-road RV to the villa. After Xiao Yang and the others left, he directly stored the car in the space. Then he went to the warehouse to receive the cigarettes, medicine, and stray storage. However, he found that the doors of the 10 warehouses in cold storage had been tampered with. Someone is after me? Fortunately, he was careful and stored the supplies in the space early on, otherwise something would have happened. Humph. Trying to trick me. Your time is up today. After putting the cigarettes, medicine, and stray animals into the space, Xiao Yang returned to the villa. In the evening, Xiao Yang lit the boiler, afraid that it would be too late at night. The diesel generator was also filled with enough fuel to last for 10 or 15 days. After taking care of these things, he fed the little coal balls and then set out. There was still a lot to do tonight. The lights of Haichang were bright and the city was bustling with activity. The ladies in the square are dancing the square dance with passion. If everything goes on as usual, they will be queuing up with the young people for the bus to the supermarket to buy the special eggs early tomorrow morning. In the woods of the park, college student couples are whispering sweet nothings to each other. They may still be discussing the future and how to build their own little home. But after tonight, many people will die, and everything that has happened will cease to exist. In Xiao Ren's villa. Young master, I sent someone to the warehouse last night and found it completely empty. I think Xiao Yang has disposed of all the goods. Xiao Ren heard this and was furious. However, we found out that he has been hanging out with a female college student named Mu Wanqing from Haicheng Art College. Xiao Ren's eyes lit up at the mention of this. Can he trick this female college student? Coincidentally, a student I used to play with is also from her school. She said she could get her to come out. Xiao Ren's face contorted, and his eyes glared viciously. Xiao Yang, you wait, tonight I'll let you taste the feeling of having your beloved thing taken away. At 9 p.m., Xiao Yang arrived at the Cape Hotel on time. Lu Yu was surprised to see that only Xiao Yang was there and asked, "Are you alone? Where are your friends?" Xiao Yang touched his nose and said guiltily, "Never mind that, let's start the meal." After all the dishes in the 10 private rooms were served, Xiao Yang said to Lu Yu, "Sister Yu, tell everyone to go downstairs. No one is to come up without my permission." Lu Yu looked at Xiao Yang with pity. She understood. All the friends she invited had stood her up, and she couldn't face anyone. But, your character is too bad. After everyone had left, Xiao Yang crept into each room and prepared to put the food into the space. She thought it was too much trouble to collect each dish individually, so she simply collected the entire table into the space. However, Xiao Yang only collected 9 tables, leaving 1 table behind. After doing all this, Xiao Yang went downstairs and gave Lu Yu another 10,000 yuan. "Sister Yu, don't clear the tables. Don't let anyone go up. My friends will be here later. This money is for your overtime pay." After saying that, Xiao Yang left without waiting for Lu Yu to agree or disagree. "Lu Yu, brother, why are you being so stubborn?" Xiao Yang rushed to the harbor where the yacht was moored. The staff on duty of course recognized him. "Mr. Xiao, why are you here at this hour?" "Xiao Yang, the balance is due tomorrow, so I came to check it out tonight." The staff, of course, did not suspect anything and quickly took Xiao Yang to the yacht. The yacht had been cleaned up and was in perfect condition. "I want to be alone for a while. You guys go about your business. I'll leave alone in a bit." The staff left with peace of mind. A yacht this big can't be stolen. After the staff left, Xiao Yang reached out and put the yacht into the space. Because the yacht was so big, it took a lot of effort, and Xiao Yang felt a bit faint. When Xiao Yang left, the staff said hello to him. "Mr. Xiao, see you tomorrow." "Xiao Yang, goodbye. Never again." Now that everything is settled, all that remains is to settle the final score. It is now 11 o'clock, 1 hour, enough. Just as Xiao Yang was about to drive to Xiao Ren's villa with his mother, the phone rang. Xiao Yang looked at the phone and saw that it was Xiaoran calling. After the call was connected, Xiao Yan's sinister laughter came through. Xiao Yang, if you don't want your girlfriend Mu Wanqing to be raped, hurry up and come to the Purple Mountain Villa. Xiao Yang was stunned. How did Mu Wanqing get involved? But since you've come to me, I don't have to look for you anymore. Xiao Yang hurriedly drove back, and on the way, he didn't forget to call Zhongli and ask her to come to the Purple Mountain Villa to talk. Neither of them can be left behind. When he arrived at the villa, he found a business van and a Lamborghini parked at the entrance. Seeing Xiao Yang return, Xiaoran got out of the Lamborghini, and 8 or 9 people got out of the van behind him. Mu Wanqing was pulled out of the car with tape on her mouth and her hands tied behind her back. She was followed by Wang Min, the classmate she met at the Cape Hotel the other day. As soon as Xiao Yang saw Wang Min, he guessed what was going on. Talk inside? Xiao Yang pointed to the villa. Of course we're going to talk inside. Look at the mess you've made outside, it looks like a prison. I have to see what a mess you've made inside. Xiao Ren said angrily. As soon as he entered the villa, Xiao Yang was restrained from behind. He was searched from head to toe to make sure he wasn't hiding any weapons before he was released. Xiao Yang, look at what you've done. What have you done to my villa? It's like a refuge. Are you trying to survive the end of the world? Xiao Ren saw the villa had been transformed beyond recognition and said angrily. Xiao Yang didn't pay any attention to him, but pointed at Mu Wanqing and said lightly, let her go. I have nothing to do with her. Using her to blackmail me is useless. How is it not related? I think you two are in a relationship, you always give and take, and you even eat together. The one speaking was Wang Min. She would not let this opportunity pass by to get revenge for the insult she received last time. Chapter 12, The End of the World, Settling of Grudges, Part 2. Shut up. Men talk, women don't interrupt. Get out of here. Xiaoran shouted angrily at Wang Min, who immediately retreated and dared not say a word. Xiao Yang, since you have nothing to do with her, it's even better. I'm also attracted to such a pure and beautiful girl. It's just that I'm enjoying myself tonight. You won't mind, will you? Xiaoran unbuttoned his collar as he spoke. It's so hot in this room, why don't I take it off now and give you a live performance, Xiao Yang? Hearing Xiaoran's words, Mu Wanqing nodded twice in protest. However, she was still calm, only staring at Xiaoran viciously, as if she wanted to eat him. Xiao Yang had to sigh. This girl usually looks quiet and gentle, but when she is in danger, she can be fierce enough to dare to use her eyes to challenge others. Xiao Yang didn't seem very nervous either, just calmly saying, Xiaoran, you let her go, and tie me up instead. Let's settle our score between ourselves. Xiaoran laughed, that's good, then kneel down and beg me. Xiao Yang said helplessly, you say you bully a woman, are you still a man? Xiaoran suddenly looked at Mu Wanqing with a lecherous expression and said, am I a man? Just watch my performance. He said, and reached out to grab Mu Wanqing's clothes. How dare you? I really gave you face. As soon as Xiao Yang's words came out, he suddenly attacked, cutting directly at the throats of the 2 men behind him with his palm. The 2 people were in pain and instinctively protected their throats. Xiao Yang directly took the opportunity to give them a punch in the chest. The 2 of them immediately curled up on the ground like shrimp, losing their ability to resist. Xiao Yang sneered, really thinking that he had wasted the last 10 years of his life? Although he is a coward, when he encounters someone who threatens his life, he is absolutely ruthless. Even if all the people in this room were combined, they might not be his match. He was confident that he could rescue Mu Wanqing from Xiaoran. Xiao Yang took advantage of the fact that they had not yet reacted and ran directly towards Xiaoran, intending to take him down first. However, before Xiao Yang could reach him, Xiaoran had already reacted. He suddenly pulled out a black revolver from his waist and pointed it at Mu Wanqing. Don't move, or I'll shoot her. Xiaoran roared at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang suddenly stopped moving. This kid actually has a gun, which is a bit unexpected. Although he didn't know if it was real or not, Xiao Yang didn't want to gamble with Mu Wanqing's life. Someone has brought her to me, so I might as well save her and spice up my life of doom. Okay, I won't move. Don't get excited. Xiao Yang said as he took a step back. Just as the standoff was about to continue, 2 people suddenly entered the villa, Zhongli and Wang Jian. Seeing the scene in the house, the two of them were suddenly stunned. Didn't you come to talk? Why are you fighting? And her son, with a gun in his hand, is a fool who doesn't know his place. It's illegal to carry a gun. Xiaoran, put the gun down. Do you really need to take such a big risk to deal with a loser like Xiaoyang? Zhongli said to her son. To be honest, Zhongli only loves money. She doesn't want her plan to be ruined because of her son's impulsiveness. Xiaoran looked at his mother and said, Mom, don't get involved in this. Then he looked at Xiaoyang and said, Xiaoyang, if you want to end this today, it's very simple. Give me back everything you have, including the villa, and apologize to me. As for this woman, I'll give her back to you after I play with her for a night. I want to let you taste the feeling of being deprived of love. Zhongli saw that her son was not joking, and she didn't know how to comfort him. At this point, Wang Jin spoke up, Xiaoyang, you better hurry up and say yes. Do you have to wait until someone is killed before you're happy? Hurry up and say yes to Xiaoran. If he goes crazy, he'll give you 2 more kicks in the leg, and you'll have to crawl for the rest of your life. Seeing Wang Jian say this, Zhongli also said, yes, and this girl, playing once is bound to have meat. I promise you, I will give you 1 million tomorrow, and you can take this girl far away. This is also the last favor I can do as a stepmother. Yes, Mu Wanqing, you slut, if Xiaoran can sleep with you once, I advise you to agree honestly, lest you lose your life. Wang Nin also took the opportunity to flatter him. Xiaoyang looked at them, one after the other, and laughed angrily. A small mistake on my part has given you so much screen time. He looked at the time, 11:59 p.m. Ha, the opportunity has come, everything should be over. At 12 midnight, everyone in the room felt a sharp pain in their heads, accompanied by ringing in the ears. Xiaoyang was no exception. But Xiaoyang had experienced it before and was mentally prepared. The others couldn't handle it. The sudden pain made everyone instinctively cover their heads and squat down in pain. This is the opportunity Xiaoyang has been waiting for. Suddenly, he had a riot baton in his hand. He took advantage of the fact that everyone was distracted and knocked the gun out of Xiaoran's hand. He then immediately took the gun into his own hands and, to test the gun for authenticity, fired a shot directly at Xiaoran's leg. Bang! The sound of the gunshot, accompanied by Xiaoran's screams, scared everyone in the room. Ah, my leg! Ah, ah, ah! Xiaoran covered his leg and screamed in pain. Xiaoyang, how dare you? You actually dared to shoot, you're dead. Zhongli endured the pain in her head and screamed. This is a real gun, and Xiaoyang is very satisfied. Then the rest will be easy. He looked at his left arm, which showed 00:364:23:59:50. He had just completed the sequence of actions in 10 seconds. Xiaoyang pulled Mu Wanqing behind him, untied her ropes, and then held a gun to Xiaoran's head and said to the others in the room, have you seen the time on your left arm? Everyone subconsciously looked at their left arm and froze. If you don't want me to shoot, just do as I say. Xiaoyang directly grabbed Xiaoran's left hand with his left hand and said coldly, use your mind to transmit the time to me, and you only need to keep 10 minutes for yourself. Xiaoran had already been scared by the gunshot to his leg. Although he felt that this would not do him any good, he was really afraid of death. He quickly did as he was told, and Xiaoran's time display showed only 10 minutes left. Xiaoyang looked at the increased time and was very satisfied. He used the gun to press hard against Xiaoran's head and said to the others, you too, if you don't want Xiaoran to die, do what I just said, quickly. Okay. Don't be impulsive, Yang. Don't hurt Ren. We'll do as you say. Wang Jian hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him. Xiaoyang saw Wang Jian's nervous look, and he cared more about Xiaoran than Zhang Li. He asked suspiciously, you are everywhere, I am surprised. Is Xiaoran your son? Xiaoyang's words hit the nail on the head, and Wang Jian and Zhang Li suddenly looked a little unnatural. Chapter 13, The End of the World, Settling of Grudges, Part 2. Seeing the two of them, Xiaoyang suddenly realized. Oh my god. Xiaofeng, you've been cheated on. No wonder I can see Wang Jian everywhere. He's really the next-door neighbor, and it's hard to guard against him. Well, today I, Xiaoyang, will clean up your family for you and repay you for your fertility. You really are a pair of dogs and a couple of bastards. I said Xiaoran had a pig-belly face, but it turns out he took after you, Wang Jian. Oh, no, it's Wang Ren, Xiao Yang said with a sneer. Wang Jian listened, but dared not speak angrily, and could only endure it. Come on, don't be so slow. Hurry up and pass me the time. You know I really dare to kill him right now. Xiao Yang held a gun to Xiao Ren's head. Wang Jian hurriedly urged him, hurry. Hurry. Do as he says, and I'll give you each a reward of 1 million tomorrow. Everyone knew that Xiao Yang was not joking. Although they were worried that passing the time would affect them, they saw that Xiao Ren had just done it and there was no change, not to mention the money, which was 1 million, so they all did it one by one. Xiao Yang looked at the time energy he had just received from the 11 people on his arm and beamed. You can all leave. Xiao Yang kicked Xiao Ren across the room. I really hate the blood of this bastard staining the villa. In fact, Xiao Yang could have killed them directly, but wouldn't it be more satisfying to give them hope and then make them despair? It's just as well, and it saves me the trouble of cleaning up their bodies. Zhang Li and Wang Jian quickly helped Xiao Ren, who was seriously injured. Wang Jian said to Xiao Yang angrily, Xiao Yang, I don't care what you have the guts for, just for the shot you took, you're going to jail for life. After that, he quickly called someone to put Xiao Ren in the car and rushed to the hospital. Wang Min took advantage of Xiao Yang's inattention to slip away, but was stopped by Mu Wanqing, who came up to him in one stride. Stop. Pat. 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 3 slaps landed on Wang Min's face, causing her mouth to bleed. My brother told me from a young age that if someone is good to us, we should be twice as good to them. If someone tries to harm us, we should return the favor. I never start trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm easy to bully. From today on, I will beat you every time I see you. I will do what I say. Wang Min looked at Mu Wanqing's cold eyes and suddenly felt that she had changed. Was this still the pure and sweet school flower from their college? She actually made her feel scared. Wang Min was scared and didn't even dare to fart, fleeing in a panic. As a result, there was no car waiting for her outside, and she had long been forgotten. She suddenly felt a little cold. What was going on? Was she just too scared? In the warm villa, Xiao Yang looked at Mu Wanqing, who had changed like a person, and felt guilty. Miss Mu, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble today. Don't worry, Before Xiao Yang finished speaking, Mu Wanqing burst into tears and turned to hug Xiao Yang. A soft embrace, a faint fragrance, and Mu Wanqing suddenly burst into tears. He could only pat Mu Wanqing's back and gently comfort her. Gradually, he realized that the girl had been very nervous and scared, but she had managed to hold on until now. When she saw that the danger had passed, she could no longer hold on. However, this psychological quality still makes Xiao Yang admire her. At this moment, Mu Wanqing's heart was also very complicated. She didn't know why she had hugged Xiao Yang when she was about to collapse, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. She was actually scared, too. From the moment she was tricked by Wang Min and tied up in the car, she was scared to death. But after getting off the car, she saw Xiao Yang and realized that these people had kidnapped her to blackmail Xiao Yang. She suddenly stopped being afraid. There was no reason, just a feeling, or a woman's intuition. She believed that as long as Xiao Yang was there, nothing would happen. After hugging him for a while, Mu Wanqing gradually calmed down and then reluctantly let go of Xiao Yang's hand. Suddenly, she saw the time on her left arm and asked curiously, Mr. Xiao, what is this? You seem to know a lot about it. Xiao Yang felt a sense of emptiness as the beautiful woman left his arms. Wouldn't it be nice to hold her for a little longer? I can't explain it to you in a moment, but just remember one thing, don't let the time reset to 0, because you'll die. Xiao Yang introduced it very seriously. Mu Wanqing was stunned. If what Xiao Yang said was true, then those people just now would have less than 10 minutes left. Wouldn't that be? She didn't dare to think about it. Although she hated those people, she didn't want to kill them. Is Xiao Yang too ruthless? And the way he shot just now, without hesitation, calmly and composedly, either he has excellent psychological quality, or he has really killed someone. Mu Wanqing suddenly felt that Xiao Yan was a bit strange, and she was a little scared. Mr. Xiao, it's getting late. I think I should go back. Mu Wanqing wanted to leave as soon as possible. You can't leave, Xiao Yang said calmly. Mu Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. What does he mean by can't leave? What is he going to do to me? Mu Wanqing was thinking about this and that, but then she heard Xiaoyang say, "The temperature outside is probably already down to minus 30 degrees Celsius. You'll freeze to death if you go out." Mu Wanqing thought it was ridiculous. How could she die of cold in the middle of summer? She opened the door and a cold wind blew in, freezing her to the bone. In a speeding car on the winding road of Purple Mountain, Xiaoren yelled in the car, "Mom, Uncle Wang, call someone to kill Xiaoyang for me." "Son, don't worry, I will avenge you. I will make sure that Xiaoyang does not die a good death," Zhongli said with clenched teeth. "Don't worry, I'll find a way to get Xiaoyang arrested tomorrow, and then I'll secretly kill him." Wang Jian's smile was eerie and terrifying. "Mom, it's so cold. There are only 10 seconds left on the clock on my arm. I have a bad feeling about this." "What is it?" Xiaoren looked at the time on his arm and said in a frightened voice. Suddenly, the time returned to 0. Xiaoren kept his previous position, motionless, and died with his eyes wide open. "Son, what's wrong with you?" Zhongli and Wang Jian both shouted at the same time. "Hurry, drive faster." Wang Jian yelled at the driver. Wang Jian and Zhang Li's hearts were breaking. Their son was fine just a moment ago, but now he's suddenly gone. Their hearts suddenly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. "Xiaoyang. If Xiaoren has any problems, I will make sure you will regret being born." Zhang Lihong's eyes were red and her teeth were clenched as she said this. However, then, all voices stopped abruptly, and the car even lost control and rushed out of the intersection, falling down the mountain. Wang Min, who had just walked out of the villa area, was now shivering with cold. She really couldn't understand why it had suddenly become so cold in the middle of the hot summer. And the time that was constantly passing by on her arm made her feel terrified. "Mu Wanqing, you dare to threaten me. You won't be arrogant for long. As soon as I get the chance, I'll make you kneel down and beg me like a dog. Ha ha ha." Wang Min's voice trembled, and the blood on the corners of her mouth froze into ice, making her laugh very creepy. But the next moment, she fell straight to the ground, still smiling. Chapter 14. It was cold outside, but the villa was warm as spring. Mu Wanqing had already retreated into the house, feeling that all of this was like a dream, especially unreal. What's wrong with the world? Why is it suddenly so cold? Why is there a time display on my arm? How can all this be explained? However, there is someone who can explain it to her. Mu Wanqing looked at Xiaoyang, who was feeding the little coal balls, and thought about the past few days. She felt more and more that there was something wrong with Xiaoyang. It was as if he knew everything in advance. At first, she thought he might be obsessed and have a problem with his brain. Now it seems that he is a prophet. Who exactly is he? She walked up to Xiaoyang and wanted an answer. "Mr. Xiao, it seems like you knew all this was going to happen in advance. Why? Why? How could Xiaoyang tell himself that he was born again? No one would believe it. Would you believe me if I told you I had a dream?" Xiaoyang looked at Mu Wanqing and smiled. Mu Wanqing nodded after thinking about it, as if this was the only explanation. Moreover, in the dream, this was only the beginning. After the cold wave, half of the world's population would freeze to death or starve to death. But that's not all. The temperature of the entire world will remain below 0 for 2 whole months. During this period, there will be earthquakes, snowstorms, the dead will become zombies, animals will mutate, and harvest the lives of the survivors. Later, the weather will warm up, and storms, typhoons, tsunamis, and floods will hit in turn, and the entire land will be flooded. Xiaoyang calmly told the story, and Mu Wanqing's mouth gaped in disbelief. This is too far-fetched. Seeing Mu Wanqing's unbelieving expression, Xiaoyang smiled lightly and continued, "But do you think that's all? The weather will get hotter and hotter, the water will slowly evaporate, volcanoes will erupt, and people will slowly be roasted to death and die of thirst. And finally perish." Mu Wanqing gasped in horror. "This is too miserable. If it really is like this, what's the point of living?" She stared at Xiaoyang's eyes, trying to see if he was joking. However, there was nothing in his eyes but calmness, as if he were stating a fact. And the cold snap was definitely happening, which was proof. Will there really be a lot of deaths? She suddenly thought of her brother, Mu Guang, and couldn't help but worry about him. She wanted to call her brother, but her phone had been taken away by the group of people. "Can I call my brother? I'm worried about him," Mu Wanqing pleaded. Of course. Xiao Yang took out his cell phone and looked at it. There was still a signal. He found Mu Guang's phone number and dialed it, but it showed that the phone was turned off. Mu Wanqing was so worried that tears came to her eyes. What should I do? Has something happened to my brother? Don't worry, maybe your brother is sleeping at home and is now hiding under the covers, and it's inconvenient to charge the phone. Xiao Yang comforted her. Mu Wanqing shook her head. No way. He called me this afternoon and said he had another renovation job. He was going to invite the boss to a bathhouse for the night. He couldn't possibly be home. Xiao Yang was stunned. Well, Mu Guang, you also took my renovation job. Why didn't you invite me to the bath center to spend the night? I was a little worried about him, but now, you'll freeze to death in the bath center. Thinking this, she still comforted him. Don't worry, the bath center has hot water and heating, and there may even be a bed warmer for him. Your brother will be fine. Mu Wanqing didn't believe it at all. How could there be a heated bed? They were all men. It would be disgusting to hug each other. However, there is no mistake that there is hot water and heating, which makes her feel much more relieved. Xiao Yang sighed. Oh, how naive. Seeing Mu Wanqing's thin clothes, Xiao Yang said, wait here for a moment. I'll go get you some thicker pajamas. You can take a bath and change into them later. For the next few days, you'll stay here and wait for the cold spell to pass. Then we'll go out together to look for your brother. Is that good? Mu Wanqing knew that there was no use in being anxious now, so she could only do this for the time being. Xiao Yang ran to the second basement level and added more coal to the boiler. Then he took a women's nightgown from the space and gave it to Mu Wanqing, telling her to go take a bath first. It was only thanks to the comprehensive renovation of the villa that she was able to take a bath. While Mu Wanqing was taking a bath, Xiao Yang took out various vegetables and meat from the space and put them in the refrigerator. He also took out a lot of snacks, drinks, fruits, beer and red wine and placed them on the dining table. It looks very cozy. Xiao Yang was very satisfied. It would be even better with some candles. To be honest, what just happened was really unexpected. He had originally planned to kill the mother and son and then come back to lie down comfortably by himself. But the sudden addition of Mu Wanqing has disrupted his plan to stay alone in the villa. But it's not bad. Having a beautiful woman to keep me company adds a little spice to the situation. Oh, and of course, there's my lovely little coal ball. Xiao Yang looked at his little crow coal ball, who had just finished eating in the cage and was looking at him curiously, and was instantly melted. This little coal ball had already recognized him as its mother and was very clingy. Sometimes during the day, if Xiao Yang was not around for a while, it would cry and would only stop when it saw him. Oh, this little clingy. While Xiao Yang was busy amusing the little coal ball, Mu Wanqing, who had just finished bathing, came out of the bathroom wearing a nightgown. Xiao Yang turned around and said, oh my god. This woman who has just taken a bath looks so good. What was her name? Water Lily, that's it. Her wet hair was loose and had a kind of lazy feeling, and coupled with her face that could ruin a country and bring disaster to the people, Xiao Yang was a little dazed. The black pajamas, which fit her well, further accentuated Mu Wanqing's temperament and her beautiful figure. Xiao Yang couldn't help but lament the unfairness of the heavens. Why did they force so much beauty onto one person? Mu Wanqing was a little embarrassed by Xiao Yang's stare, and after straightening her hair and clothes, she asked, what's wrong? Is there something I didn't do right? Xiao Yang came back to his senses and said, no, it's just that you're so beautiful that I almost fell under your spell. Xiao Yang laughed happily, but Mu Wanqing always felt that his eyes were leering. Oh, right, are you hungry? There are snacks on the table, and if you're still hungry, there are some vegetables in the fridge. But you have to cook it yourself. I'm not very good at cooking. Mu Wanqing followed Xiao Yang's finger and saw a table full of snacks, fruit drinks, and was suddenly surprised. Xiao Yang, the villa has just been renovated, and he has already prepared food? Some of the snacks are her favorites. Could it be that he really bought all the supplies on his list for the end of the world? She really admired Xiao Yang more and more. This man must have many secrets waiting for her to discover. She looked back at Xiao Yang and noticed that there was still blood on his clothes. She reminded him, do you want to take a shower and change your clothes? Xiao Yang's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Mu Wanqing looked at him with a mischievous look, afraid that he would misunderstand, and quickly said, I don't mean anything else, I just think that a shower will make you feel more comfortable. Chapter 15, The End of the World, Part 1. Xiao Yang laughed. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. I'm going to take a shower. If you're hungry, eat. If you're thirsty, drink. Just make yourself at home. When he walked into the bathroom, it was still wet. Thinking of the image of Mu Wanqing bathing here just now, Xiao Yang's heart was a little excited. After a comfortable hot bath, Xiao Yang took out another set of pajamas from the space and specially picked one that was similar to Mu Wanqing's, which looked more like a couple's outfit. Xiao Yang walked into the living room and found Mu Wanqing staring out the window. Mu Wanqing heard a noise and turned around. She was stunned when she saw Xiao Yang's outfit. He did it on purpose. Why is he dressed like me? But he looks good in it. Xiao Yang is 1.8 meters tall, and although he doesn't have much muscle, he has a well-proportioned body and a star-like face with a pair of sword eyebrows and starry eyes, which is very sunny and handsome. This kind of appearance is very much in line with Mu Wanqing's aesthetic. This was one of the reasons why she had agreed to go out to dinner with Xiao Yang. If Xiao Yang had been a greasy uncle, even if he had been a big client of her brother, she would not have accepted the invitation. What were you thinking about just now? You were so focused. Xiao Yang asked. I wasn't thinking about anything. I just feel very lucky. It was so cold outside, but I was blessed with a disaster, and I didn't have to freeze and starve in the cold night. Mu Wanqing looked at Xiao Yang very seriously and spoke her mind. Xiao Yang smiled and pulled out a chair, inviting Mu Wanqing to sit down. Don't just stand there, come over and eat. Mu Wanqing smiled, took a seat, and said playfully, Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Xiao. Hey, can you stop calling me Mr. Xiao? It sounds so formal. Xiao Yang suggested. Mu Wanqing blinked, What should I call you? Xiao Yang thought for a moment and said, How about Xiao Gugu? Mu Wanqing thought for a moment and nodded, Okay. You're older than me anyway. Xiao Yang was very happy and then asked, What should I call you? Xing's sister? Mu Wanqing's face turned red. This doesn't sound right. Why don't you just call me Wanqing? Okay, Wanqing. Xiao Yang smiled and opened a bottle of red wine, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to Mu Wanqing. Come on, Wanqing, let's drink a toast. Mu Wanqing hesitated for a moment, but still took the glass. I don't drink much, but I'll drink this glass tonight. She raised her glass and touched it with Xiao Yang's. I toast you with this glass of wine. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Xiao Yang quickly advised, If you don't know how to drink, don't drink at all. Drink a little and drink with me for a while. Mu Wanqing smiled embarrassedly and said, Okay. Mu Wanqing obediently took a small sip, while Xiao Yang lifted his head and gulped it down in one go. At this time, the wind was howling outside, blowing the glass buzzing, in stark contrast to the warmth inside the villa. Almost all the villas in the entire villa area were lit up, probably because the sudden cold had woken everyone up. The dormitories of the universities in the university town at the foot of the mountain were also noisy, with screams constantly heard. The entire city was in chaos, with numerous traffic accidents caused by the sudden headache. Then the cold wave hit, making the already chaotic city even more chaotic. All the emergency calls were jammed, but it was useless. Most of the people wandering around outside, except for those who could find a suitable shelter, were frozen to death. Even hiding in a car was useless. Slowly, the city became quieter and quieter, until it was completely silent. But for people all over the world, this night was a sleepless one. For example, at this moment, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing in the Purple Mountain Villa are not even a little sleepy. Mu Wanqing had changed the wine for a drink and was still drinking with Xiao Yang. The more they talked, the more they got to know each other and the more they got along. Xiao Yang learned that Mu Wanqing had lost both her parents at a young age and that her brother, Mu Guang, had raised her. The 2 siblings relied on each other for survival, and Mu Guang dropped out of school early to work and support his sister's education. It was really not easy for the 2 of them along the way. Therefore, in order to change their fate, they both worked hard. Mu Guang has been working hard to earn money and has not yet started a family. Mu Wanqing has studied hard and has never had a boyfriend. Although there are a lot of suitors in the college, even from other colleges, he has never paid any attention to them. Mu Wanqing also learned about Xiao Yang's family feud. The 2, who felt sorry for each other, seemed to be getting closer. They talked until dawn, and then they both felt sleepy. "Let's go to bed," Xiao Yang said as he stood up. Mu Wanqing was flustered. This sounded like they were going to sleep together. She hurriedly asked, "Which room am I going to sleep in?" Xiao Yang laughed, "There are so many rooms, you can sleep in whichever room you like. However, I suggest you sleep on the third floor. The view is good there, and we are close to each other. If you need anything, you can call me directly." Mu Wanqing's face turned red. This Xiao Yang always makes people think of the wrong things when he talks. However, she still nodded in agreement. She felt that this would make her feel more secure. Xiao Yang went to the second basement floor again and added new charcoal to the boiler. He took Mu Wanqing to the third floor, arranged her in the secondary bedroom next to the master bedroom, and only returned to his own bedroom after making sure that the bedroom was warm and draft-free. Looking at her phone, it was already past 5 a.m. and there was still a signal. Taking advantage of the signal, Xiao Yang opened a certain map and downloaded a 3D map of the entire city of Haicheng and a mountain city in the southwest of Longgua. After doing this, he lay down in bed and fell asleep peacefully. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Yang was awakened by a knock on the door. "Xiao, are you awake?" Hearing it was Mu Wanqing's voice, he looked at the time and realized it was already noon. He quickly got up and opened the door. "What's wrong, Wanqing?" "Brother Xiao, I've made a pot of noodles. If you're hungry, come down and eat." Xiao Yang was a little surprised to hear this and asked, "Can you cook?" Mu Wanqing said with some embarrassment, "I can only cook noodles and instant noodles, I'm not very good at anything else." Xiao Yang was helpless, as he couldn't cook either. "But, I have a lot of supplies, like instant noodles, hot pot ingredients, and so on." Wanqing. "Ha? Do you want to eat hot pot?" Mu Wanqing widened her eyes and said in disbelief, "I see that there are quite a few vegetables and meat in the refrigerator. Do you have hot pot ingredients?" Xiao Yang laughed, "Of course there is, it's so cold, eating a hot pot must be very happy. Let's divide the labor. You make the soup and I'll make the side dishes." Hot pot is Mu Wanqing's favorite, so of course she would love to. "That's great." The two went downstairs and worked like a tiger, and a table full of hot pot was set on the dining table. Xiao Yang took out a beer and Mu Wanqing picked up a drink. Cheers to the hot pot. Chapter 16, The Last Party, Part 2. Outside, it was freezing cold, and countless people were struggling to stay alive. Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing, on the other hand, are eating and drinking in a warm villa. On the third night of the cold snap, the power went out. The sudden darkness took Mu Wanqing by surprise as she was sitting on the sofa in the bedroom listening to music. She looked out the window and saw that the lights in the entire villa area had gone out, and it was pitch black outside. She hurriedly got up, walked to the door and opened it, instinctively wanting to find Xiao Yang. But she heard Xiao Yang open the door and come out. "Is there a power outage?" "Don't worry, I'll turn on the generator." Xiao Yang was about to leave when Mu Wanqing's hand touched him. "Wait, did you put on some clothes? It's so cold outside." But when he touched Xiao Yang, who was wrapped up like a ball, she laughed. He really had prepared everything. When she touched Xiao Yang's neck, she realized that the zipper was not closed. She instinctively helped him close it. "Hurry back, be careful." Xiao Yang was stunned. This feeling was so warm. Since her mother passed away, who had ever cared for her so thoughtfully? Xiao Yang suddenly grabbed Mu Wanqing's hand. It was soft and warm. Mu Wanqing was obviously a little flustered, but she didn't break free. "Don't worry, I'll be right back," Xiao Yang said gently. He came downstairs and opened the small side door of the villa. A cold wind blew in his face. It was indeed cold, and his face felt like it was being cut by a knife. "I really don't know how people who don't have heating or electricity survive." He quickly rushed into the engine room, which was still relatively warm. It took a lot of effort to turn on the generator, but Xiao Yang was relieved that everything was fine. The lights in the villa were back on. Xiao Yang quickly ran back to the villa, opened the door, and just happened to see Mu Wanqing standing at the door, anxiously waiting. "Are you okay? Are you cold anywhere?" Mu Wanqing looked at Xiao Yang from head to toe. "Yes, my hands are freezing." Xiao Yang wanted to tease Mu Wanqing, so he pretended to be in pain. "Ah. Let me see." Mu Wanqing believed him and quickly grabbed Xiao Yang's hand and carefully examined it. Seeing Mu Wanqing's serious expression, Xiao Yang laughed, but after you touched it, it suddenly didn't hurt. Ma Wanqing, who had turned the corner, looked at Xiao Yang with a mischievous smile on his face, and suddenly shook his hand off, looking very angry. Liar, I'm not talking to you. She turned around and was about to leave. Xiao Yang grabbed her and said with a smile, "Oh, don't be angry, it's just a joke, otherwise it would be boring every day." Mu Wanqing continued to ignore him. Are you tired? How about we go to the movies? Xiao Yang continued to coax her. Mu Wanqing was really tempted. A movie? There's no internet now, how can I watch it? What can be difficult for me? Xiao Yang waved his hand and suddenly had an extra USB drive in his hand. I bought it online. It has 1,000 high-definition movies. Watch as many as you like. Mu Wanqing was suddenly very happy. She had been feeling bored for a long time, and a movie would be perfect. Let's go celebrate that we still have electricity and go see a movie. The two of them happily ran to the private cinema on the first basement floor. In the following days, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing ate, slept, and watched movies. When they got tired of watching movies, they would tease the little crow coal ball together. The coal balls can already fly, and they can't stand being in the cage, so they like to fly onto Xiao Yang's shoulders and stand there. The two little eyes always stare at Xiao Yang curiously. Sometimes it would fly onto Mu Wanqing's head and help her comb her hair. This often made her giggle. After spending so much time together, the little crow probably already thinks of the two as its parents. The two of them and the bird live happily together in this warm villa. On the 9th day, the wind had stopped outside. But the sun was still not in sight. After 98 days of revelry, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing gradually grew closer and closer. After all, they were both handsome and beautiful, and in such an environment, it was easy to develop feelings. Besides, Xiao Yang is not only good-looking, but also has a good figure. However, the two of them began to worry about food. Every day, hot pot, fast food, snacks, they were getting bored of it and couldn't muster any interest. Mu Wanqing reminisced, I remember the dishes of the owner of the Cape Hotel. I miss them so much. He swallowed and said, I feel that if someone could make me some dishes from the Cape Hotel right now, I would definitely marry him. Mu Wanqing was just joking, but when Xiao Yang heard her, he suddenly perked up. She was talking to me? Is she hinting at me? I really have the dishes from the Cape Hotel in my space. Table 9, untouched, even the table is here. This is a great opportunity to pick up a girl. Except for Su Xiao on the plane, Xiao Yang hadn't touched a woman in a long time. In the end times, he had once traded a ham for a woman. However, the woman only had eyes for the ham, and couldn't wait to eat it during the process, which left Xiao Yang speechless. After the quickie, Xiao Yang never looked for her again. But now, a beautiful woman is dangling in front of him all day long, and it really makes him feel overwhelmed. If he could turn Mu Wanqing into his woman, then everything would be in order. Determined, Xiao Yang took advantage of Mu Wanqing's bathing time in the evening to directly move a table of dishes from the Sea Corner restaurant from the space. As for how to explain it to Mu Wanqing, he would have to wait until she became his own person. The food was still hot and the aroma was as fresh as when it was first served. He quickly took out 2 bottles of red wine and poured a glass for himself and Mu Wanqing. It would be even better if he lit 2 candles. Everything was ready, and all that was left was to surprise Mu Wanqing. Sure enough, Mu Wanqing, who had just stepped out of the bathroom, sniffed her nose and smelled a familiar smell. She quickly ran into the living room and saw a table full of food, all of which were the specialties of the Cape Hotel and were all personally cooked by Mr. Liu. She couldn't believe it, rubbed her eyes, and looked closer. After making sure it was real, she looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief. Oh my god! Where did you get this? It's still hot. Damn, even the plates are from the restaurant. Xiao Ge, how did you do it? Where did you hide it? How come I didn't notice it? Xiao Yang smiled and looked at the excited Mu Wanqing and coughed, saying, Wanqing, this doesn't seem to be the focus of your attention. Mu Wanqing suddenly froze, looking at Xiao Yang in disbelief, and said with some nervousness, What do you mean? Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Xiao Yang didn't make it clear, and just watched Mu Wanqing do what she wanted. Mu Wanqing was obviously a little confused. She was a little excited. She had liked Xiao Yang for a long time. However, she was afraid that she was not good enough for Xiao Yang. He is handsome, a local tyrant, and he takes such good care of himself, but she can't help him at all. Chapter 17, Capturing Mu Wanqing's Heart. However, Xiao Yang has already done so much. Should she be so pretentious? There were so many suitors in college, but she never agreed to any of them because she had never met the Prince Charming of her heart. However, the moment she saw Xiao Yang, she realized that her heart had been captured. After that, she was trapped in Xiao Yang's villa by mistake. This is what is called fate. Therefore, she should be more proactive and win Xiao Yang's heart. Thinking about this, Mu Wanqing made up her mind. She said seriously, "Xiao Yang, can I be your girlfriend?" Hearing Mu Wanqing's confession, Xiao Yang finally smiled. He leaned his face close to Mu Wanqing's ear and said, "Yes." Seeing Mu Wanqing's blushing face, Xiao Yang held her chin with his hand, wanting to take advantage of the moment to kiss her. Seeing Xiao Yang's burning gaze, Mu Wanqing seemed to guess what was going to happen next, and she closed her eyes shyly. Just as Xiao Yang was about to make a move, the cry of the little crow coal ball sounded. The two of them flinched at the same time. "Shut up!" The atmosphere was broken, and Xiao Yang was annoyed. "This little thing is ruining my good mood." The little coal ball cried out again, expressing his dissatisfaction with Xiao Yang's attitude. Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing both smiled awkwardly, and it was impossible to continue. There was a sumptuous dinner on the table, so they ate first. It was a pleasant dinner, and the two of them slowly adapted to each other's new roles after the initial awkwardness. Xiao Yang drank glass after glass of red wine, and Mu Wanqing also drank quietly without changing her drink for the first time. Xiao Yang couldn't help but sigh, "This Lu Yu's cooking is really superb, each dish has its own characteristics, and it is very memorable. It seems that if there is a chance in the future, I will have to go to the Cape Hotel. I don't know if Lu Yu is trapped in the hotel." When he left, he gave Lu Yu 10,000 yuan to keep the restaurant open late, just to keep her trapped in the hotel. It was so nice there, with food and drink, not starving to death, and it was convenient for him to find her. If he could bring Lu Yu to the villa, he wouldn't have to worry about what to eat in the future. In the end times, being able to eat such delicious food is definitely a treat. After eating and drinking, Mu Wanqing cleaned up the leftovers, brushed her teeth again, and then hurried upstairs without saying hello. Xiao Yang didn't care about her. In the villa, you can't run away. After a thorough shower and 2 brushings of her teeth, Xiao Yang walked upstairs with satisfaction. She saw that Mu Wanqing's door was closed. Xiao Yang knocked on the door. "Wanqing, are you asleep?" "I'm already asleep, you should go to bed too." A very unnatural voice came from inside. Xiao Yang smiled, trying to hide. "No way." "Oops, I drank a little too much and took a shower. I'm a little dizzy and can't stand up. Can you help me back to my room?" Mu Wanqing covered her head with a quilt. "I don't believe you." Oh, I can't do it anymore. I can't walk down the wall." Xiao Yang continued to pretend outside the door. Mu Wanqing lifted the quilt to reveal her head and asked worriedly, "Are you really drunk?" Xiao Yang smiled secretly. "Oh, when have I ever lied to you? I can't take it anymore. I'll sleep in the hallway." Mu Wanqing was worried that he had really drunk too much and would freeze to death sleeping in the hallway. "Forget it, I'll help him up. He can't eat me." She quickly got out of bed and opened the door. She saw Xiao Yang leaning against the wall, his eyes half closed and staring at her. "It seems you are really drunk. I will help you into the room and then I will quickly come out. You cover yourself up." "Okay." Xiao Yang took Mu Wanqing's shoulders and slowly walked towards his bedroom. This action was very ambiguous, and Mu Wanqing couldn't help but blush, but she couldn't get away, so she could only endure it. Once in the bedroom, Mu Wanqing was about to pull away and put Xiao Yang down. But suddenly, Xiao Yang exerted himself and pressed the unprepared Mu Wanqing under him. A burst of fragrance came, and Xiao Yang took a deep breath. Mu Wanqing was a little overwhelmed and wanted to get up, but she couldn't move at all. She said in a panic, "Xiao Yang, you liar." Before she could finish her sentence, she was kissed by Xiao Yang. Mu Wanqing's mind went blank, and her first kiss was gone. The night was long, but the dream was short. It wasn't until the next afternoon that Xiao Yang woke up slowly. When he opened his eyes, he saw Mu Wanqing looking at him with love in her eyes. When she saw him wake up, she blushed and said angrily, "Liar." Xiao Yang laughed. "What did I lie to you about?" Mu Wanqing was giggling from being tickled by Xiao Yang. "You lied to me." In the end, she was still too shy to say it out loud. The two rested for a while before getting up. After taking a hot bath, Xiao Yang thoughtfully brought Mu Wanqing new food to make sure she had enough to eat. Mu Wanqing looked at the still warm food and wanted to say something many times. Xiao Yang knew what she wanted to ask, but how could he tell her? "Forget it, Mu Wanqing is my own person. In the future, we will be living under the same roof, so I can't keep avoiding her. I've awakened my spatial ability. I have some supplies in the space," Xiao Yang said, as if by magic, and there was a down jacket in his hand. Mu Wanqing looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief. She really couldn't accept such a miraculous thing. However, Xiao Yang did not reveal all the supplies in the space. There are some things that it's not too late to let others know when you're strong enough. Mu Wanqing calmed down and seemed to suddenly think of something. She asked happily, "So you have all the supplies I listed for you?" "Yes, I have stored some," Xiao Yang replied. Mu Wanqing looked at Xiao Yang and said softly, "You really give me constant surprises. Because of a dream, you have done so much. Aren't you afraid that the dream is fake?" Mu Wanqing asked with some confusion. Xiao Yang touched his nose and didn't say anything. "There are some things that you should keep to yourself. A beautiful lie is harmless." "Well, this dream is very real. I'm doing the right thing, aren't I?" Mu Wanqing thought about it and said, "Who cares why? As long as the result is good, it's fine. Even if Xiao Yang is hiding something, it may be his secret and he has no right to ask." "When will I awaken my superpowers?" Mu Wanqing asked eagerly. Xiao Yang thought for a moment. He had awakened his supernatural powers after a cold spell in his previous life. Although he wasn't sure if everyone would awaken on the same day, it shouldn't be much longer. "Don't worry, it should be in these few days." Xiao Yang was also looking forward to it. What kind of superpower would Mu Wanqing awaken? Xiao Yang calculated that the 10-day cold snap was about to end, and the temperature would rise to around -30 degrees Celsius the next day, so it was already time to go outside. With a super heavy-duty off-road RV, he wasn't worried about the temperature. There are two things to do right now. One is to help Mu Wanqing find her brother. The other is to go to the Cape Hotel to see if Lu Yu is there. Of course, even if she is in the store, if she is unlucky, she may only be a cold corpse. However, Xiao Yang wanted to take a chance. Chapter 18, Half a bucket of water for 20 days of energy. Early the next morning, Xiao Yang took out the Conqueror heavy-duty off-road RV from the space, started the vehicle in advance, and turned on the air conditioning in the car, so that he would be warm and comfortable when he went out later. He took out the revolver he had taken from Xiaorun, which still had 5 bullets in it. Guns were very useful in the early days, as they were time and labor-saving for killing people, but they were a bit short on bullets. This kind of gun is usually more commonly used by police officers, so the next step is to get more bullets. Maybe you can try your luck at the police station. He woke up the exhausted Mu Wanqing, and the two began to put on clothes. Xiao Yang didn't want Mu Wanqing to follow him, and wanted her to rest in the villa, which was after all very safe. But Mu Wanqing insisted on going, in case her brother was home, she could see him first. Of course, the main reason was that she only felt safe when she was with Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang took 2 tang swords from the space and handed one to Mu Wanqing. "Take this with you for self-defense. In case of danger, you know." Xiao Yang made a motion of cutting the neck. Mu Wanqing took the knife and nodded solemnly. With everything ready, the two of them got into the RV and set off. Xiao Yang was not used to driving such a large vehicle for the first time. He only had a Class C license, and had never driven such a long vehicle before. However, there were no cars or people on the road, so he wasn't worried. He slowly drove out of the villa, and didn't see a single person along the way. At this temperature, without super strong heat preservation measures, people can't go out. But he knew that the noise of the car would surely attract the attention of many survivors in the surrounding villas. Driving down the mountain along the winding road, Mu Wanqing noticed a frozen corpse in the middle of the road. That looks like Wang Min. The scene 10 days ago was still vivid in his mind, but in the blink of an eye, Wang Min had become a corpse. Mu Wanqing sighed, "This is fate. She looked at Xiaoyang, who was driving the car attentively, and thought to herself that if it weren't for him, she might have ended up like that. Feeling Mu Wanqing's gaze, Xiaoyang smiled and said nothing, directly stepping on the accelerator and driving over the corpse. The RV accelerated and left a pool of meat. In the university district at the foot of Purple Mountain, many cars were parked haphazardly on the streets. There were many scattered bodies on the side of the road, and of course, there were many inside the cars. In the cold current, hiding in the car was useless. Xiaoyang did not stop, and under Mu Wanqing's guidance, drove directly to the residential area where Mu Guan lived. The community was not far from the university town, and Xiaoyang drove straight through the gate barrier and drove in. When they reached the floor where Mu Guan lived, Mu Wanqing couldn't wait to knock on the door. As expected, there was no response, so it seemed that Mu Guan was indeed not at home. To make sure that Mu Guan hadn't frozen to death at home, Xiaoyang took out a crowbar from the space and pried open the door. The room was empty. Mu Wanqing was both happy and worried. She was happy that her brother hadn't frozen to death at home. She was worried that he might have frozen to death in the bath center. There are many bathhouses in Haicheng, and it would be impossible for Xiaoyang to go to each one of them, which would be a waste of time and also dangerous. Mu Wanqing also knew this, and did not insist. The two were about to leave when suddenly, the door to the apartment across the way opened. A woman with unkempt hair and wrapped in a quilt stood in the doorway. "Hello, are you here to rescue me?" The woman asked shakily, her face covered in frost. Mu Wanqing recognized her. This was the neighbor who lived across from her brother. She had occasionally bumped into her when she came back, but they had never exchanged greetings. "No," Xiaoyang said. The woman was disappointed to hear this, but continued to ask, "Do you have any water? If so, can I have some? My child is really thirsty." Mu Wanqing heard this and thought of the half-empty bottle of purified water in her brother's room. Although it was frozen, it could still be thawed by being placed in the quilt. "Yes, wait." Mu Wanqing turned around and went back to the house to get the half-barrel of water. She was about to go forward to give it to the woman, but was stopped by Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang looked at the woman and said lightly, "There is water, but it's not free. You have to trade something for it." The woman was stunned, and then hurriedly said, "There really isn't anything at home that I can trade. My phone is out of battery, so I can't transfer money." Xiaoyang smiled and said, "You don't need to give me anything or money. You can give me the time on your arm." The woman was surprised and said, "Can that be exchanged?" "How can it be exchanged?" Xiaoyang took the water pipe from Mu Wanqing's hand. "How much is your monthly salary?" The woman didn't know what he meant, and subconsciously replied, 3,000. "In a situation like this, how much are you willing to pay for this half bucket of water?" Xiaoyang held up the bucket so that the woman could see it more clearly. The woman licked her lips and thought for a moment before saying, "I can give you 1,000, no, 2,000. Xiaoyang, that's 20 days' salary." "Okay, you can give us 20 days of time on your arm, and this half bucket of water is yours." The woman looked out from under the covers with her left arm and saw that there were still 354 days left. She didn't know what it was, but she felt that it was worth it to give up 20 days in exchange for half a bucket of water, so that she and her child wouldn't die of thirst. Good. Under Xiaoyang's guidance, the woman transferred 20 days of time energy to Mu Wanqing, and she also received half a bucket of water with satisfaction. Before leaving, the woman suddenly asked, "Can you tell me what this time represents?" Xiaoyang said without turning around, "It represents life. Just remember not to let it become zero. Otherwise, you will die." The woman stood there in shock. On the RV, Xiaoyang saw Mu Wanqing's hesitant expression and smiled and said, "Are you trying to say why you don't help them for free?" Mu Wanqing nodded, "It's obviously a piece of cake for us." Xiaoyang put away his smile and said solemnly, "Wanqing, you must remember that there is no free lunch in this world. If you want to get what you want, you have to pay the price. If we want to live well, we must become strong. The only way to become stronger is to gain more time and energy. Do you understand?" Mu Wanqing carefully pondered Xiaoyang's words and understood his intentions. If what Xiaoyang said was true, then the world was facing complete destruction. Then, only those who can survive will have a chance to find a way out. To feel pity for strangers is to be extremely irresponsible to oneself. Besides, if it weren't for Xiaoyang, perhaps I would have needed that half barrel of water more. Chapter 19, The Fate of Luyu. Inside the Cape Hotel. Luyu and a waitress were trapped in a small room on the second floor. This is a room that Luyu left alone for his own use, complete with a bed and sofa. However, there was only one quilt in the room, so Luyu wrapped the quilt around the waitress, and then pulled the mattress off the bed and wrapped it around herself. The two of them curled up on the sofa side by side. At this moment, Luyu was staring at the door, lost in thought. She recalled the night of the cold snap. That night, after Xiao Yang left, she did not let anyone go up to the second floor. Thinking that if Xiao Yang came back, she had even asked two waitresses to stay late. At that time, there was a table of diners downstairs who had been drinking and had no intention of leaving. Time flew by and it was already midnight. The diners downstairs were drunk and about to leave, when suddenly, everyone felt a headache. After the pain passed, everyone also noticed changes in their bodies. Just as everyone was confused, the cold snap hit. It was hot and they were wearing little clothes, but the sudden cold wind made them shiver. Although they didn't know what was happening, Luyu kindly asked the group of diners to hide inside the restaurant and close the door. He thought it would be fine in a while, but he didn't expect the temperature to get colder and colder until it was bone-chilling. Fortunately, there was no power outage, so Luyu turned the air conditioning in the restaurant into warm air. However, the effect was minimal. There was nothing they could do, so Luyu and the two waitresses had to hide in their own lounge on the second floor, while the diners hid in a storage room downstairs. Although it was cold, there was no shortage of food in the restaurant, and they could drink some white wine to warm up. Luyu checked the private rooms on the second floor and found that the 9 rooms were completely empty, even the tables were gone, and she was suddenly confused. But she couldn't think about that. Fortunately, there was still a table of food left in the last private room. This table of food also helped them a lot, and they were able to eat for several days. Everything was fine. But after the power went out, the temperature in the room dropped sharply, to a level that was unbearable for humans. The 5 diners who had stayed downstairs were obviously not good people. After finishing their white wine, they came up drunk and started causing trouble. They insisted on sharing the room with them. Luyu knew that they wanted to get into the room, but they had other intentions. After being firmly refused by Luyu, the 5 of them were still not giving up. When a waitress went to the bathroom, they forcibly dragged her away and subjected her to violence. The waitress eventually died because she was exposed to the air for too long and had sweated a lot. After this, the 5 became even more brazen and turned their attention to another waitress. But the other waitress was already close to death from a severe fever and cold, so they plucked up the courage to start preparing to do something to Luyu. The reason they didn't dare to move Luyu was because she still had some connections in Haicheng City, and they were afraid that it would be difficult to get away with it if they really did it. These 5 people are the local tyrants in this area, and they are used to bullying, and they are not afraid of anything. Plus, they were drunk every day, so what could they not do? Fortunately, Luyu was prepared and the door was strong enough that they were unable to get in. But today, the temperature suddenly rose again, and the 5 men finally became restless again. The thought of Luyu's plump figure made them horny. Bang! 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 The sound of heavy kicking on the door came. Luyu was scared and quickly picked up an empty bottle from the ground, looking at the door in preparation. Open the door, you bitch! Let us blow off some steam and make you feel good. A drunken man shouted outside the door. Yes, you're an old woman, but you still think you're a virgin. What are you pretending to be innocent for? Let me tell you, in this area, we are the masters. What can't we fix? If you serve us well, we'll take care of your restaurant in the future. Hurry up! You heard me. When we break down the door, we won't be so polite. You know how that waitress died, right? Luyu was listening in the room, shaking with anger. She shouted, "You bunch of animals! I took you in out of the kindness of my heart, and you repay me with this. I tell you, none of you will get away with it. You will all get your just deserts." Retribution? It's been days, and we haven't seen any retribution. The phone doesn't work, and we haven't seen a single person. Don't waste time talking to her. Hurry up and break down the door. I can't stand hearing her voice anymore. The few people outside the door stopped talking and began to violently knock on the door. Under the repeated impact of several people, the door began to fall down with a loud noise, and it was obvious that it would soon be blocked. Lu Yu's expression changed, and she directly knocked the bottle of wine on the ground with her hand. The bottle shattered, leaving a half bottle with a sharp spike in her hand. She was ready to die. If she couldn't escape, she would fight. Even if I die, I'll take a few of them with me. With a loud crash, the door finally could not withstand the continuous impact and fell to the ground. The few people outside the door looked hideous, and they rushed excitedly into the house. The first person to rush towards Lu Yu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He cried out, quickly backed away, and looked down to see a gash on his stomach. Whoever comes over, dies. Lu Yu looked determined and said with gritted teeth. You bitch, you dare to hurt my brother, I'll see how I torture you later. One of them gave a wink to the remaining three, and they surrounded Lu Yu from both sides. Seeing the situation was not good, Lu Yu decided that she would not accept this humiliation. She would rather die than let them win. She raised the broken bottle in her hand and was about to stab it into her own neck. A man suddenly rushed up from the side and snatched it away from her. Humph. You want to die? It's not that easy. You can die after we've had our fun. After that, the two of them held Lu Yu down on the sofa. Big brother, you go first. The man called Big Brother smiled lewdly. Okay, I won't be polite. The man who was standing by lifted the waitress's quilt and touched it. This one is still alive, it's still warm. I'll take her first to relieve my anger. Brother, can you bandage me first? The man who had been stabbed sat on the ground and moaned. Wait, your wound is not serious. We can't wait any longer. Beep beep. Just as several people tore open Lu Yu's clothes and began to commit violence, two sirens suddenly sounded outside the restaurant. The two sounds scared the group. They looked at each other in confusion. What was going on? Was someone coming to rescue them? La Wu, go to the window and see what's going on. The man who was about to commit violence against the waiter heard this and got up in dissatisfaction and walked to the window. I'll see who ruined my good deed. Chapter 20, Rescuing Lu Yu. Xiao Yang drove the car all the way to the entrance of the Cape Hotel. He honked the horn twice to see if there was any response from the hotel. If Lu Yu were there, she would definitely have responded. But after a while, there was still no movement. Is she not in the hotel? Or has she frozen to death inside? No, I've come all this way, I'd better get out and take a look. If she's alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see her body. If she is really dead, then he can finally put his mind at ease. Xiao Yang got out of the car, and Mu Wanqing followed. They walked to the hotel entrance, banging on the door and shouting, Sister Yu, are you in there? Sister Yu, can you hear me? At this time, the man who was peeking through the window upstairs ran back into the house. Big brother, a young man came in a heavy truck and RV, and it seems like he is looking for Lu Yu. There's a woman following him. The man in charge heard that there were two people looking for Lu Yu, and there was also a woman. The key is that there is also a heavy truck RV, which will definitely be useful if anything happens. What a coincidence! Eldest and second eldest, you two cover this woman's mouth so she can't make a sound. You two hide in this room and don't go out. Fourth, you sit on the side, don't let him see you when he comes up. Fifth, you go downstairs and open the door to lure the two people up. I'll hide in the opposite compartment. When you hear my signal, we'll attack together and take control of the two of them. Good. At this moment, Lu Yu, who had temporarily escaped, wondered who was looking for him at this time. But whoever it is, this may be the only chance I have to escape from their clutches. I must not let these people succeed, or else it will be completely over. Xiao Yang stood at the entrance of the hotel and saw no movement inside for a long time. He was about to take a crowbar and start prying the door open. At this moment, the shutter of the hotel suddenly opened, revealing a bearded man inside. Xiao Yang was stunned. How could there be a man here? With such a fierce look and a strong smell of alcohol, he doesn't look like a waiter in the restaurant. Who are you? Where is Sister Yu? Xiao Yang asked warily. Oh, I'm a friend of Sister Yu, and I'm just trapped here. Sister Yu isn't feeling well and can't come down from upstairs. She asked me to take you upstairs to find her. The fifth member of the group spoke up. He was trying to keep a smile on his face, although it was a far cry from a smile. Xiao Yang thought for a moment, okay. Lead the way. Xiao Yang really didn't take this person seriously. The other party didn't have any weapons in his hands, so he didn't consider him a threat at all. The two walked into the restaurant. When the fifth saw Mu Wanqing's appearance, his eyes suddenly lit up. Such a beautiful woman, and so young. I've made a good profit today. Feeling the man's lecherous gaze, Mu Wanqing glared at him in disgust. The fifth son was even more excited when he saw her. She has character and a temper. I like her. Seeing the two walk in, Lao Wu quickly pulled the shutter. The light in the restaurant suddenly dimmed. What are you doing? Mu Wanqing said warily. Oh, isn't it cold? Let's go, hurry up and go upstairs, your sister is waiting for you upstairs. Lao Wu rubbed his hands and hurriedly urged them to go. Seeing that Lao Wu was turning to go down the stairs, Mu Wanqing pulled Xiao Yang and whispered, I feel that this person is problematic, not like a good person. Don't worry, I'm here, everything will be fine. Xiao Yang comforted her. Xiao Yang also sensed that there was something wrong with this person, but if this man really was Lu Yu's friend, then if he acted now, it would only make the relationship worse. Crack! Just as they reached the top of the stairs, the sound of a glass breaking came from upstairs. The three of them stopped in their tracks. Lao Wu was stunned, turned around and looked at the two suspiciously and smiled, Your sister may have accidentally knocked over the cup. Let's go up and take a look. He said this, but in his heart he was thinking, what's wrong with the boss and the others? They can't even keep an eye on a woman. Mu Wanqing stared at Lao Wu. She had just felt a moment of absent-mindedness, and the sound of Lao Wu's words had suddenly flashed through her mind. What's wrong with the boss and the others? They can't even keep an eye on a woman. Mu Wanqing froze. What was going on? Was she too nervous to have hallucinations? After the fifth brother finished speaking, he didn't open his mouth again. How did the voice come from? She dared not be careless, and whispered to Xiao Yang, Be careful, there are other people upstairs. He is not a friend of Boss Lu. Xiao Yang looked at her in confusion and whispered, How do you know? Mu Wanqing frowned and didn't know how to explain it. She just whispered, I'm not sure either, but it's best to be careful. Xiao Yang looked at Lao Wu and said, If he is a friend of Lu Yu, then it's fine, but if he isn't, and he dares to attack you, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Wanqing, wait downstairs. I'll go up and take a look at Sister Yu. Since there may be danger, don't let Mu Wanqing go up. In case of an emergency, she will be in the way. Mu Wanqing understood his intention and took a few steps back and said, Okay. Seeing that Mu Wanqing was not going up, Lao Wu was a bit anxious, but then he thought that Xiao Yang was alone and unarmed, so it would be a breeze to take him down. After he had him under control, he wouldn't let this little bitch escape. Xiao Yang followed Lao Wu upstairs and quietly took a military knife from the space and put it in his hand. When Xiao Yang was taken to the door of Lu Yu's room, a man suddenly came out of the compartment behind him. Do it! Lao Wu also suddenly turned around and rushed at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was prepared, took out his knife and stabbed him in the back. The leader of the group never expected that Xiao Yang would have a weapon. He was taken by surprise and stabbed in the thigh. He let out a cry of pain and retreated. Lao Wu was so scared that he wanted to back off, but before he could react, he was kicked by Xiao Yang and flew out of the room, unable to get up again. Be careful, he has a knife. The leader who had been stabbed shouted into the house. Xiao Yang didn't give him a chance to say anything and went up to him and stabbed him in the other leg. Ah! The boss screamed in pain. Get out of here! Xiao Yang shouted at the house. There was a flurry of activity inside the house, and then two men dragged a woman to the door. The woman was Lu Yu, with a broken bottle pressed against her neck by the man known as Lao Er. When Lu Yu saw Xiao Yang, she was taken aback. How could he be here? We have your sister, drop your knife or I'll kill her. Lao Er said angrily. How could Xiao Yang be held hostage by them? He sneered, You seem to have it backwards. It should be you who let go of Sister Yu, or I'll kill him. Xiao Yang put the knife against the boss's neck. The second and third brothers were stunned. How could they be threatened in return? Don't think we won't do it. The second brother exerted a little force, and the broken bottle pierced a small hole in Lu Yu's neck, trying to force Xiao Yang to give in. Xiao Yang was furious and stabbed the leader in the leg again. Don't force me, I'm very heavy-handed. Chapter 21, Lu Yu joins the gang. The boss, who had been stabbed, was in pain and said to his brothers, "Do you want me to die? Let the woman go." The second brother had no choice but to say, "If you let the woman go, then let my brother go first." Xiao Yang shook his head and said nothing, but raised his saber and was about to stab the older brother again. "Fine, fine, fine." The second and third sons were furious. "This kid is ruthless. He kills at the slightest provocation. Sister, you go downstairs quickly. I'll take care of this." Xiao Yang shouted to Lu Yu. Lu Yu looked at Xiao Yang deeply. She didn't understand why he would come to save her. The two of them had only met twice. But this did not affect her heartfelt gratitude to Xiao Yang. If it wasn't for him, she would be. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. She was shivering in the cold, her clothes in tatters, and she could only walk towards Xiao Yang. At this time, Mu Wanqing also ran up the stairs, holding a tang sword in her hand. She heard a noise downstairs and quickly ran back to the RV to get the knife and then hurried back. "Wanqing, watch over Boss Lu and wrap her in a coat." Xiao Yan looked at the large expanse of Lu Yu's snow-white skin that was exposed. Mu Wanqing quickly took off her jacket and put it on Lu Yu. Fortunately, she was wearing a thick jacket, so it didn't matter if she lost one. "Okay, we've let you go, now let our brother go," the second one said. Xiao Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I still want to take something from you." He then grabbed the boss's left hand with his left hand. "See the time on your arm? Come on, keep half an hour for yourself, and transmit the rest to me with your mind." The few people listened in a daze, and subconsciously looked at their arms. They still didn't understand what this was. "What is this?" the boss asked in a trembling voice. "Don't ask so many questions, just do as you're told," Xiao Yang said impatiently. The boss was a little reluctant, although he didn't know what the time represented. However, he felt that this thing must be very important, otherwise the young man wouldn't have specifically asked for it. "You little brat, don't push us too far, or I'll fight you to the death." The third brother saw Xiao Yang not releasing the person and yelled. Xiao Yang took out his pistol and shot the two brothers in the leg. They both cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned by the gunshots, except for Mu Wanqing. The second and third sons were even more miserable. "If you had a gun, you should have taken it out earlier, and the time would have been transmitted to you earlier." "Can you do it now?" Xiao Yang said coldly. The eldest brother dared not hesitate, and did exactly as he was told, quickly and neatly. Then, Xiao Yang left him and walked over to the second and third brothers, extending his left hand. Without any more nonsense, the two of them endured the pain and transferred the time to Xiao Yang. He then walked over to the fifth brother, who had been kicked unconscious, and kicked him in the side, saying, "Stop pretending. I know you're awake. Hurry up and do it." When the gun was fired, Xiao Yang saw the fifth brother lying on the ground shivering twice. Now he's still pretending to be dead. After absorbing the time energy of the fifth brother, Xiao Yang went into the room and saw that there was still a wounded man sitting in the corner, and a waitress with her lower body half naked lying on the sofa. When he got to the man, Xiao Yang looked at him. He had already died from excessive blood loss and hypothermia. Xiao Yang sighed, and walked over to the waitress. He checked her pulse and her breathing, and she was already cold. Xiao Yang shook his head and walked out. "Sister Yu, the waitress inside is dead." Lu Yu sighed and nodded, "I know. Thank you for saving me." Xiao Yang smiled and said, "It was nothing. Let's go." "Wait," Lu Yu suddenly said, looking at the thugs lying on the ground moaning. "She was full of hatred, and gave me a chance to kill these animals myself, otherwise, I would not be at peace." Xiao Yang wanted to say that they wouldn't live much longer anyway. But if Lu Yu wanted to kill her enemies herself, she would have to let her. She handed the tang knife in Mu Wanqing's hand to Lu Yu, who took the knife and stepped forward. Xiao Yang followed behind with a gun. "Boss, Mr. Lu, please forgive me. I know I was wrong." Lu Yu didn't even give him a chance to finish his sentence. With a single swing of the knife, the boss's head was cut off. Lu Yu was stunned. "This knife is so fast." Xiao Yang was stunned. "This woman is really ruthless." The remaining three people on the other side, seeing this scene, were so scared that they crawled away, repeatedly begging for mercy. Lu Yu was unmoved. These people had almost defiled her, and they had killed two of her waitresses. She couldn't let them go without killing them to ease her hatred. With a flick of her wrist, several people were hacked to death. Even the fourth person, who was already dead, did not escape from Lu Yu's revenge, and his lower body was chopped to pieces. Lu Yu took a quilt to cover the body of the waitress, then took a mattress and went downstairs to cover the body in the bathroom. Xiao Yang then realized that there was another one on the first floor. This Lu Yu is also unlucky enough to have run into such a few thugs. After finishing, Lu Yu returned the knife to Xiao Yang and said gratefully, "Although I am a woman, I know that a life-saving kindness must be repaid with a life. You are my savior. From now on, my life is yours." Xiao Yang took the knife and nodded, saying, "Okay. Let's go home." Of course, all the remaining wine in the restaurant was loaded into Xiao Yang's RV. This stuff can't be wasted. Lu Yu walked out of the hotel door, unwilling to take one last look at the hotel she had built with her own hands. In the end, she got into Xiao Yang's RV without looking back. On the RV, Lu Yu had already changed into a thick outfit that covered her long, snow-white legs. She was staring out the window at the chaotic streets, where cars had crashed into each other and nobody had cleaned up the mess. The frozen corpses that could be seen along the road were much more serious than she had imagined. Xiao Yang regretted it. If he had known, he would not have given her clothes to wear. The RV had heating, so she wouldn't have frozen. Lu Yu seemed to have thought of something, and she looked back at Xiao Yang in the driver's seat and said, "Right, benefactor, I still don't know how to address you." She only knew her name, but had not yet asked her name. "Just call me Xiao Yang." Lu Yu let out a sound, but she was a little embarrassed to call Xiao Yang by her name, as it seemed to show a lack of respect for her benefactor. Xiao Yang seemed to sense Lu Yu's difficulty and said with a smile, "You should be older than me, so you can call me brother in the future." Lu Yu heard this and thought it was not bad. "Well, I'm 35 this year, so I should be a lot older than you. Then I'll call you Xiao Laodi from now on." Xiao Yang was of course happy. "This is the best." Mu Wanqing said in surprise, "Sister, you are really not afraid of being old. How do you take care of yourself? If you don't say it, I would have thought you were only 28. Lu Yu smiled and said, "Miss Wanqing, you really know how to talk." Mu Wanqing was stunned. "How did you know my name is Wanqing?" "Lu Yu, didn't Xiao Laodi just call you that in the restaurant?" "I heard it." Chapter 22, Mu Wanqing's superpower. Xiao Yang didn't stop on the way and drove straight back to the villa. The entire villa area was still lifeless, with no movement. Snow was already falling from the sky, and Xiao Yang knew that after the snow, another disaster would come. After the snow, the temperature will rise to around -10 degrees Celsius, and this will be the norm. During this period, there will often be blizzards. But that's not the most deadly. The most deadly is the transformation of the corpse. A virus in the bodies of the dead will be activated, which can control the nerves of the dead and turn them into zombies. These zombies have no self-awareness. They will only attack any surviving humans and animals, and spread the virus, turning the bitten into zombies. Although these zombies are not as agile as normal people, they are not easy to kill. They don't feel pain, so no matter how you attack them, they won't be afraid. To kill them completely, you have to hit them directly in the center of their forehead, where there is a crystal-like object. This contains the remaining time energy of the person before they died. Getting it can replenish your own energy. Of course, if a person dies because their time energy has been used up, then they won't become a zombie. Without the crystal to support it, the virus cannot survive. Xiao Yang sighed. After this zombie disaster, there would be no one left of the human race. After driving the car into the yard and parking it, Xiao Yang and the others got out and walked into the villa. Lu Yu was amazed to see the villa with all these layers of protection. Was this prepared in advance? As soon as they entered the villa, it was incredibly warm. There was even heating in the villa? Mu Wanqing turned on the lights in the living room, and Lu Yu was again stunned. There was no power outage here? When Xiao Yang returned, the little crow flew onto his shoulder and pecked at his hair with its long beak, expressing its discontent. "Why did you go out for so long and not come home? You didn't even take me with you." "Oh, this stinky bird." Xiao Yang smiled as he dodged. "I'm going to add some coal to the boiler." "Wanqing, take Sister Yu and let her take a hot bath." Lu Yu was already numb. Compared to her own restaurant, this villa was simply paradise. Not only was there electricity and heating, but there was also hot water. For Lu Yu, who hadn't bathed in 10 days, this was the happiest thing in the world. And, how leisurely these two people live, they even have the time to raise a bird. This bird is so ugly, it's black as night. She took Lu Yu to the bathroom and gave her a nightgown to wear. Xiao Yang had just finished adding charcoal and came upstairs just in time to see Lu Yu coming out of the shower. Gee. Xiao Yang couldn't help but sigh, this mature woman really has a unique flavor. Lu Yu is already a voluptuous woman with a full figure, and when she is wearing this body-hugging nightgown, it is impossible not to imagine things. Lu Yu saw Xiao Yang looking at her and smiled gently. She said generously, "What do you think, Xiao Laodi? Do you think I look good in this?" At her age, she has experienced everything. She won't be affected by Xiao Yang's gaze and act like a young girl. When Lu Yu said that, Xiao Yang looked even more excited. It's so pretty. Gee. A woman who is well seasoned is just great. Oh, that's right, sister, you are hungry, let's eat something first. After looking at her for a while, Xiao Yang felt that it was about time to change the subject. Lu Yu's stomach started to rumble at the mention of it. Lu Yu smiled embarrassedly, and she was really hungry. It was a good thing that you didn't take away the table of dishes you ordered at the time, otherwise. At this point, Lu Yu suddenly paused, as if she had thought of something. She asked in puzzlement, "Right, you ordered 10 tables of food, but what happened to the other 9 tables? The tables were gone, and I thought I was seeing a ghost." Xiao Yang smiled and said nothing, then waved his hand and a table appeared in the living room, with a full table of dishes on it. Lu Yu was stunned. What kind of magic is this? And these dishes, aren't they all the specialty dishes of her own restaurant? Shit. Even the fucking table is from her restaurant. Lu Yu's mouth was open in an O shape. She looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief and said, "Xiao Laodi, are you a magician?" Xiao Yang replied with a smile, "Well, you can think of it that way." Lu Yu took a deep breath, smelled the aroma of the food, touched the plate with her hand, and said in surprise, "My goodness, the food is still hot." She really couldn't figure out how Xiao Yang had done it all. "Come on, sister Yu, welcome to join us. From now on, we are a family. This meal is to welcome you." Xiao Yang invited Lu Yu to sit down, took out a few bottles of wine, and called Mu Wanqing upstairs to get ready to start eating. Xiao Yang poured a glass of wine for everyone. He raised his glass and said, "Come on, this glass is for sister Yu. From now on, we are all family." Lu Yu quickly raised her glass and said, "No, this glass should be from me to you. Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, how could I be sitting here enjoying such a wonderful time?" After Lu Yu finished speaking, she toasted with a straight shot of red wine to show her respect. Xiao Yang saw that Lu Yu was so generous and also drank it in one gulp. Mu Wanqing's drinking capacity was not good, but she also took a big sip. After putting down the wineglass, Mu Wanqing was deeply preoccupied. Xiao Yang asked with concern, "Wanqing, what's wrong with you? You're not paying attention." "I was thinking about what happened at the Cape Hotel today. I remember hearing that person's voice. Sure enough, there really were other people upstairs." Mu Wanqing frowned and said. When it came to this, Xiao Yang slapped his leg and said, "I almost forgot until you mentioned it." Lu Yu asked curiously, "Wanqing, what happened?" "Let me tell you. At the time, the two of us were being led upstairs by that man to find you. When we heard the sound of the glass being smashed, we became very cautious. At that moment, Wanqing seemed to hear the man's voice, knew that there was someone upstairs, and even controlled you. But I know that the man didn't say anything." Xiao Yang explained first. "Well, I thought I was hearing things, but the situation upstairs was exactly as I heard it. I really don't understand." Mu Wanqing shook her head. Lu Yu was also very surprised. "Could it be that you have supernormal capabilities?" Xiao Yang's eyes lit up at the mention of it. Yes, this must be Mu Wanqing awakening her supernormal abilities. However, he had never heard of this kind of superpower, so he wasn't sure. "So we need to verify it. Wanqing, if I'm not mistaken, you should have awakened your supernormal ability. Why don't we verify it?" Mu Wanqing's eyes lit up at the sound of this, and she said happily, "Really? I have supernormal abilities too. How do I verify it?" Xiao Yang thought for a moment and said, "I guess you probably heard the person's thoughts at the time. In that case, concentrate on looking at me, and I'll think of something. Then see if you can hear it." "Good. Mu Wanqing couldn't wait to say. Xiao Yang saw the table full of dishes and kept thinking in his mind, Sister Yu's dishes are really delicious. Mu Wanqing looked at Xiao Yang intently, and suddenly she heard Xiao Yang's voice in her mind. Sister Yu's cooking is delicious. Chapter 23, From now on, I'll leave you in charge. Mu Wanqing was shocked again by the voice that suddenly appeared in her mind. The voice was real, and she knew that Xiao Yang had not spoken. You were thinking, Sister Yu's cooking is delicious, right? Mu Wanqing asked for confirmation. Holy cow! Awesome! Xiao Yang gave Mu Wanqing a thumbs up, completely correct. Congratulations, Wanqing, you have also awakened your superpower, and it is very special. Xiao Yang has heard of and seen many supernatural powers, but most of them are martial arts and magic. For example, in the late stage of the apocalypse, many survivors with great power would realize the martial arts of swordsmanship and knife fighting, which are all martial arts. These types of awakened people are too dependent on weapons. Although they are very powerful, weapons also play a large part. Those who can emit lightning and fireballs belong to the spell system. Then there are special abilities like Xiao Yang's spatial ability, which are extremely rare. Mu Wanqing's ability should also be considered a special ability. The power of this ability is that it can hear the thoughts of others, leaving no privacy for others in front of him. Xiao Yang was a little excited. He never thought that he would stumble upon someone like Mu Wanqing. With her help, when I create my own team in the future, I will be able to read people's minds. Awesome! I'm going. Are you two conspiring to play a joke on me? Do you really have supernatural powers? Lu Yu was a little skeptical. She had no idea that supernatural powers existed. Sister Yu, if you don't believe it, you can try it too. Let Wanqing listen to your heart. Xiao Yang said with a smile. Okay. Lu Yu could not resist her curiosity and wanted to try it out. Mu Wanqing once again focused her attention on Lu Yu, and after a moment, the voice of Lu Yu rang in her mind. However, Mu Wanqing's face turned red. Xiao Yang was curious about what Mu Wanqing had heard and why she was blushing. What was Sister Yu thinking? Seeing that Mu Wanqing was silent, Lu Yu was anxious. How about it, Wanqing, did you hear my thoughts? Say it out to verify it. Mu Wanqing said with some embarrassment, Sister Yu, what you are thinking is, Xiao brother is really lucky to have a beautiful girl like Wanqing in his arms, right? Lu Yu exclaimed in excitement, slapping the table, that's amazing. Not a single word is wrong. She looked at Xiao Yang again and said, brother, that thing you just did, like magic, is that a superpower too? Xiao Yang felt that there was no need to hide anything from Lu Yu, so he told her everything. Of course, he did not reveal how much supplies there were in the space. Xiao Yang also lied about his experience before being reborn as a dream and told it to Lu Yu. Lu Yu was so shocked that she covered her mouth and screamed. Brother Xiao, if it is really as you said, I would regret being saved by you. It would be a lot more suffering to live on. Lu Yu could not help but worry about the future. Xiao Yang smiled and comforted her, don't worry, Sister Yu, I'm here, and I'll definitely make your life comfortable. Please trust me. Looking at Xiao Yang's determined and self-assured eyes, Lu Yu inexplicably felt a great sense of trust. It was as if he was there, and she really felt safe. The warm spring-like villa and this table of delicacies are things that ordinary people cannot give. Lu Yu raised her glass to Xiao Yang and said, come on, I'll toast you. From now on, I'll leave you in your hands. Xiao Yang couldn't help but be stunned. It sounded like she was saying that she would be yours in the future. I don't know if Lu Yu was doing it on purpose. Leave it to me, don't worry. Xiao Yang also raised his glass and said with a meaningful look. Oh, that's right, Sister Yu, I'm going to have to trouble you with one more thing. Xiao Yang finished the wine in her glass and set it down. Say it. Lu Yu said simply. Well, neither Wanqing nor I can cook, so from now on, you'll have to do the cooking. Lu Yu heard this and said, what a thing to say. She patted her chest and said, Xiao, I can't say anything else, but cooking is my specialty. You saved my life, so this is what I should do. I promise you that I will definitely raise you two to be fat and healthy. Of course, you have to promise to provide enough ingredients. Xiao Yang was very satisfied and also learned from Lu Yu to pat his chest and say, you can rest assured, Sister Yu, there will be enough ingredients. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and had turned into a heavy snowfall. The meal in the villa was over, and Mu Wanqing was a little tired after using her powers a few times, so she went upstairs to rest early. There was nothing she could do. She had too little time energy and her physical fitness was still relatively poor. She couldn't withstand the mental consumption of her supernormal ability. It would be better when she had more time energy. This time energy is like the level of a game. Can a level 1 compare to a level 100? Of course not. Therefore, the next step is for Xiao Yang to prepare to obtain more time energy. The zombie virus is about to break out, so the opportunity is right here. Lu Yu chose to sleep in a bedroom on the first floor. Xiao Yang originally wanted her to sleep in the room on the third floor that Mu Wanqing had originally occupied. But Lu Yu refused, saying it would be more convenient to cook in the morning. Xiao Yang didn't insist, and prepared a new set of bedding for her. After filling the refrigerator with various ingredients, she went upstairs. Lu Yu tossed and turned in her room, unable to sleep. There were so many things that happened today, and she suddenly came to such a comfortable place, but she couldn't sleep. Maybe it was because of what had happened to her, and the fact that she had killed someone. Maybe it was because of the doomsday scenarios that Xiao Yang had told her about. In short, she just couldn't sleep. She got up and went to the living room, staring out the window at the snow. Suddenly, some indescribable sounds came from upstairs. Lu Yu was startled, but then her mouth curved up into a charming smile. Young people are so restless, they don't even know how to rest after a long day. She thought to herself. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. 50 minutes. Lu Yu was stunned. Is Xiao brother so powerful? She was a little thirsty, but she couldn't help but want to listen. After an hour and a half, the upstairs gradually quieted down. And downstairs, Lu Yu was already blushing. She had been in several relationships and had even been married once, so she had seen a lot of men. But this was the first time she had seen someone like Xiao Yang for such a long time. After her divorce, she focused all her energy on her career and never tried anything with a man again. When she first heard the sound from above, it seemed to have activated a desire deep in her heart, and she even had a physiological reaction. Xiao Yang's handsome face suddenly appeared in her mind, and she was actually a little yearning. Bah! What am I thinking? How can I do this to Wanqing? Lu Yu quickly suppressed her expanding desires, calmed her rapid breathing, and hurriedly walked to her bedroom. Coincidentally, when she passed by the stairs, she happened to run into Xiao Yang, who was going downstairs to add coal to the boiler with his shirt off. Xiao Yang was surprised to see Lu Yu. It was dark, so why were you standing here without a light? Sister Yu, why aren't you sleeping? Lu Yu panicked and quickly covered up. I'm going to the bathroom. Chapter 24, Lu Yu's Superpower. The next morning, Xiao Yang felt extremely refreshed. Looking at the time energy on his arm, it had already been more than 15 years. Xiao Yang could feel that his body had changed a lot. Before his rebirth, he had more than 1,000 years of time energy, and ordinary weapons and equipment were no longer a threat to him. He had seen people with 10,000 years of time energy, and ordinary guns and cannons hitting them were like tickling. Therefore, to improve his own strength, he must obtain time energy, which is the focus of his next step. Not only his own, but also Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu's, must be strengthened. However, he must first make himself strong. He looked at Mu Wanqing, who was still sleeping beside him. The snow was still falling outside the window, and the ground was already covered in a layer of white. Xiao Yang kissed Mu Wanqing on the cheek, covered her up, and went downstairs first. Before he reached the living room on the first floor, he could smell the aroma of food. When he came into the living room, 2 dishes were already on the table. One was stir-fried kidney beans, and the other was okra in oil. The person who made these dishes was still busy in the kitchen. Sister Yu, it's still early in the morning, do you really need to make such a big meal? Xiao Yang asked with some confusion. Lu Yu stuck her head out of the kitchen and said with a smile, it's only 2 dishes, not very hearty. Young people need to eat more. I also have some healthy porridge, it'll be ready soon. Huh? What does Sister Yu mean? Is it necessary to eat so much kidney and okra? Forget it, it's good to have something delicious. Xiao Yang went to the bathroom to wash up, and when he came out, he saw Lu Yu serving the porridge on the table. Where is Wanqing? Tell her to come down and eat. Xiao Yang touched his nose and said apologetically, "She's a little tired. Let her sleep a little longer." Lu Yu looked at Xiao Yang reproachfully. "Alas, young people, so violent, don't know how to cherish fragrant jade. I'll make it for her when she wakes up. Let's eat first." "Okay." The dishes were quickly eaten up by Xiao Yang, and Lu Yu didn't eat much. Xiao Yang burped contentedly and praised her, "Sister Yu, with you here, this day is complete." Lu Yu smiled and didn't say anything, quickly picking up the dishes. Xiao Yang hurriedly got up and said, "I'll do it, Sister Yu." Lu Yu pushed him away and said, "What are you doing, big man? Leave it to me. Go do whatever you need to do. Oh, and feed your bird. It's been calling all morning." Xiao Yang couldn't help but sigh. It's great to have a woman in the family who can cook and is willing to do housework. After that, Xiao Yang had nothing to do but play with the little crow coal ball. The coal ball is getting smarter and smarter. It can understand a lot of what Xiao Yang says, and it has become much more obedient. Crows have a high IQ. After all, they can use tools, and drinking water is a typical example. Xiao Yang decided to raise coal ball and keep it by her side. If it was well trained, it would make a good pet. The morning passed in a flash, and at noon, Mu Wanqing finally got up and came downstairs. "Yao! Wanqing is up, so quickly go wash up, I'll cook for you." Lu Yu smiled. "Thank you, Sister Yu." Mu Wanqing went to the bathroom, and Lu Yu began to busy herself in the kitchen. Xiao Yang sat on the sofa opposite the kitchen, watching the busy back of Lu Yu in the kitchen. It has to be said that Lu Yu has a very good figure, with a small waist and a big butt. It is said that a good cook has a big butt and a round waist, but this Lu Yu only has a big butt. However, her waist is much too thin. From this angle, she looks like a ripe peach, making one's mouth water. "Ah!" Suddenly, Lu Yu shouted. Xiao Yang's thoughts were interrupted, and he quickly ran into the kitchen to check the situation. Mu Wanqing also ran out of the washroom. "What's wrong, Sister Yu?" Lu Yu was obviously panicked, and the spoon she was holding had already been thrown to the side. She looked at the spoon in horror and said, "I was holding the spoon when it suddenly sent out a powerful electric current." Mu Wanqing quickly took Lu Yu's hand to check it out, looking concerned. "Is she electrocuted? Is everything okay, Sister Yu?" "I don't feel anything, but the current was so strong that it really scared me," Lu Yu said with a lingering fear. Xiao Yang, who was standing nearby, looked thoughtful. He walked over to the stove and looked at the wok. The food inside was already burnt. Xiao Yang unplugged the induction cooker and touched the edge of the pan with his hand. A crackling sound of small electric currents was heard, and his hand felt numb. He picked up the spoon again, and there was also an electric current. Xiao Yang picked up the spoon and gestured, saying, "Sister Yu, you were just cooking, and then a current came out of the spoon and hit the pot, so the food burned?" "Yes, that's it." Lu Yu kept nodding her head. Xiao Yang smiled, he understood. "Sister Yu, congratulations, you have awakened your supernormal ability." "Ah?" Lu Yu looked at him in disbelief. "I have superpowers too?" "Yes, if I'm not mistaken, you've awakened the lightning power. The current you just sent out was unintentional." Xiao Yang had seen lightning-wielding people in his previous life, and the low-level ones emitted lightning like that. Those with a high level can burst out lightning balls, and the explosive power is no worse than that of a heat weapon. I never thought that a beautiful chef like Lu Yu would awaken the magical lightning power. This is really a bit of a surprise for Xiao Yang. This lightning comes from your hand, not the spoon. You can try to release the current again. Xiao Yang guided Lu Yu on how to release the electricity. Lu Yu concentrated her mind and gently slapped the wok with her palm. Zilla! A visible stream of electricity as thick as chopsticks shot out of Lu Yu's palm and hit the wok, which was a meter away. The wok was blown over and fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned by the power of this lightning ability. This is only level 1, and it can probably electrocute an adult. If this power reaches level 9, what kind of power will it be? Lu Yu was scared stiff. This ability is a bit too dangerous. She looked at her palm repeatedly, and really couldn't figure out how the lightning was released. It was amazing. Sister Yu, after awakening this ability, no one will dare to bully you anymore. If anyone is not careful, you just give them a shock like this, and I guarantee they will become crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Xiao Yang smiled and said, I'm very happy for Lu Yu. This has also added a lot of strength to my side. With this, in an emergency, Lu Yu should be able to protect herself. As long as she masters the lightning technique and then raises her level, she will definitely be an indispensable combatant in the future. Lu Yu was overjoyed that she had finally awakened her superpower, so that she would no longer be a burden to Xiao Yang. I'm not just a good cook, I can also fight. Chapter 25, Zombie Virus. Lu Yu was in a state of excitement and tried to use the lightning twice more, but each time it was weaker than the last. She only stopped when she felt her body being drained of energy. The original wok was definitely unusable, so Xiao Yang gave her a new one. The lunch was the leftovers from the previous night, and Lu Yu had made a chicken soup for Mu Wanqing. As soon as the food entered her mouth, Xiao Yang froze. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt like his mouth was full of popping candy. Xiao Yang looked at Lu Yu, and Lu Yu was also staring at the top of his head. What's wrong? Xiao Yang asked in confusion. Your hair is standing on end. Lu Yu pointed at his head and asked in surprise. Xiao Yang quickly touched his hair, and crack. There was a sound of static electricity as soon as he touched it. Damn, it really is. Mu Wanqing giggled, picked up the bowl and took a sip of the chicken soup, then her expression suddenly froze. Lu Yu asked carefully, what's wrong, Wanqing? It's not good? Mu Wanqing quickly put the bowl back on the table and said in surprise, Sister Yu, this chicken soup has static electricity. Really? How come I didn't feel it? Lu Yu was a little skeptical. Xiao Yang reached out and placed her hand on Mu Wanqing's head. Her hair actually attracted Xiao Yang's palm. Oh, this static electricity is quite strong. Sister Yu, did you discharge electricity again when you were cooking? Xiao Yang smiled helplessly. Lu Yu was exposed and suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. She said apologetically, oh, I was distracted while cooking and didn't notice that. Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing looked at each other with a black line on their faces. My sister, please be more considerate in the future. This meal almost made me numb. Lu Yu was so embarrassed that her face turned red. Ha, I'll be more careful next time. A crow's cry came. The three of them hurriedly looked at the coal ball, and saw that the little coal ball had two claws pointing to the sky, lying straight on the ground. Xiao Yang quickly ran over and squatted down to check it out. He saw its two black eyes spinning around and around, and there was a fresh pile of shit behind its tail. Xiao Yang reached out and grabbed it, and a static sound came from his fingertips. Xiao Yang looked up at Lu Yu. Lu Yu said in a panic, I saw that it didn't have any water to drink, so I poured some water for it. The snow had stopped, and the temperature outside had risen to around -10 degrees Celsius. Most people would not have suffered so much if they had taken adequate measures to keep warm. When everyone was secretly rejoicing that the disaster was about to end, another even greater disaster struck. On the street, which was covered with a thick layer of snow, suddenly, a hand that was as blue as ice appeared from the snow. Slowly, a body slowly climbed out of the snow like a mechanical dance. The body was still wearing summer clothes, and the person who had been frozen for several days was now alive again. It had vacant eyes and stiff movements, except for a little white light shining in the middle of its eyebrows. It stood there, swaying from side to side, not knowing where to go. In a small room in a hotel on the street, a female college student was shivering in her bed. Beneath the bed was a cold corpse, her college boyfriend. When the cold snap hit, they had just checked into a hotel room to discuss life together. During their heated discussion, the temperature dropped sharply and her boyfriend broke out in a sweat, so he caught a cold. The result was predictable, her boyfriend did not survive the 3 days and his life was over. She was scared and desperate, but there was nothing she could do. Fortunately, there were instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water in the room, so she didn't starve to death. A hoarse sound came from her throat. She nervously lifted the corner of the quilt and saw her boyfriend standing up in a strange position. She was stunned. Wasn't he dead? She was a little scared, but also hoped for a miracle to happen. She called out softly, "Baby?" Her boyfriend suddenly turned around, his eyes were vacant, his face was purple, and he didn't have a single expression on his face. Ah! She screamed in fright. Her boyfriend seemed to hear a call of some kind, his body jerked, and then he lunged at her, biting her throat. The streets nearby were already filled with these walking dead monsters, and when they heard the scream, they all rushed madly towards the source of the sound. This scene is being played out in every corner of the world. The human world has become a purgatory at this moment. The zombie virus has officially broken out. In Xiaoyang's villa, the first thing that little Coalball did after waking up was to scream at Lu Yu. "Coalball, what did you do to me?" Lu Yu rolled her eyes. "This little thing still holds a grudge. I didn't do it on purpose." The little Coalball stood on his own pole, glaring at her angrily. Suddenly, there was a chorus of screams outside the villa. The three of them were stunned, looking at each other. Xiaoyang quickly got up and said, "Let's go upstairs and take a look. It must be a zombie virus outbreak." Mu Wanqing followed closely, and Lu Yu hesitated for a moment and followed. They came to Xiaoyang's master bedroom, where there was a huge French window that gave a clear view of the entire villa area. At this moment, the entire villa was extremely noisy, with screams coming from all directions. Some people even ran out of the house, wrapped in blankets, despite the cold outside, followed by zombies that were biting. Those who ran slowly or fell accidentally were attacked by the zombies, who bit them in one bite, leaving large patches of blood on the snow. Xiaoyang watched the scene coldly, as if he were watching a good show as a member of the audience. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu couldn't help but turn pale and tremble when they saw this scene. Although they had heard Xiaoyang describe the scene of the zombie outbreak, they still couldn't bear the visual impact of witnessing such a tragedy with their own eyes. Xiaoyang turned around and patted Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu on the shoulder and said, "This is bound to happen. Just get used to it slowly. We should get ready. Harvesting energy will begin tomorrow." After saying that, he went downstairs without looking back. He needed to prepare some combat supplies. God, Xiaoyang was right. This is what a zombie looks like, Lu Yu said with a trembling voice. Mu Wanqing looked at everything in front of her in a daze, and said sadly, "They are desperate, but there is nothing we can do." Lu Yu sighed. "I'm more and more curious about Xiaoyang now. If it weren't for him, I might have ended up being chased and bitten, and eventually reduced to a piece of meat in the mouth of a zombie. Well, I might also become the one chasing after others and biting them." Mu Wanqing smiled sadly. The two of them just looked at each other quietly. They were both grateful that they were not one of those people. They were grateful to Xiaoyang for giving them a warm and safe harbor. Chapter 26, Clearing the Zombie-Infested Villa Area. Xiaoyang took out a lot of winter training suits, military boots, and gloves in the space. These clothes are very thick and will not be scratched or bitten through by zombies under normal circumstances. Then he took out 3 tang swords, 3 military knives, and the only revolver, which had 3 bullets left. The tang knife is the best weapon for killing zombies. It is long enough and very sharp. If you control the force well, you can cut off the zombie's head with one blow. After doing all this, he called down Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, who were still on the 3rd floor, and said to them very seriously, "You should all try on the equipment and go out with me to kill the zombies tomorrow." Ah! The two were stunned. And couldn't help but get nervous. "Are we going too?" Xiaoyang said with a stern face, "Of course we have to go. Sooner or later we will have to face it. I am doing this for your own good. There are only 100 villas in this villa area, and the total population is estimated to be around 700. This is already a very low population density. A low density means that the zombies are relatively scattered and not concentrated, which is just the perfect place for you two to train." However, Mu Wanqing was still hesitant, and before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Xiaoyang. "There is no but in this apocalypse. Only by constantly strengthening ourselves can we have a better chance of survival. I don't want you to die before me." Mu Wanqing looked at Xiaoyang's cold eyes and suddenly felt a little afraid. This man was always so violent. Before we got together, he was so gentle. Lu Yu saw Xiaoyang's attitude and thought for a moment before deciding, "You saved my life, so I'm willing to do anything for you." Xiaoyang looked at her and shook his head, correcting her, "Remember, it's not for me, it's for us." Lu Yu looked at Xiaoyang deeply and nodded. "Yes, it's for us." The rest of the time, the three of them tried out their equipment and weapons. Xiaoyang explained to the two the techniques for killing zombies, and repeatedly warned them not to shout no matter what happened, as that would attract more zombies. In the evening, the three of them went to bed early after dinner. The next morning, Lu Yu got up early and made a hearty breakfast. She had to make sure everyone was full, so they would have enough energy to kill the zombies. After eating and drinking, the three of them changed into their clothes, took their weapons and prepared to go out. Remember, when we go out, I will be in front, Wan Qing in the middle, and Sister Yu in the back. We will search from one villa to the next. If you encounter any zombies on the way, don't move. Just watch how I kill them. When you encounter a single zombie in the villa, you can practice. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu nodded quickly. As they walked out of the villa, Xiao Yang looked at the snow on the road in front of the door. There were no signs of trampling, proving that no zombies had been here. He decided to start clearing the snow from the front of the villa, and then check the rest of the villas in order. When he arrived at the door of the first villa, it was closed, but how could such a door stop him? He took out a crowbar and gently pried the door open. Suddenly, a zombie probably heard the noise and rushed directly to the door. Xiao Yang was not at all panicked, and directly pulled out his Tangdao knife, which he then plunged into the zombie's forehead. The zombie stopped biting, Xiao Yang pulled out the knife, and the zombie fell to the ground without moving. Xiao Yang walked up and skillfully pried open its skull, and took out a white cylindrical crystal from its forehead. Xiao Yang turned around and showed the crystal in his hand to Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. But he found that the two were covering their mouths, their faces pale, and looking at him in surprise. Xiao Yang was puzzled. When women get nervous, do they just cover their mouths and cry? Did you see it clearly? You must take this thing out. Xiao Yan waved the crystal in front of the two of them. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu looked at the crystal with the red and white object swinging in front of them, and they were so overwhelmed that they finally couldn't help it. They both vomited. Xiao Yan was dumbfounded. You two have such shallow stomachs. But when I think about my past life, I didn't start out like this either, so I didn't say anything. Fortunately, the two of them managed to control their movements, so they didn't attract the zombies. There is a distance between each villa, so as long as the sound is not too loud, it is safe. Seeing that the two had vomited enough, he quickly ushered them into the villa. The door was open, and Xiao Yang led them room by room, finding two more zombies, a large and a small female zombie, who looked like a mother and daughter. The one killed at the door was a male zombie, so it seems that the whole family of three was not spared. Xiao Yang easily killed the mother zombie, then took out a riot baton and pushed the smaller zombie against the wall, immobilizing it. Sister Yu, you go kill it. Do it my way. Xiao Yang first gave an order to Lu Yu. After all, she had chopped someone with a knife. She is still a child, and I, Lu Yu, trembled as I held the knife, unable to bring myself to do it. Xiao Yang scolded her, remember, they are no longer human, they are just walking corpses. Hurry! Lu Yu had no choice but to grit her teeth, close her eyes, and raise her knife to the little zombie that was snarling and clawing. The knife cut through, and the little zombie's head was cut in half. Xiao Yang was very satisfied. This person who had been a chef and had used a wok was different. Xiao Yang put away the stick, and the little zombie fell to the ground. Sister Yu, well done, but you can't close your eyes again in the future. It's dangerous. Xiao Yang encouraged and warned. Lu Yu was a little distracted and said yes absent-mindedly. Wanqing, go and take out the crystals and the eyeballs of the two zombies. Xiao Yang turned and looked at Mu Wanqing, who was looking at him with a terrified expression on her face, and pointed to the two zombies on the ground. Me? Mu Wanqing was a little panicked. Yes, go. Xiao Yang urged. Although Mu Wanqing resisted in her heart, she also understood that this was Xiao Yang helping her overcome the feeling of disgust. She had to slowly walk up to the zombies, take out her military knife, and after a long time of deliberation, she finally mustered up the courage to plunge the knife into the zombie's head, stirring it around and picking out a white crystal. Then, she walked over to the other zombie, tilted her head, and took out a crystal with a grin. After doing all this, Mu Wanqing felt like she was going to faint. It was so fucking disgusting. Xiao Yang watched quietly and was satisfied with Mu Wanqing's performance. Not bad. But next time, you must do it cleanly and neatly. Also, this crystal is very important. After taking it out, you must quickly put it away. It is our life. Mu Wanqing nodded without arguing, and quickly took the two crystals in her hands. Xiao Yang saw that the two of them were not yet used to it, so he let them rest for a while. Women and men are different after all, so they need some time. Chapter 27: Absorbing the Energy of the Crystals. After a half-hour rest, Xiao Yang felt that it was about time and began to clean the next villa with Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. The door to this villa was still closed, so Xiao Yang quickly pried it open and entered. They found a total of 5 zombies inside, 2 old ones and 3 young ones. None of the zombies had any wounds, so it seems that they had already died before the virus outbreak. This should have been a happy family, but unfortunately, they all fell. Xiao Yang killed 4 of them, leaving one small one for Mu Wanqing to practice on. Mu Wanqing summoned up her courage, imitated Xiao Yang, and aimed at the zombie's head and stabbed it. However, she stabbed the zombie in the neck, and the blood sprayed all over her face. Wu Wanqing was so scared that she dropped the knife and quickly backed away. Pick it up. You must always stay calm. If you miss the first time, you can try again, but you must never drop the knife. If you were facing the zombies alone, you would have been bitten and your flesh would be bloody and mangled by now. Xiao Yang scolded her severely. Ma Wanqing was in tears, but she had to pick up the knife on the ground. She raised the knife again and aimed it at the zombie's forehead. With a resolute heart, she stabbed it in. The skull cracked and the zombie fell to the ground without moving. Mu Wanqing looked at her masterpiece in a daze. This was a real breakthrough for her. Sister Yu, this time you go and take out the crystal in the center of the forehead. Lu Yu did not dare to be negligent and went straight up to take out all the crystals. Although she was also disgusted, she had done a pretty good job. Go! Next villa. Xiao Yang didn't stop and took them directly to the next villa. Following the same method, Xiao Yang and the other 2 managed to clean up 10 villas by noon. In the villa, all the materials that could be used were also collected by Xiao Yang into the space. During this time, Xiao Yang deliberately left 2 small zombies for Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu to kill alone, and he no longer intervened, only watching from the side. This was a huge challenge for them. In a moment of desperation, Lu Yu missed her target with the first blow, only cutting off one of the zombie's arms. But this did not stop the zombie from continuing to bite her. Fortunately, the strength of the little zombie was not particularly strong, and Lu Yu's second blow cut off its head. Mu Wanqing's performance was a surprise to Xiao Yang. When the zombie pounced on her, she stabbed it straight in the middle of the forehead, killing it cleanly. A total of 50 zombies were killed in the 10 villas. Xiao Yang felt that the purpose of the day had been achieved, and he was afraid that Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu would not be able to bear it if they continued to clean up, so he returned home. Back at the villa, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu couldn't wait to take off their jackets and go to the bathroom to rinse off. Xiao Yang washed all the crystals and then distributed them after the 2 finished their shower. Mu Wanqing had received 20 days of energy last time, and now she has 1 year and a few days left. Lu Yu has been consuming energy, so he only has 350 days left, less than a year. Xiao Yang has more than 15 years, nearly 16 years of energy, the most of the 3. Wanqing has 10, Sister Yu has 10, and I have 30. Xiao Yang divided the crystals. Lu Yu saw that she had been given so many, and quickly refused, saying, I can't take this. It's all thanks to Xiao Yu. I've only been holding you back. Yes, you should keep it for yourself. You're the one who's going to be killing zombies. Mu Wanqing also pushed the crystal back. Xiao Yang shook his head and stuffed the crystals into their hands, saying, remember, from now on, we're all the same. You can raise your time energy to more than 10 years, so it will be easier to kill the zombies and save more, and you won't be dragging me down anymore. Seeing that the 2 were about to refuse again, Xiao Yang quickly waved his hand and said, okay, don't say anymore. Just do as I say. Come, I'll teach you how to absorb the crystals. Xiao Yang picked up a crystal and pointed to the number on it, see? This is the remaining time energy display. The only difference between this and the time on our arms is that the time on this crystal is static. He extended his left arm and compared it to the 2 of them. If you want to turn all the time energy in the crystal into your own, then you have to memorize the time on the crystal first. For example, this one shows 0 years, 364 days, 19 hours, 30 minutes and 20 seconds. Memorize this time in your mind, hold the crystal tightly in your left hand, and then use your mind to absorb the time energy. Xiao Yang demonstrated, then opened his hand, and the crystal's time became 0, and all the energy was transferred into his body. But remember, you must remember the time correctly. If you remember too much, the transfer will fail due to insufficient energy. If you remember less, you have to transmit the rest again. Do you understand? Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu looked at each other in amazement and nodded. Okay, then you try to absorb the crystals. After saying that, Xiao Yang absorbed the remaining 30 crystals one by one. His time energy had already shown more than 45 years. He stretched his muscles and felt that his physical strength had improved. This kind of physical enhancement is all round, and strength, agility, physical fitness, and spirit will all be enhanced. Of course, intelligence won't increase, and you'll still be stupid. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu were trying it for the first time, so their progress was slower. It took them 5 whole minutes to absorb all 10 crystals each. However, the physical changes they could feel were very obvious. After all, going from 1 to 10 is a big breakthrough. Lu Yu stood up, stretched, and shook his arms. He said, "This thing is really amazing. I feel like I can now hold a 20-gene pot with one hand." Xiao Yang smiled. This chef can't get away from his old profession in 3 sentences. Mu Wanqing also stood up and said happily, "I feel that I've become much lighter and more energetic. I can cook 3 bowls of rice. Sister Yu, make more today." "Good. No problem." Lu Yu smiled and said. "By the way, have you seen these crystals that have absorbed all the energy? This can actually be reused. It's like a memory card, you can also transfer time energy back into it. If you don't want to shake hands with someone when trading time energy, this can be used instead." Xiao Yang pointed to a pile of used crystals on the table. "Oh, I see." The two of them said in unison. "Okay, Yo-Yo, go cook dinner. After we eat, we'll take a break and review today's battle experience. By the way, Sister Yu, try using your lightning power to attack the zombies tomorrow. That's your secret weapon." "Okay, Xiao." Lu Yu ran to the kitchen with a refreshed spirit. After seeing Lu Yu leave, Mu Wanqing looked at Xiao Yang with a misty eye and said, "Xiao Yang, was my performance today really bad? Was I really stupid?" Xiao Yang's heart softened, and he held her tightly in his arms, stroking her hair and saying, "No, you did a great job. I was too anxious, but I did it for your own good." Mu Wanqing buried her head deeply in Xiao Yang's arms and whispered, "I know." Xiao Yang suddenly remembered something and whispered in Mu Wanqing's ear, "Didn't you say that you had absorbed energy and your spirit was full? Then I'll test you tonight, okay?" Chapter 28, Attacked by Zombie Dogs. Mu Wanqing was flushed with excitement from Xiao Yang's breath, and she pounded him on the chest and said, "You bad guy, you know how to bully me." Xiao Yang laughed and said, "I like to bully you." While the two were flirting, Lu Yu finished cooking. After the 3 had eaten, it was still light outside, so Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing went to bed early. Lu Yu downstairs experienced another difficult auditory feast. The next morning, the 3 of them got up early, had breakfast, and were ready to go. Lu Yu also took the time to observe Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing, and found that they both looked very healthy and full of energy. She couldn't help but sigh, "It's good to be young." This time, the cleaning was done in the same order as the previous villa. Compared to yesterday, the progress today was much faster. First, the physical condition of both Lu Yu and Mu Wanqing has improved significantly. Second, both of them have overcome the psychological barrier and their tolerance has become stronger. Later, the 3 of them became more and more coordinated, and it was no problem to deal with 3 zombies at the same time. Lu Yu also took this opportunity to use her lightning ability to attack. Although her level was too low to kill the zombies in one go, she could stun them or knock them down, and then she could easily finish them off. The parts that were hit always turned black and charred, and every now and then a meaty aroma wafted over. "Go on, smell it. Does it smell like a barbecue?" Xiao Yang teased. "Damn you, can you not be so disgusting?" Mu Wanqing glared at him and said in a bad mood. They cleaned up to the 48th villa before stopping. After roughly counting, they had killed about 300 zombies today, which was already a good harvest. "We'll clean up 2 more villas and then go back. This time, we'll split up. You two will clean up 1 villa together." After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he walked towards a villa farther away. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu had no choice but to enter the nearest villa. As soon as they walked into the entrance of the villa, they unexpectedly met a teddy bear. It was a very cute dog, but now it looked very creepy. It was covered in wounds, and its lower lip was torn, revealing its ghastly teeth. Needless to say, this teddy bear had also turned into a zombie. As soon as the teddy bear touched the 2 of them, it growled and lunged at them with its rotten mouth wide open. Lu Yu did not dare to be negligent. This dog is different from humans. Dogs are agile and so are zombies. Lu Yu held Mu Wanqing behind her and stabbed the attacking zombie teddy bear with a knife. Since it was not killed in one blow, the zombie teddy bear displayed the characteristics of its living self. It kept howling. The sound was piercing and the barking continued. Mu Wanqing cursed the dog-fucking teddy. He quickly raised the Tang sword and stabbed it into its forehead. Teddy finally stopped, but because of the loud noise just now, it had already attracted the attention of nearby zombies. Xiao Yang heard the sound and rushed over, but he had already heard a lot of rapid footsteps approaching. No good. Retreat. Xiao Yang sensed that the situation was not good, and shouted to Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. But it was too late. A group of dogs were running towards them. Behind them, they were blocked by another group of dogs. Xiao Yang let out a sigh of relief. Well, I said that after clearing so many villas, I haven't seen a single pet dog zombie. They all went out in groups. Looking at the dog groups on both sides, there were golden retrievers, teddies, Pomeranians, Labradors, border collies, Alaskans, Chihuahuas, Akitas, Corgis, German shepherds, small terriers, poodles, and a fucking Pekingese. It's a zombie dog mobilization. Some have their eyes popped out, some have holes in their noses, some have layers of skin ripped off, exposing the fresh meat underneath, and some have their intestines dragging on the ground. It was a terrible sight. However, Xiao Yang had no time to sympathize with them. If so many zombie dogs attacked at the same time, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu would have to stay here. Suddenly, the two groups of zombie dogs seemed to see their masters and frantically pounced on Xiao Yang and the two people in the villa. Close the door quickly. Xiao Yang shouted to Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. But the main door of the villa was broken, so Lu Yu could only block the zombies at the door. Xiao Yang, in a hurry, took out an explosion-proof shield from the space and used it to block the attacking zombie dogs. Then, he took a chance and swung his knife, cutting off half of the head of the border collie that was charging forward. The explosion-proof shield was rattling as Xiao Yang took the opportunity to slash the zombies. Suddenly, Xiao Yang saw a German shepherd jump over Lu Yu's head and enter the villa, which immediately startled Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. Sister Yu, use lightning to blast it. Xiao Yang shouted in a panic. Lu Yu came to her senses and saw the German shepherd roll on the ground. She got up and was about to pounce on it, but she quickly shot a current at it. Zilla! The electric current hit the German shepherd directly on the head, and it fell to the ground. Mu Wanqing quickly went up and added a finishing blow. The sound of the electric shock seemed to stimulate the zombie dogs outside the door even more, and they pounced in even more frantically. Lu Yu quickly retreated and used lightning to hit a Shiba Inu that was trying to jump in. Then, she felt like she was about to faint. I can't do it anymore, little brother, I'm out of strength. Lu Yu shouted weakly. Lu Yu was already exhausted, and she could only use lightning twice. Xiao Yang stabbed a corgi in the forehead with a knife and shouted, Sister Yu, stay back, Wanqing, come up. I'll be right over. Mu Wanqing did not hesitate and went straight forward, slashing off the head of a two-headed dog that had just poked its head out. However, immediately afterwards, a golden retriever and a Labrador jumped into Mu Wanqing's villa. This time, even Xiao Yang panicked. Then, another Alaskan jumped in. Xiao Yang saw that Lu Yu was out of strength, and Mu Wanqing was in trouble. And she was surrounded by zombie dogs and couldn't get away. Xiao Yang swung his sword, killing two zombie dogs in front of him, and then rushed towards the villa. At this critical moment, suddenly, a pleasant sound of musical instruments came. The dogs, who were originally snarling and ready to attack, suddenly seemed possessed, turned their heads, and ran in the same direction as the sound of the instrument. Xiao Yang was stunned, and looked up to see the sound coming from the windows on the second floor of the villas next to him. And there, standing there was a woman playing the flute. Xiao Yang's first reaction was that this was a survivor. As for why the zombies ran towards her after hearing her flute, Xiao Yang had no idea. The woman pulled the flute out of her mouth and said to Lu Yu and Mu Wanqing, run. I can only confuse them for a little while. Xiao Yang knew that it was this woman who had helped him out at the critical moment. Xiao Yang clasped his fists in front of the woman and quickly ran over to pull Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu towards his villa. After seeing them escape safely, the woman who played the flute patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Then, she immediately closed the window and returned to her own bed. Chapter 29, Crystals in Animals. Xiao Yang and the others returned to their villa. Today was really too dangerous, and their personal chef, Lu Yu, almost lost his life. If it weren't for the blowjob girl's help, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It seems that in the future, we must not be careless, we must strengthen our defenses, and we must quickly improve our strength. When he thought of the figure of the woman who played the flute, Xiao Yang couldn't help but be a little puzzled. What kind of magic did that woman have that could lure away the zombies? It must be that the woman had awakened a special ability. I must go to the woman's villa tomorrow to find out more. If possible, Xiao Yang wants to recruit the woman. After all, her superpower is very important to Xiao Yang. After the three of them had taken a shower, Xiao Yang did not let Lu Yu cook because she was a bit weak. He took out a lot of instant food from the space, including instant pot, ham sausage, spicy strips, etc., and put them all on the table. He also took out some wine and poured it for everyone to drink a little to calm their nerves. While drinking the wine, he took out the crystals he had obtained today. Xiao Yang counted them and found that there were exactly 300. Here, 10 for each. After dinner, quickly absorb them. Xiao Yang handed the crystals to the two of them after dividing them. This time, Mu Wanqing and Luo Yu did not refuse. They knew that Xiao Yang was very assertive, so they just listened to the arrangement. In this way, the three of them will be able to break through the 20-year barrier in terms of time and energy, and their strength will reach a new level. When they encounter those zombie dogs again, it will be much easier to kill them. Of course, it is still better to avoid being bitten by a group. Xiao Yang regretted not having absorbed the crystals as soon as he found them. If he had, the three of them would not have been in such a difficult situation. You have to know that there are almost no people with 100 years of time energy, because many people have not yet exchanged information with each other, and they have no idea how to transfer time. Even if they killed the zombies and found the crystals, they wouldn't know how to use them. Xiao Yang remembered that in his previous life, it was only after a full month that he learned from others about the function and usage of time energy. As for how the first person discovered it, that is unknown. Therefore, he must cherish the opportunity of the present, which is the information gap, and make good use of it to reap a wave. After eating, the three of them absorbed all the crystals. When the time energy broke through the century mark, the three of them felt a tremor in their bodies and sensed the huge changes in their bodies. They felt as if they had endless energy, their skin became smoother, and their eyesight and hearing improved. In the end, Xiao Yang's time was frozen at 325 years, Mu Wanqing's at 20 years, and Lu Yu's at 20 years. Okay. Today we'll rest early, and tomorrow we'll go to the villa of the flute girl early in the morning. Today, they helped us, so we have to show our appreciation. If she wants to, it wouldn't be a bad idea to let her join us. Xiao Yang expressed his thoughts to the two of them. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu both nodded in agreement. That night, it was very quiet. The next morning, the three of them were full of energy. Lu Yu fried 3 chicken legs and made a pot of sea cucumber soup. After a delicious breakfast, the three of them armed themselves and set out for the villa of the woman who played the flute. When passing by the villa where they had fought the previous day, Xiao Yang took out the crystal from the forehead of the zombie dog that had been killed. The crystal of an animal is different from that of a human. It is round and black, and Xiao Yang calls it a crystal core. This crystal core cannot transform time energy, but it can enhance the special abilities of humans. There are 9 levels of this crystal core. The difference between the levels is the number of stars on the crystal core. 1 star is level 1, 2 stars is level 2, and so on. However, most animal zombies do not have stars, unless they are mutants. For example, in his previous life, Xiao Yang accidentally obtained a 6-star crystal core, which allowed his spatial ability to reach the 5th level of perfection, and he was only a little short of reaching the 6th level. As to why he didn't reach level 6, it was because the crystal core was a little bit incomplete. The crystal nuclei in animals can be eaten directly, unlike human crystals, which are more troublesome. It is strange that such a hard crystal core is only afraid of saliva and stomach acid. It will slowly digest as soon as it enters the mouth, just like sugar. Of course, Xiao Yang can't eat the crystal nuclei in his hand now. He doesn't even have a star, so they have no effect on his superpower. 10 1-star crystal nuclei can raise the power from level 1 to level 2, and 10 2-star crystal nuclei can raise the power to level 3. Of course, 100 1-star crystals can also raise the power from level 2 to level 3. Therefore, Xiao Yang's spatial ability is now at level 5, 99.9% complete, and he is just 1 step away from level 6. It is estimated that 1 4-star crystal core will allow him to break through to level 6. However, 4-star crystals will definitely appear on 4-star mutants, and Xiao Yang is definitely not strong enough to defeat them. At the very least, he would need to have more than 1,000 years of time energy to have a chance against a 4-star mutant. Xiao Yang looked at the crystal core in his hand. This could be left for the little coal ball to eat. For animals, this is an excellent ration for growth and ability. After putting away the crystal core, Xiao Yang brought Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu to the villa where the flute-playing woman was staying. The door to the villa was wide open, and the snow in front of the door was messy, with many paw prints, which seemed to have been made by the zombie dogs the previous day. Xiao Yang and the two others quietly walked into the courtyard and saw two zombie dogs. A small terrier and a Pekingese. Xiao Yang looked at the little Pekingese, which was no bigger than his military boots, and said, "You little thing, you're still bullying my people?" Xiao Yang was angry when he saw them, took out his tang sword, and slashed them twice to finish them off. After checking the yard, the other dogs had disappeared. After confirming that it was safe, the three of them entered the villa. There were no zombies on the first floor or the two underground floors of the villa, so Xiao Yang went straight to the second floor. He remembered that the woman who played the flute yesterday was on the second floor. There was only one room on the second floor that was closed, and there was a zombie golden retriever and a middle-aged zombie wandering in front of the door. Xiao Yang didn't hesitate and went straight up to kill them. He took out the crystal and the crystal core with ease. After making sure there were no zombies, Xiao Yang knocked on the door. "Hello? Is there anyone here?" Xiao Yang asked tentatively. "Who?" A woman's voice came from inside, sounding wary. It was the same woman from yesterday. "Hello, we are the people who were besieged by the zombie dogs yesterday. We came here today to thank you," Xiao Yang said sincerely. After a while, the door opened a crack, and a woman with messy hair stuck her head out. She only opened the door fully after seeing that Xiao Yan was followed by two other women. Xiao Yan looked carefully at the woman on the other side. She was wrapped in a quilt and holding a flute in her left hand. Although her face was haggard, one could still tell at a glance that she was a beautiful woman with great temperament. When the woman saw Mu Wanqing, her eyes suddenly lit up and she said excitedly, "Wanshang?" Mu Wanqing was stunned by the shout, looked at her carefully, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Sure." Chapter 30 Lin Sure. Xiao Yang and Lu Yu were also stunned. I can meet acquaintances here?" Lin Sure said happily, "I'm so happy to see you, Mu Wanqing." Mu Wanqing quickly went forward and hugged Lin Sure. "Lin Sure, you're still alive, that's great." Mu Wanqing was wearing a thick coat, and Lin Sure was wrapped in a quilt. Although they were hugging each other, their heads could not touch. Xiao Yang found it very funny. "Wanqing, who is she?" Xiao Yang asked curiously. Mu Wanqing quickly let go of Lin Sure and turned to Xiao Yang and said, "Oh, let me introduce you. This is my college roommate and good friend, Lin Sure." Xiao Yang and Lu Yu quickly greeted Lin Sure. "Hello, Miss Lin Sure." Lu Yu greeted her with a smile. "Hello, Miss Lin Sure, thank you for helping me yesterday," Xiao Yang said with a smile. Lin Sure looked at Xiao Yang and Lu Yu and asked Mu Wanqing, "Who are these two?" "Oh. Let me introduce you. His name is Xiao Yang, and he is my boyfriend." Mu Wanqing was a little shy when she introduced Xiao Yang. After all, they had only just confirmed their relationship, and outsiders didn't know about it, so she was a little embarrassed. When Mu Wanqing introduced Xiao Yang, Lin Sure couldn't believe it and widened her eyes, looking up and down at Xiao Yang. "Oh my god, Mu Wanqing, when did you start dating a boyfriend? How come I didn't know?" Mu Wanqing said shyly, "It happened just a few days ago. I'll tell you about it later." After that, she quickly changed the subject and pulled Lu Yu over. "This is Lu Yu. We all call her Sister Yu. The owner of the Cape Hotel. Remember?" Lin Sure widened her eyes again and looked at Lu Yu. She was very surprised and said, "I thought I looked familiar." It turned out to be Boss Lu. "Boss Lu, I love your cooking the most." Lu Yu was happy to be praised and smiled. She patted Lin Sure and said, "Miss Sure, you are Wanqing's good friend, which means you are my friend. Just call me Sister Yu." Lin Sure nodded obediently and said, "Okay, Sister Yu. Miss Sure, you can ask for anything you want, and we will definitely satisfy you," Xiao Yang said. After hearing this, Lin Shirshir hesitated for a moment, but in the end she said with some embarrassment, I shouldn't ask for anything in return for helping you, but I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten for a few days. Can you give me something to eat? I don't want much, just a few steamed buns or some instant noodles. I'm really hungry. At the end, tears were about to come out. After hearing this, Xiao Yang and the other two looked at each other in surprise. Her request was too low. Lin Shirshir saw that the three of them were silent, and thought that Xiao Yang and the others were also very short of food, and could not afford to give them these foods. She was very embarrassed and said, I know that you must also be very short of food. Miss Lin Shirshir, what's so good about steamed buns and instant noodles? Let's go home and eat something delicious. Eat as much as you want until you throw up. Xiao Yang saw Lin Shirshir's embarrassed look and immediately felt sorry for her. He quickly interrupted her. Ah? Lin Shirshir looked at Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing in surprise. Do you eat a lot? Yes, there's plenty for you. Come with me home. Mu Wanqing took her and walked out. As they passed the middle-aged male zombie that Xiao Yang had killed, Lin Shirshir looked down at him and was heartbroken. However, she did not stop and followed Mu Wanqing directly. Do you also live in this villa area? Lin Shirshir asked. Yes, it's the top one. Xiao Yang said. After hearing this, Lin Shirshir couldn't help but take another deep look at Xiao Yang. Not only is Xiao Yang handsome, he is also quite wealthy. He has a villa at such a young age. Moreover, yesterday she saw Xiao Yang bravely slay the zombies, just like a warrior, and his combat effectiveness was not bad. Wanqing is really lucky to have found a boyfriend who is handsome, rich, and capable. She was happy for Mu Wanqing to have found such a perfect boyfriend. Walking all the way back to Xiao Yang's villa, Lin Shirshir was stunned by the villa's protective measures. With these high walls and heavy iron gates, it is estimated that no one or zombies can attack from the outside. When she walked into the villa, Lin Shirshir was even more shocked and stunned. There is heating, electricity, and water, everything is just like it was before the disaster. For her, this place is simply paradise. Xiao Yang walked alone into a room, took out a set of pajamas from the space, and then took out a lot of food, and then took it all to the living room. At this point, Lin Shirshir had already taken off the quilt she was wearing and revealed the cheongsam she was wearing underneath. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. Wow, this is great. This cheongsam is really suitable for girls to wear, especially girls with a good figure like Lin Shirshir. The design of the cheongsam perfectly highlights the female form. The slits on both sides extend to the thighs, which can arouse men's desire and make them want to explore deeper. At this moment, Lin Shirshir was still holding her flute in her hand, and at a glance, she looked like an otherworldly fairy. Xiao Yang couldn't help but stare. Xiao Yang, what are you doing there? Hurry up and bring the food over. Mu Wanqing saw Xiao Yang standing there motionless and hurriedly shouted. Oh, I'm coming. Xiao Yang came back to his senses and hurried over to Lin Shirshir, stuffing the food into her mouth. Eat. Eat as much as you want. Lin Shirshir was moved to tears at the sight of the large bag of food in her hands. Thank you. But I can't eat all this. I'll just take a few. Lin Shirshir felt that this might be all the food rations that Xiao Yang and the others had, so she was moved, but she was embarrassed to eat it. Miss Lin Shirshir, just eat as much as you like. There's plenty of food. This is just to tide you over. We'll have a big meal tonight. Xiao Yang saw Lin Shirshir's expression and smiled, encouraging her. Ah! Lin Shirshir's mouth opened into an O shape. There's a big meal tonight? She couldn't believe it. Yes, eat. Mu Wanqing also quickly advised. Seeing the confident looks in Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing's eyes, Lin Shirshir felt much more at ease. In the end, she began to eat voraciously. She was really hungry. Wanqing, after Shirshir finishes eating, take her to take a bath and change her clothes. Xiao Yang handed the pajamas to Mu Wanqing. You stay at home with her and tell her about the current situation. I insist you will go out to continue cleaning up the zombies. We will come back in the evening and have a big meal. Xiao Yang ordered again. Mu Wanqing was a little worried about the safety of Xiao Yang and Lu Yu when she heard that they were going out together. But then she thought that Xiao Yang had been a human with 300 years of energy, and these zombies were probably nothing to them. Besides, Sister Yu is even more powerful than I am, so I have nothing to worry about, and I agreed to Xiao Yang's arrangement. Before leaving, Xiao Yang secretly glanced at Lin Shirshi's cheongsam and the buttocks that were wrapped in the cheongsam, which looked particularly round. He swallowed his saliva and reluctantly walked out of the villa. Chapter 31, The Duo Team. Xiao Yang and Lu Yu continued yesterday's progress and began to clean up the remaining 50 villas. With Mu Wanqing gone, the two of them had to work even harder to develop a tacit understanding and become a qualified partner for each other. Sometimes they would be one behind the other, sometimes one to the left and one to the right, sometimes back to back, alternating between rotation and attack. By the time they reached the 90th villa, Lu Yu was already sweating profusely. She and Xiao Yang were so hot that they had to take off their jackets. In this villa, there were 5 zombies and a zombie cat. Xiao Yang and Lu Yu were used to standing back to back, which prevented the zombie cat from sneaking up from behind. With their backs pressed tightly together, Xiao Yang could feel the softness and elasticity of Lu Yu's curves. Every time this happens, Xiao Yang feels an incredible thrill. The two of them cooperated to kill 4 zombies. After Lu Yu knocked down the last zombie with a lightning strike, suddenly, the zombie cat attacked Lu Yu from the side. The cat itself is more agile than a dog and is fast, and Lu Yu had just used her power, so she didn't have time to stop it. Xiao Yang had just killed a zombie and saw the zombie cat attacking Lu Yu. He didn't have time to think about it, so he turned around, hugged Lu Yu from behind, pressed her to the ground, and protected her under his body. Then he swung his knife sideways, just cutting off the cat's head. The zombie cat screamed and fell to the ground, silent. That was a close call. The cat's attack was too tricky, Xiao Yang said, lying on Lu Yu's back. Lu Yu, who was being pressed down by Xiao Yang, felt that this action was a bit too ambiguous. Hearing Xiao Yang's warm breath so close to his ear, he suddenly blushed. "Brother, get up first and talk. I can't breathe." Lu Yu was a little breathless from being pressed down. "Oh, okay." Xiao Yang also felt that the action was not very elegant, so he quickly got up and helped Lu Yu, who was lying on the ground. Seeing that Lu Yu's face was actually a little flushed, Xiao Yang's eyes were stunned. This young woman is really charming when she blushes. Especially during that brief contact, although it was through her clothes, Xiao Yang could feel her breasts first. Lu Yu is already a woman in her 30s. She doesn't have the kind of skinny body that young girls have, but more of a meaty body. She is just the right amount of plump. A little more flesh is too much, and a little less is just right. Lu Yu did not dare to look at Xiao Yang. She was actually a little flustered, which was the first time in so many years. She took out the crystals and nuclei from the corpse and turned around and walked out of the villa. "Let's stop here for today. It's getting dark and I'm really tired," Lu Yu said without turning around. Xiao Yang thought for a moment. There were only 10 villas left, it would be fine to clean up tomorrow, there were still 2 beauties waiting at home. At the thought of Lin Shirsher wearing a cheongsam, Xiao Yang was a bit homesick. Cough. He was mainly interested in her supernormal ability. Xiao Yang followed Lu Yu closely and walked towards his villa. The Zaijinshan Villa District, the last 10 villas that Xiao Yang didn't clean up, is at the entrance to the entire villa district. The property office is also located here. In one of the utility rooms, along the wall, there were no fewer than 20 people, both men and women. This room only has a small window, so it is particularly dark once it gets dark, but it is also relatively warm. "Don't push in any further, do you hear me?" A man shouted in a panic. Don't push, don't push. Can't you hear our team leader?" Another man added. "Yes, it's really in the way. If I had known, I wouldn't have let you in," another person said. "Sorry, it's just that it's so cold at the door, I want to move further inside," a woman explained weakly. "Cold? Who isn't cold? You keep pushing in like this, and you're disturbing our captain's rest. Who will let you go out to find food tomorrow?" One of them didn't buy it and scolded loudly. "We were also involved in finding food. It wasn't just the security team's doing," someone retorted. The man who had just spoken was instantly annoyed. "You think you were involved? Who was scared to death when those monsters came? If it wasn't for our captain, you would have been eaten by those monsters." "I know, and we are very grateful to you. When the rescue arrives, we will definitely thank you," the woman at the door said carefully again. "Rescue? What kind of rescue are you talking about?" There's no signal on my phone, and those walking monsters are everywhere. Besides us, have you seen any living people in the entire villa area? The security chief said with a cold smile. A strong light flashed, illuminating the woman at the door, who instinctively raised her hand to cover her eyes. Her hair was messy, but she looked young. She was wrapped in a banner. The security chief looked at her with a lecherous smile and said, Don't you think it's cold? Then come to me. The woman was scared and quickly waved her hand, saying, No, I can just wait a little longer. The security chief didn't care, and said to the two men standing next to him, Go and drag her over to me. Two burly men in security uniforms got up and came to the woman, picked her up and dragged her to the security chief. The security chief tore off the banner from the woman's body, looked at it carefully, and then held up the woman's chin with his hand and said, Aren't you going to thank me? I don't think you need to wait for help to come before you thank me. The flashlight suddenly turned off, and the woman's terrified voice could be heard. What are you doing? Your hands are so cold. Let me go. Zalala. The sound of clothes being torn. No. I beg you. But the security chief didn't stop, and soon the room was filled with indescribable sounds. The other people in the room dared not speak out, but if they wanted to stay alive, they had to rely on the security team. They had seen the 5 members of the security team kill a monster that was about to attack them. Most of these people were the owners of the 10 villas in front, and originally, everyone had to bow and scrape to them. But now the tables have turned, and it is they who have to lick the security team's boots. It was completely dark, and the moans from inside the house continued to come. Everyone chose to remain silent, hoping that the security team would go out to find food tomorrow. Or they could kill the dozen or so zombies that were lingering at the entrance to the villa area, so that they could go down the mountain to find help. In Xiao Yang's villa, he and Lu Yu had finished washing, and had washed all the crystals and nuclei they had obtained, and had piled them on the coffee table. Lu Yu was very tired, and Xiao Yang was worried about her, so he didn't let her cook. Instead, he took out a complete table of food when Lin Shirshir was not in the living room. The wine and drinks were all ready. When Lin Shirshir came into the living room and saw the table full of sumptuous dishes, her eyes glowed green and her mouth almost watered. My God, if I can eat these dishes, I won't have any regrets even if I die. Chapter 32, Don't abandon, don't give up, don't betray. Come on, Miss Lin Shirshir. This dinner is prepared for you. Please help yourself. Xiao Yang smiled and pulled out a chair for Lin Shirshir, indicating that she should sit down. Lin Shirshir was a little overwhelmed after sitting down. How could I deserve such extravagance? You must have saved the best for me. Xiao Yang smiled and looked at Mu Wanqing. It seems that she didn't tell Lin Shirshir about her ability to move things. Xiao Yang poured a glass of wine for no one, then raised his glass and said to Lin Shirshir, Thank you for your help yesterday. Come, I'll drink first. Xiao Yang finished the wine in one gulp, and Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu also raised their glasses and drank. Lin Shirshir also knows how to drink. Seeing that several people respect her so much, she quickly raised her face and finished the wine in the cup. You really don't have to do this. I'll be embarrassed. Lin Shirshir put down her wineglass and said shyly. Good. Then let's eat. Xiao Yang said. During the entire meal, most of the time, Xiao Yang and the other two watched Lin Shirshir eat alone. During this time, through conversation, Xiao Yang learned that Lin Shirshir was a student in the music department of Haichang Art College, majoring in playing the xiao. She is Mu Wanqing's roommate and a very good friend. The villa she was staying in was her aunt's house. The night of the cold snap, she happened to come over to visit, and was trapped there. She was lucky that she didn't freeze to death. When the temperature rose a little, she wrapped herself in a quilt and went out of the room to find something to eat. She happened to see her uncle frantically biting her aunt at the top of the stairs. This scene scared her so much that she couldn't help but scream. This scream immediately made her zombie-turned-uncle turn his attack on her. She quickly ran back to her room and slammed the door shut. But the zombie uncle outside the door didn't stop, and began to slam the door, which was about to give way. She picked up her flute and started playing it to calm herself down. But then, a magical scene unfolded. As soon as the flute began to play, the zombie uncle outside the door suddenly became quiet. She didn't know why, but she stayed in the room and didn't dare to go out. Once, she accidentally knocked over the lamp on the bedside table, and the zombie outside the door heard the sound and began to slam the door again. She was scared and started playing the flute again. Sure enough, the zombies outside the door became quiet again. At that time, she vaguely discovered that playing the flute could calm the zombies down. Until yesterday, she heard the sound of survivors fighting zombies outside the window. She stood by the window to take a look, and just happened to see the scene of the zombies attacking Xiaoyang and Muwanqing and Luyu. She was so impressed by Xiaoyang's fighting ability and courage that she summoned up the courage to open the window and help them in a critical moment. Sure enough, the zombie dogs heard her flute and immediately quieted down, dispersing and running in the direction of where she was. She called out to Xiaoyang and the others, and only after she saw that they had safely retreated did she feel relieved. The zombie dogs gathered under her window and looked up at her obediently without barking. She quickly closed the window, and after a while, she heard the zombies downstairs start to howl and run away again. Several people were stunned and lost in thought. It seems that Lin Shirshir has also awakened her superpower, and this superpower is very special, as it can even confuse the zombies. Miss Shirshir, I presume that today, Wanqing has also explained the current situation to you? Xiaoyang said. Well, is the world really going to become like that, as you say? Lin Shirshir was still a little skeptical, but the zombies outside were running rampant, and she couldn't refute it. Well, it's worse and more serious than you think. Fortunately, you have also awakened your superpower. Xiaoyang said solemnly. Supernatural powers? What are my supernatural powers? Is it this flute? Upon hearing supernatural powers, Lin Shirshir quickly took out the flute and looked at it. It's not a flute. Yours is probably a psychic ability. With this ability, you can play anything. Xiaoyang explained to her. Miss Lin, the world is very dangerous now. Why don't you join our family? I, Xiaoyang, can guarantee that you will not be cold or bullied, and you will have delicious food to eat. What do you think? Xiaoyang invited Lin Shirshir to join them directly. Lin Shirshir looked at Mu Wanqing and then at Xiaoyang and said, well, Wanqing has already told me about this. Anyway, I don't have any relatives in Haicheng. My parents are in a very faraway city, and I don't know how they are doing. I think you people are very nice, especially with Wanqing here. I'm willing to join you. Good. Xiaoyang was very happy. With Lin Shirshir joining them, they would be safer in killing zombies and obtaining supplies in the future. However, Xiaoyang did not show much excitement, but said very seriously, but I have to tell you, joining this family is not like playing house in peacetime. We are a community of shared future, and we must shoulder our respective responsibilities and obligations. Not abandoning, not giving up, and not betraying are our bottom lines. And, you must also obey my commands. Can you accept that? When Xiaoyang said this, Mu Wanqing and Luyu were also listening carefully. They agreed with what Xiaoyang said. Luyu suddenly raised her right hand and said, Xiaoyang, I, Luyu, will always follow your orders. My life is yours, and I will never betray you. Luyu is not stupid. She had to be the first to express her position, so that it would seem more formal. Moreover, she eats and drinks with Xiaoyang, and she also contributes a lot. The key is that he is particularly knowledgeable about the end times, which is much stronger than her little white one. She is willing. Seeing that Luyu said this, Mu Wanqing also raised her hand and said, well, as Xiaoyang's girlfriend, I will definitely always be with him. Anyone who treats Xiaoyang as a family member is also my family. Lin Shirshir looked at Mu Wanqing and Luyu, who had made such a solemn statement, and realized that Xiaoyang's position in their hearts was particularly important. This also proves that Xiaoyang is a very capable person. If you look at the environment you are in now, it is warm and spring-like, with complete utilities, delicious food to eat, and good friends. This is a world of difference from before she met Xiaoyang and the others. So, why would I not follow them wholeheartedly? She raised her hand and said, I, Lin Shirshir, swear to join this family and follow Xiaoyang's orders. Never abandon, never give up, never betray. If you break this promise, you will die a horrible death. Xiaoyang nodded with satisfaction. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Although this oath is not worth even a pile of shit in the end times. But, you still need to have an attitude. Well, from now on, we are all family. We rise and fall together. Come, let's drink to the welcome of Miss Lin Shirshir. Xiaoyang proposed that the four of them raise their glasses and drink together. Chapter 33. If a man has money, he can have a relationship with anyone. After a good meal, Xiaoyang gathered the group around the coffee table in the living room and pointed to a large pile of crystals on the table. Come on, today, sister, you and I have earned a total of 320 crystals. Let's split them. Lin Shishir was still shocked to see so many crystals lined up together. During the day, Mu Wanqing had already told her about the effects of these crystals and the effects of time and energy. So she knew what a pile of crystals meant. Brother, I have a suggestion. Lu Yu suddenly said. Xiaoyang looked at Lu Yu with a puzzled expression and said, "Oh? What do you think, sister Yu? I think you should absorb these crystals yourself. You can't give them to us every time. I feel that with 20 years of time energy, it is more than enough to deal with those zombies. But you, as the backbone of our group, should improve your own strength as quickly as possible. Didn't you say that when your time energy reaches more than 1,000 years, your physical fitness will take a qualitative leap? I suggest that after your time energy reaches more than 1,000 years, you can then share the extra crystals with us. What do you think?" After listening to Lu Yu, Xiaoyang thought for a moment. Indeed, if the time energy exceeds 1,000 years, the physique will have a big leap, and ordinary cold weapons will no longer cause harm to the body. At that time, unless he encounters a high-level mutant or someone with higher time energy, or encounters machine guns, cannons, and people with powerful superpowers, nothing else will be a threat to him. It is true that it is good to improve the physical fitness of the team members, but the core of it all is still oneself. With him, they will be safer. Moreover, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu both have more than 20 years of time energy, and at this time, they have this level of time energy. In terms of physical fitness alone, they can be said to be unparalleled. Good. Do you two have any objections? Xiaoyang looked at Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir. Mu Wanqing shook her head to indicate that she had no objection. Lin Shishir also said, "I didn't contribute anything, so I don't want it." Xiaoyang smiled and looked at Lin Shishir's left arm. Her time energy was less than 350 days. He took 20 crystals and gave them to Lin Shishir, saying, "You really can't refuse. Take these 20 and absorb them, and you'll have more than 20 years of time energy, and your physical condition will improve significantly. When we get out, we won't be a drag on the team. This is not acceptable." Lin Shishir was afraid to accept it, because she didn't deserve it and felt guilty holding it in her hand. "Take it, Xiaoyang is right." Mu Wanqing persuaded. "Yes, Shishir, your constitution must be strengthened before you can go out with us to kill the zombies. Otherwise, with your weak body, you won't be able to keep up." Lu Yu smiled and patted Lin Shishir on the shoulder. "Okay, then. In the future, when there are more crystals, you can give me more." Seeing that everyone was saying the same thing, Lin Shishir didn't object anymore. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu took Lin Shishir aside to teach her how to absorb crystals. Xiaoyang looked at the little crow coal ball hiding in the cage and took out more than 30 crystal nuclei without stars from his chest and walked over. The little crow was afraid of Lu Yu, and as long as Lu Yu was around, it would never come to Xiaoyang. "Come, coal ball, look what I brought you." Xiaoyang spread his palm and placed the crystal core in front of coal ball. The coal ball, which had been listless, suddenly brightened up and came to life when it saw the crystal core. Perhaps it was an animal instinct, but it seemed to know that these crystal nuclei were good things, and it swallowed one directly. After swallowing the crystal core, coal ball stretched out its black and shiny feathers in enjoyment. Then it ate another one, but could not eat anymore. You see, the crystal nuclei of these animals come in different sizes, and the two that the coal ball just ate were the smallest of all. It is estimated that they are the kernels of the Pekingese and the cat, which are about the size of a peanut. The others were about the size of a marble that a child might play with, and even if it wanted to eat them, it couldn't. After collecting the remaining crystal nuclei and playing with the coal ball for a while, Lin Shishir also finished absorbing the crystals under the guidance of Lu Yu and Mu Wanqing. Xiaoyang saw that it really was different. Now, Lin Shishir has rosy cheeks, smooth skin, and it is getting whiter and whiter. Her skin is like water that can be squeezed out. Standing next to Mu Wanqing, they were about the same height, like two sisters. Well, she's just wearing pajamas now, but if she were wearing a cheongsam, it would be even better. Xiaoyang never thought that he would be reborn and have such good fortune, being able to share a room with such a beautiful woman. Indeed, strength is very important. Without this villa and supplies, would he have had this chance to be with them? The answer is of course no, he never met them in his previous life. This is exactly what the saying goes. If a man has money, he can have a relationship with anyone. In the end times, material goods are money, and even the most powerful person has to eat and drink. And Xiao Yang has all of this. After absorbing all the crystals, Xiao Yang's time energy had reached 620 years. His physical condition has improved by nearly 100%. Now he is full of energy, full of spirit, full of vigor, and his body is more proportional. Together with his handsome face, he made the three women opposite him look a little dazed. It's still early, let's go see a movie together. Xiao Yang was very pleased with the three women's infatuated expressions and suggested it on a whim. Lin Shishir also knew that movies could be watched in the villa, and she was excited. Great. I haven't used my phone to watch short videos in more than 10 days, so it would be great to watch a movie. Lu Yu didn't refuse either. She was tired after a long day, and it would be nice to relax with a movie. The four of them went to the private cinema on the first basement floor. Xiao Yang had thoughtfully prepared fruit, snacks and drinks, and he himself had prepared a bottle of red wine and a box of huazi. When it came to choosing a movie to watch, everyone chose a post-apocalyptic movie. They felt that in today's world, watching an apocalyptic movie should be more immersive. Xiao Yang played I Am Legend for them directly. Amid the occasional screams of the three women, he sipped his wine and smoked his cigarette, enjoying the good times. When the movie was over, the women were still in a daze and looked at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang thought, since there were only 10 villas left in the villa area, there wouldn't be much work tomorrow, and they wouldn't have to get up too early, so he played them another movie, Waterworld. It also made them realize the even more cruel disasters they would face in the future. The three women watched the movie, all filled with various worries about the future. But seeing Xiao Yang's carefree and relaxed expression, they thought to themselves, this man must have a way out. At the very least, on this freezing cold night, they were watching a movie in a warm private theater. And all of this was given to them by Xiao Yang. Chapter 34, Calling Dad. Ah! Xiao, you have to come down. Xiao Yang was woken up by Lu Yu downstairs early in the morning. Xiao Yang opened his eyes and saw that he was the only one in the large double bed. Mu Wanqing had spent the night with Lin Shishir in the next room on the third floor, so it seemed that she had gone straight to bed and had not returned. He got up and ran downstairs to ask Lu Yu, "What's wrong, sister Yu?" When Lu Yu saw Xiao Yang coming down, she pointed at the birdcage in the corner of the living room in a panic and said, "Brother, look, your bird has grown bigger." Xiao Yang looked in the direction of Lu Yu's finger and was shocked to say, "Oh, my God. The little crow coal ball that was the size of a palm yesterday has now more than doubled in size, and is now the size of an adult crow." Coal ball? Xiao Yang couldn't believe it, so he called the crow by its name tentatively. A coal ball immediately flew excitedly towards Xiao Yang and landed on his shoulder when he heard Xiao Yang call it. Xiao Yang let out a sigh of relief. He was worried that the door or window was not closed properly, and that another crow had taken over the bird's nest. But coal ball's growth rate is too fast. Could it be because I fed it the crystal core last night? Well, it must be, otherwise it's really hard to explain. Seeing that Xiao Yang was not moving, Meichio tilted his head to look at his face. Suddenly, he saw Xiao Yang's eyes, which were like stars, and immediately perked up. He stretched his head and was about to peck Xiao Yang's eyes out. Fortunately, Xiao Yang, who was quick-witted, discovered it and slapped it away with a slap. "Get out of here. This is my eyeball, not a crystal core. Where are you going with that?" Xiao Yang scolded the coal ball angrily. Coal ball seemed to feel Xiao Yang's anger, and he combed his hair for him, making Xiao Yang laugh because his scalp was itchy. "Okay, here, have some kernels." Xiao Yang was suddenly happy again, and took out 2 glass ball-sized kernels and fed them to Meixiang. Baoqiu swallowed them without hesitation. After eating, he kept staring at Xiao Yang, meaning that he wanted more. Xiao Yang said sternly, "You can only eat 2, you can't digest more. Be good." Coal ball tilted his head and listened carefully, as if he understood. He flew back to the pole from Xiao Yang's shoulder and actually imitated Xiao Yang's voice and said, "Obedient. Obedient. Damn it." Xiao Yang and Lu Yu were stunned. "Sister Yu, can crows talk?" Xiao Yang asked. Lu Yu shook her head and said she didn't know. Xiao Yan was puzzled. He had heard that magpies and parrots could talk, but he had never heard that crows could talk. Did he raise a fake crow? At this moment, Mu Wancheng and Lin Shishir also heard the noise and came downstairs holding hands. What happened, Xiao Yang? Mu Wancheng asked curiously. Xiao Yang pointed to the coal on the pole, and Lin Shishir exclaimed in surprise, "How did your bird get so big overnight? Not only has it grown bigger, it can also talk." Xiao Yang said, pointing at the coal ball, "Come on, say dad." The coal ball tilted its head, rolled its eyes, and called out, "Call daddy. Call daddy." Xiao Yang's face turned black. After Lu Yu finished making breakfast, Xiao Yang and Mu Wancheng and Lin Shishir ended their happy bird teasing time. After breakfast, Xiao Yang said, "There are still 10 villas in the villa area that have not been cleaned up, so it's a good opportunity for Shishir to practice." He then took a set of equipment and gave it to Lin Shishir to put on. Although Lin Shishir was very nervous, she obediently went back to the house and changed into the equipment. She also wanted to be as brave as Mu Wancheng and Lu Yu, so she couldn't be a drag. After changing into their gear, they went directly to the area where the last 10 villas were located. Under the careful guidance and practical demonstrations of Xiao Yang and the other two, Lin Shishir quickly overcame her psychological barriers and successfully killed a zombie. In order to let her hone herself more quickly, the remaining villas were cleaned up by Lin Shishir alone, with Xiao Yang and the others following behind in case of an emergency. The 10 villas were cleared by noon. Finally, seeing that there were still more than a dozen zombies lingering at the entrance to the villa area, Xiao Yang did not let Lin Shishir go over. Instead, he asked her to use her supernatural ability to play a flute song to attract the zombies. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Shishir played the flute, the zombies seemed to hear the call and all gathered around Lin Shishir. However, these zombies came very quietly and did not seem to want to come and bite Lin Shishir. However, Xiao Yang and Mu Wancheng were still on guard, in case the zombies suddenly attacked. However, the zombies stopped a few meters away from Lin Shishir and started dancing to the sound of the flute. Everyone's mind was a little confused. Aren't zombies unconscious? How can they dance to music? However, this state did not last long, and the zombies suddenly attacked, launching an attack on Lin Shishir and Xiao Yang. However, they were quickly killed by the prepared Xiao Yang and Mu Wancheng. Xiao Yang guessed that Lin Shishir's superpower should have awakened the zombies' instincts from their former lives, which is why they danced to the music. However, because Lin Shishir's ability level was relatively low and the effect was short-lived, the zombies resumed their attack. However, this was already very impressive. In a critical moment, this small gap of time was absolutely enough to safely evacuate. After collecting all the zombies' crystals, Xiao Yang discovered that there was actually a property office building here, which he had not noticed before. He led the three of them to the entrance of the property office building and found a zombie that had been chopped to pieces on the ground. There are survivors? Xiao Yang dug out a crystal from the zombie's forehead. It seems that these survivors don't know the secret of the crystals. At this time, the property security team hiding in the utility room of the property office building was leading other survivors out to find food. They just saw Xiao Yang take something out of the zombie's head and put it in his pocket. When they saw the three beautiful women behind Xiao Yang, the members of the security team's eyes nearly popped out of their heads. My goodness! Captain, there are beautiful women. They are really handsome, just like the stars on TV. They must have great bodies too. Look, there's only one guy with them, and he looks like a gigolo. Captain, why don't we go up and kill him, and leave the three women for us to enjoy? Yes, boss, I'm still a bachelor, and I can sleep with a woman like this. It's worth dying. The 4 security guards next to the security chief were chattering away, and he listened with shining eyes. Could he not be tempted by such a pretty girl? This is tens of thousands of times better than the woman he played with yesterday. Let's go! He called out, leading the 4 security guards and the group of men and women behind him out of the property office building. What did you just take from this monster? Hand it over. This monster was killed by the 5 of us. The security chief looked down on Xiao Yang, obviously not knowing that the monster was called a zombie. Chapter 35, the security team is killed in seconds. Mu Wancheng and the other 2 women became very alert when they saw so many people rushing out, and they all drew their tang swords. The security team, seeing that the other party had knives, quickly raised weapons such as steel pipes, kitchen knives, mops, and benches. The 5 security guards in charge were even more powerful, with machetes, riot sticks, rubber rollers, and the security captain even had an electric baton in his hand. Captain, they have knives. One of the guards whispered. Don't be afraid, they're just decorations. They probably don't even have blades. Look at you, you're all such cowards. The security chief scolded in a low voice. Xiao Yang looked at the group of people who were on edge, but he looked relaxed and disdainful. He smiled and took a crystal out of his pocket and said, "Is this what you're talking about?" The security chief looked at it and said, "What the hell is this? It's not edible or useful." He immediately pretended to be angry and said, "I clearly saw you pick up a bag of ham sausages. You're trying to fool me with this." After that, he gave a few security guards a wink and said, "You guys, go search their bodies to see if they're hiding anything in their clothes." Xiao Yang heard this and said, "Damn it. There are really some people who don't care about their lives and dare to blackmail me." Seeing the 3 security guards walking towards Mu Wanqing and the others with lecherous looks, they were still hesitating whether to take action. After all, killing zombies and killing real people are not the same thing. Although Lu Yu had also killed people before, it was to kill her enemies, but these people did not have much grudge against her. She was waiting for Xiao Yang's order. Xiao Yang directly raised his hand and cut down, running towards the head of his security guard, who fell to the ground, while his body was still standing there, spraying blood like a fountain. This scene instantly stunned everyone, and Lin Shishir was so surprised that she covered her mouth in shock. Even Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, who had seen Xiao Yang's moves, were stunned. They didn't expect Xiao Yang to be so clean and neat, not even saying a word. The headless body of the security guard fell to the ground with a loud crash, and the sound immediately woke everyone up. The rest of the security guards, except for the remaining security guards, all screamed and retreated to the property building. The head of the security team turned around and yelled at them, "You bunch of useless idiots. None of you are any good. Team leader, his knife is sharp." A security guard said in a trembling voice. "I'm not blind, so don't tell me." The security chief pushed the guard aside with disgust, squinting at Xiao Yang and the others and saying, "You guys, that's great. How about staying with me? I won't mistreat you, and you can forget about killing my men." The reason the security chief was so confident was because after he had finished with the woman last night, he suddenly discovered that his agility and speed had increased. Although he didn't understand the reason, he could feel that he could now kill a zombie by himself. However, he didn't tell anyone, because he wanted to show off when he went out to search for supplies today, shock everyone, make his subordinates more afraid of him, and stabilize his position as the boss. Who knew that before he even left the property building, he would run into Xiao Yan, such a hothead? However, he was confident that he could kill Xiao Yang with one blow when he let his guard down. As for the remaining 3 women, hey, with a poke from the electric baton, they'll be limp in his arms. Xiao Yang was amused. 5 people had to work together to kill a zombie. You want me to work with you? Mu Wanqing used her ability to hear people's thoughts to eavesdrop on the security chief. These 3 women are all top-notch, and I want to enjoy them. As for this little white face, I will never let a man who is more handsome than me live. Mu Wanqing heard the security chief's thoughts and immediately felt nauseous. She said to Xiao Yang, "He doesn't have good intentions. Be careful." The security chief heard Mu Wanqing say this and smiled contemptuously. He suddenly raised his electric baton and stabbed Xiao Yang at top speed. This speed is indeed much faster than normal, but it is really not impressive in front of Xiao Yang. I thought the other party might have awakened some special superpower, but now it seems to be just an ordinary speed-type superpower. This kind of superpower also belongs to the category of martial arts, which emphasizes winning with speed. When this type of superpower is developed to a later stage, and coupled with a powerful weapon, the combat power is absolutely not to be underestimated. However, in the early stages, it must develop in a wretched manner, otherwise it will be easily killed. Just when the electric baton was a few centimeters away from Xiao Yang made another swift move. Ah! The security chief's hand holding the electric baton was cut off by a single slash, and screams came from it. He looked at Xiao Yang in horror, not expecting the other party to be faster than him. Xiao Yang looked at the security chief, who was backing away, and said coldly, "I really don't know where you get your confidence." Then, another blow, and the head of the security chief was chopped off. Then, he turned around and looked at Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir, saying, "Remember, if someone has a grudge against you, the only thing you have to do is kill them before they can strike. Don't be soft-hearted, otherwise, it is very likely that you will die." Xiao Yang was very dissatisfied. After he had just killed a security guard, Mu Wancheng and the other two did not even try to fight back. If the other person is very strong, they will definitely suffer. Then, there are 3 guards left. You go deal with them. Xiao Yang pointed at the 3 guards who were scared stiff on the ground. Liu did not hesitate, and directly drew out her tang sword, and went up and chopped one of the guards to the ground, and the opponent did not even have a chance to fight back. Now, killing someone is no different from chopping a chicken. Mu Wancheng and Lin Shishir were still hesitant, but Xiao Yang suddenly said with a cold face, "Have you forgotten that they were going to attack you just now? Please spare our lives, we were wrong, it was all the security captain who told us to do it." The remaining 2 guards were scared and cried for mercy. "Hurry up!" Xiao Yang urged. Mu Wanqing understood Xiao Yang's good intentions and finally plucked up the courage to ignore the security guard's pleas for mercy and slashed one of them. Seeing this, the last guard, feeling that there was no hope of survival, suddenly went crazy and stood up and pounced on Lin Shishir, who was still struggling with her thoughts. Seeing that he was about to get close, Lin Shishir instinctively raised her knife and pierced the security guard's chest. These are all people with more than 20 years of energy. This kind of small character can't hurt her. She just couldn't get past the psychological barrier. After all the guards were dealt with, Xiao Yang said to the 3 of them, "Remember, once the other party has the intention to kill you or has evil thoughts, don't expect them to change. They will never let you go if they get the chance. There are 2 things in this world that you should never look directly at. One is the sun, and the other is the human heart. Being soft on the enemy is tantamount to suicide." Looking at Xiao Yang's cold eyes, the 3 women all lowered their heads. Chapter 36, 2 guards were hired. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely offend them. This has always been Xiao Yang's code of conduct. Who likes to kill people if nothing is going on? However, now is the end of the world, and if someone tries to take supplies from you, you have to kill them. Xiao Yang saw that Mu Wanqing and the others were still receptive, so he didn't say anything more. He walked straight into the property office building, and the survivors inside immediately became panicked, raising the items in their hands in defense. Xiao Yang smiled. It was as easy as cutting vegetables to kill these rabble. However, he is not a homicidal maniac. This group of people were obviously coerced by the security team, and they did not help the security team against him just now. Therefore, he was not going to kill them. You don't need to panic. Put down the things you have in your hands. I won't kill you. Xiao Yang put away his knife to avoid making the other party overly nervous. Everyone had already seen how powerful and ruthless Xiao Yang was. If he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as pie. They were already scared out of their wits, and at the sound of Xiao Yang's words, they threw all the weapons they were holding on the ground and let Xiao Yang deal with them as he saw fit. I have already cleared out all the zombies in this villa area. From now on, this entire villa area is my territory. Therefore, you cannot stay here. Xiao Yang had already thought it through. The Zaijinshan Villa district has an advantageous geographical location, is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and there are so many villas here that it is the most suitable place to use as his base. This is also the reason why he chose to live here in the first place. So, can we go down the mountain now? Someone asked cautiously. Many people have been wanting to go down the mountain for a long time. They haven't eaten or drunk anything here, and they might be able to find something to eat in the city. But they were forced to hide in the property office building because they were afraid to move, as there were monsters at the gate, the zombies that Xiao Yang had mentioned. Now that the zombies have been cleared away, they are of course eager to get down the mountain. Of course. But there's a condition. As soon as Xiao Yang opened his mouth, everyone became nervous again. In this situation, it's definitely not a good condition. Clean up all the zombie remains in the villa area before you leave. Xiao Yang thought, those zombie remains really looked disgusting. How long would it take to clean them up? With all these people, it's better to use them for free labor. Everyone was relieved to hear this. They didn't lose anything by doing a little work. Besides, they killed all the zombies, otherwise, it would be difficult for them to get out. Yes, yes. Everyone said in unison. But I want to make it clear that I don't provide any food. You guys have to take care of that yourselves. Xiao Yang saw that they had agreed so readily and quickly added. He didn't want to waste his food for these people. There are leftovers in those villas, which should be enough to fill their stomachs. The group thought about it for a moment, and there were so many villas, how could they not find something to eat? They all agreed immediately, and no one had any objections. Okay, don't just stand there, hurry up. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go back down the mountain. Xiao Yang shouted, and everyone rushed out like they had been injected with adrenaline. But slowly, these people regretted it. The villa was like it had been ransacked, with only some rotten vegetables and fruit left, and finding a packet of instant noodles was a luxury. What was even more unbearable were the remains of the zombies. Either they had lost half their heads or their intestines were spilling out everywhere, which was really disgusting to look at. The junk food they had just eaten was immediately vomited up. They endured the torment until it was dark, and only then did they clean up the zombie remains in the villa area. At this time, everyone looked at Xiao Yang with awe. How strong must this person be to kill so many zombies? Moreover, most of them were killed with a single blow. They were glad that they had not opposed Xiao Yang, otherwise, they would not have been able to keep their bodies intact. Okay, you can leave now. Xiao Yang was very satisfied with the efficiency of these people. After hearing this, everyone said goodbye to Xiao Yang, and in the end, only 2 women remained. Why aren't you leaving? This is my only home, I really don't know where to go. The one speaking was a female property owner in the villa area. I've always worked in the property management company. My hometown is thousands of miles away, and I don't know where to go either. The other woman said. These 2 women are not stupid. They can see that Xiao Yang is definitely a capable person, and it is definitely safer to stay with him than to go elsewhere. Have you 2 awakened your superpowers? Xiao Yang looked at the 2 women carefully. Except for being young, they were average in appearance and had average figures, so they really didn't catch his eye. If they have awakened supernormal abilities, they can stay and do odd jobs. What is a supernatural power? One of them asked. Have you noticed any physical changes in yourself since the disaster? After thinking for a while, the 2 women felt that they had not changed at all except that they were hungrier than before, so they both shook their heads. Xiao Yang sighed. There's nothing I can do. I don't need any dead weight here. He was about to kick them out, but the female owner suddenly begged him, please, I beg you. How about this? The villa area is so big, and you don't even have a caretaker. How about I work as a caretaker for you? Yes, brother, as long as you can let me stay, I'm willing to do anything. Xiao Yang thought, yes, there is a lack of a caretaker. I can't let Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir guard the gate. With such a large villa area, if someone sneaks in, there is no way to guard against it all the time. Xiao Yang nodded, so let's do this. You can stay here as a temporary caretaker. You can look for your own clothes and bedding in the villa. I'm not responsible for your food, drink, or toilet needs. With that, Xiao Yang threw them a walkie-talkie and a lighter. Find your own firewood for heating. If anything happens, call me directly on the walkie-talkie. Lin Shishir, who was listening to Xiao Yang's harsh treatment of the 2 female survivors, couldn't help but sigh that she was so lucky. Compared to her own treatment, it was a world of difference. Oh, yes. In the future, when we go down the mountain to find supplies, one of you can come with us to find some food and improve your own strength. You're only staying here temporarily. If you don't make any progress, I won't keep any dead weight here. The 2 women quickly nodded. The conditions were a bit harsh, but it was good to be able to stay. Immediately, the 2 went to the villa to find bedding, thick clothing, and some toiletries. They also found some wood and moved to the 2nd floor of the guardhouse to set up camp. The 2 of them also divided up the shifts by time period, so that they could ensure that at all times, one of them was on duty. Xiao Yang nodded with satisfaction and led Mu Wanqing and the others back to their villa. Chapter 37, Putting Friends Aside for Love. Back at the villa, the girls took a hot shower. Cold Ball hurriedly flew onto Xiao Yang's shoulder to eat the crystal core. After giving him 2 crystal nuclei, Xiao Yang took out the hot pot ingredients and asked Lu Yu to prepare a hot pot to warm them up. With the help of Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, the ingredients for the hot pot were all ready in less than an hour. At this time, in the warm dining room, the hot pot was steaming, and the spicy aroma of the hot pot ingredients filled the air, making people's appetites grow. Looking at this warm scene in front of them, Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu and Lin Shishir all fell into deep thought. They thought of the 2 female survivors who were in charge of the gate. Those two women are probably now in the cold and desolate gatehouse, suffering from hunger and cold. And what about themselves? They have no worries about food or clothing, and they don't have to worry about water or electricity. They eat different meals every day. All of this is because they have been recognized by Xiao Yang and treated as family. They lamented the unfairness of fate, while from the bottom of their hearts, they were grateful to Xiao Yang. What are you all doing? Hurry up and eat. Xiao Yang saw the three of them with their heads bowed and silent, and urged them to eat. The three of them came to their senses and quickly cast grateful glances at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was puzzled by the three women's gaze, and after a moment of confusion, he suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "Look, I forgot. How can you have hot pot without beer? You're asking me for beer, right?" With a clang, he took a case of Brave the World out of the space and put it on the ground. He opened a bottle for each of them and said, "Come on, let's drink to our brave journey." After saying that, he turned the bottle and swirled it directly. The three women didn't expect Xiao Yang to misunderstand their meaning, but they were all infected by Xiao Yang's emotions and raised their wine bottles, tilting their necks back for a deep throat. Gulp! 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 Xiao Yang looked at the three women's white necks, and their throats kept swallowing and writhing, which was really sexy. Girls who can blow bottles are really attractive. Lu Yu was the first to finish, and she emptied the bottle and showed it to Xiao Yang. Mu Wansheng and Lin Shishir were young after all, and they drank slowly. Due to the strong fizz, beer occasionally spilled from the corners of their mouths and ran down their necks and into their collars. Xiao Yang wanted to quickly use her hands to catch the beer for them, it was such a waste. After finally finishing the whole bottle, both of their collars were wet. Xiao Yang quickly handed them a tissue. "If you can't do it, don't do it. Look, you're both wet. Wipe it off." Mu Wansheng and Lin Shishir blushed. "Oh, this is embarrassing. Okay, come on. Hurry up and eat, the lamb is cooked. Hey, there are 2 kidneys in this pot." After a good meal, Liu led Mu Wansheng and Lin Shishir to clean up the dining room. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, was lounging on the sofa in the living room, leisurely absorbing the more than 70 crystals he had acquired that day. The hot pot was a great meal, and Xiao Yang drank a whole case of beer by himself, and the 3 women drank a case in total. Xiao Yang found that his tolerance for alcohol was increasing, which seemed to be related to his improved physical condition. If his time energy reaches 10,000 or 100,000 years, he will be able to drink a whole carload. If this continues, the amount of stock in my own space will definitely not be enough for me to drink. Supplies, they are really important. Seeing that the 3 women were finished, Xiao Yang called them over. "Come, let's talk about something." Xiao Yang sat up, making it look more official. "The entire villa area has been cleared, and from now on, this will be our home. You 3 have all received different levels of training, and with your current abilities, you would be the absolute best in any place. However, we must be prepared for danger in times of peace, because with our current strength, we are still a long way from the pinnacle. Therefore, starting tomorrow, we will go down the mountain to kill more zombies and obtain more crystals to continuously improve our strength. By the way, we should collect supplies. We can't just sit here and eat." In fact, the supplies in Xiao Yang's space are enough for them to eat for hundreds of years. But Xiao Yang would never tell them. She knows the principle of not showing off your wealth. Mu Wansheng and the others of course obeyed unconditionally. Now, Xiao Yang's words are like imperial edicts to them. Xiao Yang is their guiding light and the leader of their community of shared destiny. No matter what, they all listened to Xiao Yang. Seeing the 3 of them becoming more and more obedient in front of her, Xiao Yang was very pleased. However, he was very serious and solemnly warned them, "However, I still have a word of advice for you. There are always more mountains beyond the mountains, and there are always more people beyond the people. There are all kinds of birds in the forest outside. Although we don't want to be murderous maniacs, if we see that things are not going well, we must act decisively. It is better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to leave a hidden danger." Xiao Yang's eyes were sharp, and he swept the eyes of the 3 women in Mu Wansheng one by one, and said in a stern voice, "Do you understand?" At the sound of his tone, the 3 women immediately sat up straight, puffed out their chests, and said in unison, "I understand." "Well, that's good. Okay, go to bed early, we'll leave early tomorrow morning." Xiao Yang, Mu Wansheng, and Lin Shishir went up to the 3rd floor together. Lin Shishir wanted to make Mu Wansheng sleep with her. Xiao Yang was furious. If you want to sleep with my girlfriend again, I'll sleep with you. Do you believe it? Lin Shirshi's face suddenly turned red. This person, how can he be so rascal? I'm just a little afraid of sleeping alone. Well, Shirshir, we're right next door, so if you need anything, just call out. Mu Wanqing also felt that she had a boyfriend and couldn't always leave him hanging. You're more concerned with your boyfriend than your friends. Hurry up and go make love. Lin Shirshir rolled her eyes at Mu Wanqing, and angrily went into her room and slammed the door behind her. Xiao Yang smiled and hurriedly took Mu Wanqing's hand and said, "Let's go, Wanqing. Let's go to bed quickly. I missed you all night." Mu Wanqing smiled shyly. How much do you miss me? I really miss you. The door to Lin Shirshir's room suddenly opened. Can you two stop standing in front of my door and showing off your affection? Xiao Yang laughed. Come on, Wanqing, let's go back to our room and continue the show. Humph. Lin Shirshir slammed the door angrily. Half an hour later, Lin Shirshir, tossing and turning on the bed and unable to sleep, heard a noise from the next room. She listened carefully with her ears pricked up. Slowly, her face turned red. Oh my God. These two are so embarrassed. It should be over soon, right? I'll hold on. After an hour and a half, Lin Shirshir went crazy. Is Xiao Yang still a human being? He's so ruthless. No, I have to sleep with Mu Wanqing tomorrow, otherwise I won't be able to sleep. But if I sleep with Mu Wanqing, Xiao Yang won't really dare to go to her bed and sleep with them. Oh my God. Lin Shirshir can't imagine it. Chapter 38, Let's play a square dance song. The warm sun on a snowy day is so beautiful. When he woke up in the morning, Xiao Yang felt refreshed. He shook Mu Wanqing, who was lying in his arms, but the latter only emitted a series of nasal sounds and turned her back, leaving Xiao Yang with a perfect back. Xiao Yang suddenly felt a little bit of excitement and quickly suppressed the desire in his heart, getting up and going downstairs. Although Mu Wanqing is now a body that has stored more than 20 years of energy, she still can't resist tossing and turning in her sleep. Downstairs, the virtuous Lu Yu had already started making breakfast. When she saw Xiao Yang coming down, she turned around and said, "Look at your briquettes, they've grown again." Xiao Yang looked over to the briquette and said, "Damn. That body type is almost as big as a hen's." The coal ball saw Xiao Yang and excitedly flew over, calling out, "Dad! Dad!" Xiao Yang stared in surprise, and even Lu Yu couldn't help but turn around and take a look. Xiao Yang was surprised. You finally got rid of the word calling. It wasn't easy. Come, good son, 2 crystal nuclei as a reward. Ha? No. How do you know it's a good son? What if this coal ball is a little female bird? Xiao Yang grabbed the coal ball and turned it over, looking at it carefully for a long time. The coal ball protested by making a sound, and its long beak kept nibbling on Xiao Yang's hand. Oh, forget it, I don't know what to think. Just pretend you're my son. Xiao Yang let go of the coal ball, and it hurriedly flew back to its nest to digest the crystal core. After washing up, Xiao Yang sat on the sofa in the living room, facing the kitchen, admiring the busy back of Lu Yu in the kitchen. Plump. Especially when she bends over, she is no worse than the beautiful women in the videos who often twist their waists. After admiring her for half an hour, breakfast was ready. Xiao Yang looked at it and said, "Oh, there's stir-fried pork kidneys again." There were also big sausages, poached eggs, milk, and preserved egg and lean pork congee. Xiao Yang looked at Lu Yu with a meaningful look. "Sister Yu, how come every time you toss and turn at night, the breakfast she makes is especially nutritious? Is she trying to nourish herself? How can she be so accurate? Is she eavesdrop?" Lu Yu saw that Xiao Yang was staring at her, so she shook her hand in front of Xiao Yang's eyes. "What are you doing? Hurry up and tell them to come down for dinner. It's fine that Wanqing sleeps in, but Lin Shirshir is also getting up so late." Xiao Yang ran upstairs, woke up Mu Wanqing, and knocked on Lin Shirshir's door. Lin Shirshir opened the door with a yawn, and looked at Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing with dark circles under her eyes. "I'm moving to the 2nd floor tonight. And, Wanqing, it's a shame that your voice isn't good enough to be in our music department's soprano class." Humph. After saying that, Lin Shirshir left the building in a huff, leaving Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing with a face full of embarrassment. Mu Wanqing whispered shyly, "Is my voice too loud?" Xiao Yang put his arm around Mu Wanqing's shoulders and said, "Don't listen to her nonsense." The breakfast ended in a very delicate atmosphere, and the three women tacitly refrained from eating the stir-fried kidney. This looked like a nutritious meal specially prepared for someone. After eating and drinking, they felt full of energy, and even Lin Shirshir didn't feel sleepy. The four of them put on their equipment and each was given an anti-explosion shield. This shield can not only block zombies, but also bullets. When going on a long journey, it's better to be careful. Xiao Yang took out his phone and looked at the 3D map of Haicheng that he had downloaded in advance. This university town at the foot of Purple Mountain is the closest to here, and it is only 10 kilometers away in a straight line. There are many residential buildings in the surrounding area, and the key is that there are many students and the population is relatively dense. It is the best place to obtain crystals. There are also large shopping malls and supermarkets nearby, so there will be no shortage of supplies. "This is it, let's go!" Xiao Yang called out, and several people got into the heavy-duty off-road RV. They stepped on the accelerator and rushed out of the villa. Then, the gate slowly closed. The electric gate is convenient. When they arrived at the gate of the villa area, the two female guards who heard the noise hurriedly came down from the guardhouse and opened the gate. Xiao Yang's head poked out of the window, looking down at the two of them. "Which one of you is going with me today?" The female owner said, "I just finished my shift. I'll go. First, I want to warn you that it will be dangerous. When you get there, stay close to me, or I can't guarantee your safety." Xiao Yang reminded her. The woman nodded and said, "I know. Get in the car." Half an hour later, the heavy-duty off-road RV stopped in front of a residential building. This is the outskirts of the university town, and it is full of old-fashioned residential buildings, where only the elderly live. Xiao Yang chose this place because, in his experience, there would definitely be a lot of zombies here. When a cold wave hits, the elderly are the ones who die the most. There's nothing they can do about it. They're too weak, and no matter how much they dance in the square, it's all for nothing. However, it is a bit of a hassle to clean up here. Most of the zombies are at home, so they have to open the door and kill them one by one. The few that were wandering around in the community garden were easily dealt with by Xiao Yang and his team. After clearing one building, Xiao Yang realized that it was too time-consuming. The space inside the house was small, and they had to collect supplies and defend against the zombies. What's more, these elderly people are all very independent, and there is basically not much food stored at home. They all like to eat fresh food, and they buy and cook it as they go. The whole house had nothing but medicine. The point is, Xiao Yang and the others don't need those medicines. Xiao Yang thought for a moment, suddenly his eyes lit up, and he looked at Lin Shirshir. "Shirshir, take out your flute. Play a square dance song and see if you can lure out those zombie old ladies." Several people looked at Xiao Yang in surprise at the same time. What kind of magical idea is this? What's the name of that song? The most dazzling ethnic style. That's the one. The old ladies like it. Come on, play. Lin Shirshir burst out laughing when she heard this. The old square dance song you mentioned is so old. The old ladies now listen to old dreams. Xiao Yang smiled embarrassedly. Really? Well, then play old dreams and blow as hard as you can, so that the old ladies in the whole neighborhood can hear it. I'll give it a try. Lin Shirshir took out her long flute and placed it against her lips. The beautiful flute version of Old Dreams began to play. Sure enough, as soon as the music started, the whole neighborhood came to life. From the buildings nearby, Xiao Yang could already hear the zombies pounding on the doors. Before long, no fewer than 200 zombie grannies had gathered in the small garden square in the community. Some of the old ladies were holding the door frames that had been smashed. The doors in these old neighborhoods are made of wood, so they couldn't withstand the zombies tossing and turning. They surrounded Lin Shirshir and began to dance to the music, their movements quite synchronized. Sure enough, square dancing has become part of their blood. Chapter 39, Scavenging the Shopping Mall. Xiao Yang saw that the time was right, found a suitable position, and was ready to start harvesting. He pushed the old lady who was standing in front of the zombies back and took her place. The zombie old lady was delayed by Xiao Yang and suddenly couldn't keep up with the rhythm. She was suddenly enraged. "Young man, you dare to fight me for a position." The zombie old lady took the lead in returning to her vicious state and opened her mouth to pounce. Xiao Yang slashed her with a knife, killing her instantly. Alas! They have all turned into zombies, and they are still fighting with young people for positions. Is it interesting? In less than half an hour, Xiao Yang and his team had finished off the zombies like cutting fruit. Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction. This efficiency is awesome. The female janitor who had been following them all the time was really shocked to see this scene. She was shocked by the strength of Xiao Yang and the others. She was more and more convinced that she had made the right choice by staying behind to guard the villa. Being able to stay around such a powerful group of people is always better than being alone. Although they feel that they are not capable and are useless. But she would work hard to become stronger and become one of them. Then no one would dare bully her again. So, she summoned up the courage to walk up to Xiao Yang and nervously asked, "Can you lend me a knife?" Do you want to search for supplies?" "Well." Xiao Yang handed her the Tang sword in his hand and said, "Before we finish collecting the crystals, you have to hurry back." The female guard took the knife, bowed to Xiao Yang, and then hurriedly ran into the nearest building. Of course, Xiao Yang and the others would not go door to door collecting supplies, it would be a waste of time. It would be better to go directly to a supermarket or shopping mall. After about half an hour, the female guard returned with half a bag of rice and half a bag of flour. Just as Xiao Yang and the others had finished collecting all the crystals. The female guard came over and took out a crystal from her pocket and said, "Here, is this useful to you? I saw you all taking them, so I took it out for you." Xiao Yang looked at the crystal in her hand and was really a bit surprised. "Did you kill a zombie that got through the net in the building?" The female guard nodded, "Yes. I just happened to run into one, so I killed it just like you guys did." Xiao Yang looked at the woman with a little more respect. It seems that she is not completely useless. She knows how to learn and has some courage. "What's your name?" Xiao Yang didn't know her name, and she was not at all in his eyes. "Su Ton." "Su Ton? Good. You can keep this crystal. I'll have them teach you how to use it later." "Oh, good. I'll give you back the knife." Su Ton could feel that the crystal was not worth anything to the others, so she obediently put it away and prepared to return the knife to Xiao Yang. "Since you have the courage to kill zombies, you can keep it for now. When you have the chance, kill a few more zombies to practice." Xiao Yang didn't take back the knife. He felt that since the other person was so eager to learn, he should give her a chance to practice more. Su Ton looked at Xiao Yang gratefully and said thank you. The group returned to the off-road RV and continued to the next community. On the way, Su Ton learned how to absorb crystals. Looking at the time on her arm double, she felt that her spirit was a little better than before. What is the use of this time? She was a little curious. I'll explain it to you later. Just remember not to let the time reset to 0. Xiao Yang didn't explain too much to her. She was not yet a member of her team, at most, it was an employment relationship. In the morning, Xiao Yang and the others followed suit and cleaned up 3 more old neighborhoods, collecting more than 600 crystals in total. Su Tong also followed behind and killed 3 zombies, getting 3 crystals. Lin Shirshi's mental energy was depleted, and her effectiveness was getting worse and worse. Xiao Yang decided to continue the cleanup tomorrow. In the afternoon, they were going to a large shopping mall to look for supplies. At noon, they took a break in the RV, ate a little something, and Xiao Yang unceremoniously absorbed all the crystals he had obtained. When there were still 300 crystals left, his time energy had already exceeded the 1,000-year mark. His physical constitution had also undergone a radical transformation. Now, he was no longer afraid of ordinary attacks with knives, guns, sticks, and clubs. In his previous life, he had to wait 10 years to get 1,000 years of time energy. Now that he has been reborn, it only took him a little over half a month to reach this level of power. If this continues, I believe it won't be long before Xiao Yan will soon break through the 10,000-year mark and reach a higher level of strength. At that time, he could walk sideways in Haicheng. Xiao Yan thought, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Afterwards, Xiao Yang gave the remaining 300 crystals to Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shirshir. After they absorbed the crystals, their time energy also exceeded the 100-year mark. Their strength also made a qualitative leap. The 3 of them were overjoyed. After a break, Xiao Yang drove the off-road RV directly to a large shopping mall. This mall is the largest in this university town. Since the body of the heavy-duty off-road RV is too high to enter the underground garage, Xiao Yang drove the car directly to the entrance of the mall. Su Tong. Stay here and watch the car. Call if anything happens. Xiao Yang handed Su Tong a walkie-talkie, and then he took out the car keys and walked towards the mall with Mu Wanqing and the others. The outer doors of the mall were open, but the interior areas were all covered by iron gates. There was no sign of tampering with the iron gates inside, so it seemed that no one had come yet, or that they had come and found they couldn't get in. This is good news, at least it means that the supplies inside have not been tampered with. These iron gates are still very sturdy, but this does not stop Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang took out a crowbar and, with his physique, easily pried open a corner of the iron gate. After entering, he went straight to the supermarket on the first floor. The supermarket was large enough and had a complete range of goods. Xiao Yang was not polite and directly stored all the goods and shelves into the space. This scene made the three women behind him exclaim in amazement. They had seen Xiao Yang take supplies out of the space, but they had never seen him take supplies into the space. The entire supermarket was emptied by Xiao Yang in less than 2 hours. The three women couldn't help but sigh, how big is Xiao Yang's space? It can hold so much. After finishing the supermarket, they went to the clothing area on the second and third floors. Xiao Yang didn't hesitate, and directly put all the clothes in the space. Although they were all summer clothes, they would be useful in the future. Especially some bras and underwear, these Mu Wanqing they always use, but also often need to be washed. Xiao Yang also specifically divided the bras into several grades according to size. This one is breathable and black, so it's suitable for Wanqing. This one is a little smaller and is suitable for Lin Shishir. This one is a little bigger, so it's perfect for Sister Yu. Chapter 40, Female Captain Tang Ying. After collecting all the clothes, the group went to the fourth floor. This floor is full of restaurants and bars, so there aren't many usable supplies. They headed to the fifth floor. There was a cinema on this floor, and the rest of the space was taken up by gyms and clubs. Xiao Yang didn't think there was anything useful, but Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, led by Lu Yu, each took a yoga mat. Lu Yu said that she would take Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to do yoga. Xiao Yang heard this and said, "Yoga is great." This time, he would have the pleasure of watching them. Xiao Yang immediately offered to sponsor yoga clothes for them. Before the end of the world, he had bought a lot of yoga clothes online. Just as he was imagining that beautiful scene, the intercom rang. This is Su Tong. A group of zombies are chasing a few people and running towards our RV. What should I do? Xiao Yang was stunned. Was someone following them or just passing by? Anyway, it's best to go out and take a look first. Stay in the car and don't come out. We'll be there soon. Xiao Yang replied, and immediately hurried downstairs with Mu Wanqing and the others. But when they ran out of the mall, they found that the off-road RV was surrounded by a group of zombies. Looking around, there were only zombies, but no living people. Could it be that they had hidden in the off-road vehicle? Su Tong? Xiao Yang called out on the walkie-talkie to see if she was still alive. I'm here. Our RV is surrounded by zombies. After a while, Su Tong's deliberately low voice came over the walkie-talkie. Where are the others? Xiao Yang asked. In the car. Su Tong sounded a little nervous, as if she also felt that it was not right to put a few people in the RV without permission. Xiao Yang was annoyed. This Su Tong, you don't even know if they are friends or enemies, and you let them into the RV? Xiao Yang looked at the zombies surrounding the off-road RV. There must be at least 100 of them. Forget it, let's kill these zombies first. As for those people, if they know what's good for them, they'll leave. If they don't know how to behave, then don't blame me for being ruthless. 100 or so zombies are a piece of cake for the 4 of them. The few people drew out their tang swords and killed in a flurry. In no time at all, they had cleared the zombies. The few people came to the front door of the off-road RV. Lu Yu, behind Xiao Yang, quietly raised her palm. As long as she found that something was wrong, she could let the people inside taste the thunder and lightning at any time. Su Tong, open the door. Xiao Yang shouted. The door opened and the pedal extended. Su Tong got off. Seeing that Su Tong was not under control, the 4 of them were slightly relieved, and it seemed that the other party did not have any malicious intent. Why did you take it upon yourself to let someone in? Xiao Yang's tone was not good. They are police officers from the Public Security Brigade, so I. Su Ton's words were not finished when a woman walked down from the RV. She had short hair, fair skin, clear eyes, and a dignified look. When people stand there, they feel extraordinary. Is she a police officer? Xiao Yang had seen policemen before, but never one as beautiful and elegant as this policewoman. Hello, I am Tang Ying, the captain of the Public Security Brigade of the City Police Department. The two people behind me are my colleagues. This is my ID. Tang Ying first introduced herself and took out her ID. Xiao Yang took the ID card and looked at it. The photo wasn't as good as the real person. However, he thought to himself, what is the point of showing your ID card at a time like this? Well, Xiao Yang admitted that it was still somewhat useful. After all, before the end of the world, they were trustworthy. He believed that at least at this stage, she would not have any malicious intent. Hello, Captain Tang. Xiao Yang smiled and greeted him. Tang Ying looked at Mu Wanqing and the others behind Xiao Yang and said with admiration, you guys are really amazing. 4 of you can easily kill so many zombies. If we weren't all injured and afraid of causing trouble, I would have come down and fought with you. Xiao Yang listened carefully and noticed that Tang Ying's clothes were torn in some places, as if she had experienced a fierce battle. Looking inside the RV, he saw a woman bandaging a man's hand. Xiao Yang suddenly said in a very cautious tone, did someone get bitten by a zombie? Xiao Yang knew very well that if they had been bitten by a zombie, they must not be allowed to live. This zombie virus is highly contagious. If bitten or scratched by a zombie, the victim will be infected within 3 hours at most. Tang Ying didn't know why Xiao Yang had suddenly become so vigilant. Isn't it normal to get injured? Well, I and a female colleague were injured when we were fighting against the zombies. The male colleague was bitten by a zombie and his hand was injured, but it only bled a little and he is fine. Xiao Yang's face suddenly turned cold when she heard this. Captain Tang, tell your colleague to come down quickly, we're leaving. Tang Ying didn't understand why Xiao Yang's attitude suddenly changed when she heard that her colleague had been bitten by a zombie. Well, can you drop us off at the police station in the university town and let us get off there? She asked tentatively. Xiao Yang immediately refused, I can take you and your female colleague, but your male colleague must get off the bus right now. Tang Ying frowned. She was a little surprised by Xiao Yang's direct refusal. Her female colleague in the car, however, stood up and angrily said, how can you be like this? Our captain already said that it would be fine to drop us off at the nearest police station. If we hadn't killed more than 50 zombies and been injured, we wouldn't have bothered you. Cough cough, Captain, why don't I get off the car and you and Comrade Xiao Jiang go first, I'll just walk. Tang Ying's male colleague heard that Xiao Yang didn't want him in the car and volunteered to get off. Woof! Suddenly, a dog ran out of the RV and barked at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was startled and took a closer look. It was a German Shepherd police dog. It must have been hiding in the corner of the RV, so Xiao Yang didn't see it. Yang, stop barking! Tang Ying shouted in a stern voice. Xiao Yang was about to say something, but suddenly noticed that the police dog was obediently standing at Tang Ying's feet, obediently stopping its barking. Holy cow! This dog is called Yan Yan? When Xiao Yang was a child, his biological mother was also named Xiao Yang. When Xiao Yang first heard it, he automatically thought it was calling him. Who knew that the dog had the same name as his nickname? Ahem! Your dog's name is Yan Yang? Xiao Yang pointed at the police dog and asked Tang Ying. Yes, I named him. Xiao Yang's face turned black. He was named after a dog. Seeing that Xiao Yang was silent, Tang Ying felt that if she begged again, it would seem that she was being rude. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Lu, get out of the car. We'll walk to the police station ourselves. Tang Ying turned to the two colleagues in the RV and said, get out of the car. We'll walk to the police station ourselves. But thank you anyway. Without you and this RV, we might have been killed. After saying that, she turned and left with her colleagues and the police dog. Wait! Xiao Yang suddenly said.